Section 25 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 39A. Chapter 39A. Advance of General E. K. Smith. Advance of General Bragg. Retreat of General Buell to Louisville. Battle at Perryville, Kentucky. General Morgan at Hartsville. Advance of General Rosecrans. Battle of Murfreesboro. General Van Dorn and General Price. Battle at Iuka. General Van Dorn. Battle of Corinth. General Little. Captures at Holly Springs. Retreat of Grant to Memphis. Operations against Vicksburg. The Canal. Concentration. Raid of Grierson. Attack near Port Gibson. Orders of General Johnston. Reply of General Pemberton. Baker's Creek. Big Black Bridge. Retreat to Vicksburg. Siege. Surrender. Losses. Surrender of Port Hudson. Some movements for its relief. Operations in the West now claim attention. General Bragg, soon after taking command, as has been previously stated, advanced from Tupelo and occupied Chattanooga. Meantime, General E. K. Smith with his force held Knoxville in East Tennessee. Subsequently, in August, he moved toward Kentucky and entered that state through Big Creek Gap, some 20 miles south of Cumberland Gap. After several small and successful affairs, he reached Richmond in the afternoon of August 30th. Here a force of the enemy had been collected to check his progress, but it was speedily routed, with the loss of some 100 killed and several thousand made prisoners, and a large number of small arms, artillery, and wagons were captured. Lexington was next occupied. Thence he advanced to Frankfort, and, moving forward toward the Ohio River, a great alarm was created in Cincinnati, then so little prepared for defense that, had his campaign been an independent one, he probably could and would have crossed the Ohio and captured that city. His division was but the advance of General Bragg's, and his duty to cooperate with it was a sufficient reason for not attempting so important a movement. General Bragg marched from Chattanooga on September 5th, and, without serious opposition, entered Kentucky by the eastern route, thus passing to the rear of General Buell in Middle Tennessee, who, becoming concerned for his line of communication with Nashville and Louisville, and especially for the safety of the latter city, collected all his force and retreated rapidly to Louisville. This was a brilliant piece of strategy on the part of General Bragg, by which he maneuvered the foe out of a large and to us important territory. By it, North Alabama and Middle Tennessee were relieved from the presence of the enemy, without necessitating a single engagement. General Buell, in his retreat, followed the line of the railroad from Nashville to Louisville. General Bragg moved more to the eastward, so as to unite with the forces under General E. K. Smith, which was subsequently effected when the army was withdrawing from Kentucky. On September 18th, General Bragg issued an address to the citizens of Kentucky. Some recruits joined him, and an immense amount of supplies was obtained, which he continued to send to the rear until he withdrew from the state. The enemy, having received reinforcements, as soon as our army began to retire, moved out and pressed so heavily on its rear, under Major General Hardee, that he halted and checked them near Perryville. General Bragg then determined there to give battle. Concentrating 3 of the divisions of his old command, then under Major General Polk, he directed them to attack on the morning of October 8th. The 2 armies were formed on opposite sides of the town. The action opened at 12:30 p.m. between the skirmishers and artillery on both sides. Finding the enemy indisposed to advance, General Bragg ordered him to be assailed vigorously. The engagement became general soon after, and was continued furiously until dark. Although greatly outnumbered, our troops did not hesitate to engage at any odds, and, though the battle raged with varying fortune, our men eventually carried every position, and drove the Federals about 2 miles. The intervention of night terminated the action. Our force captured 15 pieces of artillery, killed 1 and wounded 2 brigadier generals and a very large number of inferior officers and men, estimated at no less than 4,000, and captured 400 prisoners. Our loss was 2,500 killed, wounded, and missing. Ascertaining that the enemy was heavily reinforced during the night, General Bragg on the next morning withdrew his troops to Harrodsburg. General Smith arrived the next day with most of his forces, and the whole were then withdrawn to Bryantsville, the foe following slowly, but not closely. General Bragg finally took position at Murfreesboro, and the hostile forces concentrated at Nashville, General Buell having been superseded by General Rosecrans. Meantime, on November 30th, General Morgan with 1,300 men made an attack on a brigade of the enemy at Hartsville. It was found strongly posted on a hill in line of battle. Our line was formed under fire, and the advance was made with great steadiness. The enemy was driven from his position, through his camps, losing a battery of Parrott guns, and finally hemmed in on the river bank, where he surrendered. The contest was severe and lasted an hour and a half. The prisoners numbered 2,100. Late in the month of December, General Rosecrans commenced his advance from Nashville upon the position of General Bragg at Murfreesboro. His movement began on December 26th by various routes, but such was the activity of our cavalry as to delay him 4 days in reaching the battlefield, a distance of 26 miles. On the 29th, General Wheeler with his cavalry brigade gained the rear of Rosecrans's army and destroyed several hundreds of wagons loaded with supplies and baggage. After clearing the road, he made a circuit of the enemy and joined our left. Their strength, as we have ascertained, was 65,000 men. The number of fighting men we had on the field on December 31st was 35,000, of which 30,000 were infantry and artillery. Our line was formed about 2 miles from Murfreesboro, and stretched transversely across Stone River, which was fordable from the Lebanon Pike on the right to the Franklin Road on the left. As General Rosecrans made no demonstration on the 30th, General Bragg determined to begin the conflict early on the morning of the 31st by the advance of his left. The enemy was taken completely by surprise, and his right was steadily driven until his line was thrown entirely back at a right angle to his first position and near to the railroad, along which he had massed reserves. Their resistance after the first surprise was most gallant and obstinate. At night he had been forced from every position except the one on his extreme left, which rested on Stone River, and was strengthened by a concentration of artillery, and now seemed too formidable for assault. On the next day, January 1st, the cannonading opened on the right center about 8 a.m., and after a short time subsided. The enemy had withdrawn from the advanced position occupied by his left flank. 1 or 2 short contests occurred on the 3rd, but his line was unchanged. Our forces had now been in line of battle 5 days and nights, with little rest, as there were no reserves. Their tents had been packed in the wagons, which were 4 miles to the rear. The rain was continuous and the cold severe. Intelligence was received that heavy reinforcements were coming to Rosecrans by a rapid transfer of all the troops from Kentucky, and for this and the reasons before stated, General Bragg decided to fall back to Tullahoma, and the army was withdrawn in good order. In the series of engagements near Murfreesboro, we captured over 6,000 prisoners, 30 pieces of artillery, 6,000 small arms, a number of ambulances, horses, and mules, and a large amount of other property. Our losses exceeded 10,000, and that of the enemy was estimated at over 25,000. After the Battle of Shiloh, West Tennessee and North Mississippi were occupied by a force under General Grant. Subsequently, this force was increased, and General Rosecrans assigned to its command. Many positions were held in West Tennessee and North Mississippi, extending from Memphis to the northeastern part of the state of Mississippi, with garrisons aggregating about 42,000 men. The most important of these positions was that of the fortified town of Corinth. As part of the plan to subjugate the southwestern states, extensive preparations were made for an advance through Mississippi and an attack on Vicksburg by combined land and naval forces. A large number of troops occupied Middle Tennessee and North Alabama. To defeat their general plan, and to relieve the last mentioned places of the presence of the enemy, General Bragg moved his army into Kentucky, which, by this time, the Federal Government thought it needless to overawe by the presence of garrisons. General Van Dorn and General Price commanded the Confederate troops then in North Mississippi. General Bragg, when he advanced into Kentucky, had left them with instructions to operate against the Federals in that region, and especially to guard against their junction with Buell in Middle Tennessee. Though Van Dorn was superior in rank, he had no power to command General Price, unless they should happen to join in the field and do duty together. General Price, on this, as on other occasions, manifested his entire willingness to make a junction with his superior officer, and about the last of August proposed to General Van Dorn to join him, but at that time Van Dorn's available force for the field had been sent with General Breckinridge in his campaign against Baton Rouge. After that force had rejoined General Van Dorn, he wrote to Price inviting him to unite with him, that, with their 2 divisions, they might make an attack upon Corinth, by the capture of which main position of the enemy in that section of the country, he hoped to be subsequently able to drive him from North Mississippi and West Tennessee. Price felt constrained by his instructions to observe, and if possible to prevent Rosecrans's forces in Mississippi from effecting a junction with Buell's in Tennessee. Therefore, the invitation was unfortunately postponed to a future time. Subsequently, General Price learned that Rosecrans was moving to cross the Tennessee and join Buell. He therefore marched from Tupelo and reached Iuka on the 19th of September. His cavalry advance found the place occupied by a force which retreated toward Corinth, abandoning a considerable amount of stores. On the 24th, Van Dorn renewed in urgent terms his request for Price to come with all his forces to unite with him and make an attack upon Corinth. On the same day Price received a letter from General Ord, informing him that, "Lee's army had been destroyed at Antietam, that, therefore, the rebellion must soon terminate, and that, in order to spare the further effusion of blood, he gave him this opportunity to lay down his arms." Price replied, correcting the rumor about Lee's army, thanked Ord for his kind feeling, and promised to "lay down his arms whenever Mr. Lincoln should acknowledge the independence of the Southern Confederacy, and not sooner." On that night General Price held a council of war, at which it was agreed on the next morning to fall back and make a junction with Van Dorn, it being now satisfactorily shown that the enemy was holding the line on our left instead of moving to reinforce Buell. The cavalry pickets had reported that a heavy force was moving from the south toward Iuka on the Jacinto road, to meet which General Little had advanced with his Missouri Brigade, an Arkansas battalion, the 3rd Louisiana Infantry, and the Texas Legion. It proved to be a force commanded by General Rosecrans in person. A bloody contest ensued, and the latter was driven back with a loss of 9 guns. Our own loss was very serious. General Maury states that the 3rd Louisiana Regiment lost half its men, that Whitfield's Legion suffered heavily, and adds that these 2 regiments and the Arkansas battalion of about 100 men had charged and captured the enemy's guns. In this action General Henry Little fell, an officer of extraordinary merit, distinguished on many fields, and than whom there was none whose loss could have been more deeply felt by his Missouri Brigade, as well as by the whole army, whose admiration he had so often attracted by gallantry and good conduct. It was afterward ascertained that this movement of Rosecrans was intended to be made in concert with one by Grant moving from the west, but the former had been beaten before the latter arrived. Before dawn, Price moved to make the proposed junction with Van Dorn, which was effected at Ripley on the 28th of September, at which time Van Dorn in his report says, Field returns showed my strength to be about 22,000. Rosecrans at Corinth had about 15,000, with about 8,000 additional men at outposts from 12 to 15 miles distant." In addition to this force, the enemy had at Memphis, under Sherman, about 6,000 men; at Bolivar, under Ord, about 8,000; at Jackson, Tennessee, under Grant, about 3,000; at bridges and less important points, 2,000 or 3,000, making an aggregate of 42,000 in West Tennessee and North Mississippi. Corinth, though the strongest, was from its salient position the point it was most feasible to attack, and, under the circumstances, the most important to gain. Van Dorn, therefore, decided to move so rapidly upon it as to take it by surprise, and endeavor to capture it before reinforcements could arrive. In a previous chapter, notice has been taken of the character and conduct of General Price. Here it is proposed in like manner to say something of General Van Dorn, rendered the more appropriate because of the criticism to which his attack upon Corinth has been subjected. He was an educated soldier, had served with marked distinction in the war with Mexico; indeed, had been quite as often noticed in official reports for gallantry and good conduct as any officer who served in that war. After its close, he had served on the western frontier, and in Indian warfare exhibited a like activity and daring as that shown in the greater battles with Mexico. Immediately on the secession of his native state, Mississippi, he resigned from the United States Army, and, together with his veteran commander in Texas, General Twiggs, commenced recruiting men for the anticipated war. He was among the first to leave the service of the United States, and came to offer his sword to Mississippi. In the military organization there authorized, he was appointed a brigadier general, and, when the state troops were transferred to the Confederacy, he entered its service. Gentle as he was brave, and generous, freely sharing all the dangers and privations to which his troops were subjected, he possessed, like his associate Price, both the confidence and affection of his men. Without entering into details of the disposition of his troops in the attack on the works at Corinth, the result shows that they were very skillfully made, and, though final success did not crown the effort, the failure was due to other causes than the defect of plan or want of energy and personal effort on the part of Van Dorn. His opponent, Rosecrans, was an engineer of high ability, and proved himself one of the best generals in the United States Army. He had materially strengthened the works around Corinth, and had interposed every possible obstacle to an assault. Our army had moved rapidly from Ripley, its point of junction, had cut the railroad between Corinth and Jackson, Tennessee, and at daybreak on the 3d of March was deployed for attack. By 10 o'clock our force confronted the enemy inside his entrenchments. In half an hour the whole line of outer works was carried, the obstructions passed, and the battle opened in earnest. The foe, obstinately disputing every point, was finally driven from his second line of detached works, and at sunset had retreated to the innermost lines. The battle had been mainly fought by Price's division on our left. The troops had made a quick march of 10 miles over dusty roads, without water. The line of battle had been formed in forests with undergrowth. The combats of the day had been so severe that General Price thought his troops unequal to further exertion on that day, and it was decided to wait until morning. Of this, General Van Dorn says, "I saw with regret the sun sink behind the horizon as the last shot of our sharpshooters followed the retreating foe into their innermost lines. One more hour of daylight, and victory would have soothed our grief for the loss of the gallant dead who sleep on that lost but not dishonored field." During the night batteries were put into position to open on the town at 4 a.m. At daybreak the action was to begin on the left, to be immediately followed by an advance on the extreme right. The order was not executed, the commander of the wing which was to make the attack failed to do so, and another officer was sent to take his place. In the meantime the center became engaged, and the action extended to the left. The plan had been disarranged. Nevertheless, the center and left pushed forward and planted their colors on the last stronghold of the enemy. His "heavy guns were silenced, and all seemed about to be ended, when a heavy fire from fresh troops that had succeeded in reaching Corinth was poured into our thin ranks." And, with this combined assault on Price's exhausted corps, which had sustained the whole conflict, those gallant troops were driven back. The day was lost. The enemy, reinforced, was concentrated against our left, and Lovell's division, which was at this time advancing, pursuant to orders, and was on the point of assaulting the works, was ordered to move to the left to prevent a sortie, and cover their retreat. Our army retired during the day to Chewalla without pursuit, and rested for the night, free from molestation. Our loss was very heavy of gallant men and officers. In the fierce conflicts the officers displayed not only daring, but high military skill, their impetuous charges being marked by judicious selection of time and place. Colonel William S. Berry, who was commander of the burial party, visited General Rosecrans, was courteously received by that officer, who, while declining to admit the command within his lines, sent assurance to General Van Dorn that "every becoming respect should be shown to his dead and wounded. He had the grave of Colonel Rogers, who led the 2nd Texas sharpshooters, enclosed and marked with a slab, in respect to the gallantry of his charge. Rogers fell before Gates called on me to reinforce him on the edge of the ditch of Battery Robinette." This officer, W. P. Rogers, was a captain in the 1st Regiment of Mississippi Rifles in the war with Mexico, and the gallantry which attracted the admiration of the enemy at Corinth was in keeping with the character he acquired in the former service referred to. Of this retreat, that able officer and military critic, General Dabney H. Maury, in a contribution to the Annals of the War, wrote, "Few commanders have ever been so beset as Van Dorn was in the forks of the Hatchie, and very few would have extricated a beaten army as he did then. One, with a force stated at 10,000 men, headed him at the Hatchie Bridge, while Rosecrans, with 20,000 men, was attacking his rear at the Tuscumbia Bridge, only 5 miles off. The whole road between was occupied by a train of nearly 400 wagons, and a defeated army of about 11,000 muskets. But Van Dorn was never for a moment dismayed. He repulsed Ord and punished him severely, while he checked Rosecrans at the Tuscumbia until he could turn his train and army short to the left and cross the Hatchie by the Boneyard road without the loss of a wagon." He then moved near Holly Springs, Mississippi, to await farther developments. In the meantime General Grant massed a heavy force, estimated at 80,000 men, at various points on the Memphis and Charleston Railroad. Thence he moved south, through the interior of Mississippi, until he encamped near Water Valley. The country was teeming with great quantities of breadstuffs and forage, and he accumulated an immense depot of supplies at Holly Springs, and hastened every preparation necessary to continue his advance southward. Unless his progress was arrested, the interior of the state, its capital, Jackson, Vicksburg, and its railroads would fall into his possession. As we had no force in front sufficient to offer battle, our only alternative was to attack his communications. For this purpose, General Van Dorn, on the night of December 15th, quietly withdrew our cavalry, amounting to less than 2,500 men, from the enemy's front, and marched for Holly Springs. That place was occupied by a brigade of infantry and a portion of the 7th Illinois Cavalry. The movement of Van Dorn was so rapid that early on the morning of the 19th he surprised and captured the garrison, and before 8 o'clock was in quiet possession of the town. The captured property, amounting to millions of dollars, was burned before sunset, with the exception of the small quantity used in arming and equipping his command. General Grant was thus forced to abandon his campaign and to retreat hastily from the state. After the battle of Murfreesboro, which closed in the first days of 1863, There was a cessation of active operations in that portion of Tennessee, and attention was concentrated upon the extensive preparations which were in progress for a campaign into Mississippi, with Vicksburg as the objective point. The plan, as it was developed, was for a combined movement by land and river, the former passing through the interior of Mississippi to approach Vicksburg in rear, the latter to descend the Mississippi River and attack the city in front. General Pemberton, with the main body of his command, held the position on the Tallahatchie and Yazoo rivers, and among the various devices to turn that position was one more ingenious than ingenuous. It was an offer to furnish, at prices lower than ruled in our markets, provisions of which we stood in need, to be sent through the Yazoo Pass and transported in boats through to the Yazoo River if we should desire. I had, some time before, directed that cypress rafts, as far as practicable, of sinking timber, should be thrown into the main channel leading down from the Yazoo Pass, and saw that, if it was not the purpose of the proposer, the effect of accepting the proposition would be to open a water line of approach from the Mississippi, below Memphis, then in the hands of the enemy, to the interior in rear of Vicksburg. For that reason I resisted much importunity in favor of allowing the supplies to be brought in that manner. In the latter part of December, General Sherman, having descended the Mississippi River, entered the Yazoo with 4 divisions of land troops and 5 gunboats, the object being to reduce our work at Haines' Bluff and turn Vicksburg so as to attack it in rear. The first point at which the range of hills extending from Vicksburg up the Yazoo approaches near to the river is at Haines' Bluff, some 20 miles by the course of the Yazoo from the Mississippi River. Here the troops were landed the 26th of December to attack the redoubts which had been built upon the bluff. On the 27th little progress was made. On the 28th the attempt by one division to approach the causeway north of the Chickasaw Bayou was repulsed with heavy loss. The troops were withdrawn and moved down the river to a point below the bayou, there to unite with the rest of the command. At daylight on the 29th the attack was resumed and continued throughout most of the day. The enemy were again repulsed with heavy loss. On the next day there was firing on both sides without conclusive results. On the 31st General Sherman sent in a flag of truce to bury the dead. Thereafter nothing important occurred until the latter part of January, when the troops under General Grant embarked at Memphis and moved down the Mississippi River to Young's Point, on the Louisiana shore, a few miles above Vicksburg. The expected cooperation by his forces with those of Sherman had been prevented by the brilliant cavalry expedition under Van Dorn, which captured and destroyed the vast supplies collected at Holly Springs for the use of Grant's forces in the land movement referred to. This compelled Grant to retreat to Memphis, and frustrated the combined movement which had been projected in connection with the river campaign by Sherman, and a new plan of operations resulted therefrom, in which, however, still prominently appears the purpose of turning Vicksburg on the north. After General Grant, descending the Mississippi from Memphis, arrived, 2nd of February, 1863, in the neighborhood of Vicksburg and assumed command of the enemy's forces, an attempt was made, by removing obstructions to the navigation of the Yazoo Pass and Coldwater, small streams which flow from the Mississippi into the Tallahatchie River, to pass to the rear of Fort Pemberton at the mouth of the latter. The never-to-be-realized hope was to reduce that work, and thus open the way down the Yazoo River to the right flank of the defenses of Vicksburg. At the same time, another attempt was made, by means of the network of creeks and bayous on the north side of the Yazoo, to pass around and enter the Yazoo above Haines's Bluff, but our sharpshooters, availing themselves of every advantageous position, picked off the men upon the boats, and Colonel (afterward General) Ferguson, with a few men and a section of field pieces, so harassed and beset them that they were driven back utterly discomfited. Admiral Porter had, with his fleet, gone some distance up Deer Creek, and, but for the land forces sent to sustain him, would probably never have returned, an adventurous party having passed in below him with axes to fell trees so as to prevent his egress. He is described as follows: "I soon found Admiral Porter, who was on the deck of one of his ironclads with a shield made of the section of a smokestack, and I doubt if he was ever more glad to meet a friend than he was to see me. He explained that he had almost reached the Rolling Fork, when the woods became full of sharpshooters, who, taking advantage of trees, stumps, and the levee, would shoot down every man that poked his nose outside the protection of their armor. He informed me at one time things looked so critical that he had made up his mind to blow up the gunboats, and to escape with his men through the swamp to the Mississippi River." This attempt to get through to Yazoo, above Haynes's Bluff, had so signally failed that the expedition was ordered back to the Louisiana shore above Vicksburg, where they arrived on the 27th of March, 1863. General Grant was now in command of a large army, holding various positions on the Mississippi River opposite to Vicksburg, extending from Milliken's Bend above to New Carthage below, with a fleet of gunboats in the river above Vicksburg, and another some 8 miles below. Lieutenant General Pemberton's military district included Vicksburg, and Major General Gardner was in command at Port Hudson. These posts, as long as they could be maintained, gave us some control over the intermediate space of the river, about 260 miles in length, and to that extent secured our communication with the trans-Mississippi. The enemy, after his repeated and disastrous attempts to turn the right flank of Vicksburg, applied his attention to the opposite direction. General Grant first endeavored to divert the Mississippi from its channel by cutting a canal across the peninsula opposite to Vicksburg, so as to make a practicable passage for transport vessels from a point above to one below the city. His attempt was quite unsuccessful, and, whatever credit may be awarded to his enterprise, none can be given to his engineering skill, as the direction given to his ditch was such that, instead of being washed out by the current of the river, it was filled up by its sediment. Another attempt to get into the Mississippi without passing the batteries at Vicksburg was by digging a canal to connect the river with the bayou in rear of Milliken's Bend, so as to have water communication by way of Richmond to New Carthage. These indications of a purpose to get below Vicksburg caused General Pemberton, early in February, 1863, to attach Brigadier General John S. Bowen, with his Missouri Brigade, to Grand Gulf, near the mouth of the Big Black, and establish batteries there to command the mouth of that small river, which might be used to pass to the rear of Vicksburg, and also by their fire to obstruct the navigation of the Mississippi. On the 19th of March the flagship of Admiral Farragut, with one gunboat from the fleet of New Orleans, passed up the river in defiance of our batteries; but on the 25th 4 gunboats from the upper fleet attempted to pass down and were repulsed, 2 of them completely disabled. On the 16th of April a fleet of ironclads with barges in tow, Admiral Porter commanding, under cover of the night ran the Vicksburg batteries. One of the vessels was destroyed and another one crippled, but towed out of range. Subsequently, on the night of the 26th, a fleet of transports with loaded barges was floated past Vicksburg. 1 or more of them was sunk, but enough escaped to give the enemy abundant supplies below Vicksburg and boats enough for ferriage uses. On the 20th of April the movement of the enemy commenced through the country on the west side of the river to their selected point of crossing below Grand Gulf. On the 29th the enemy's gunboats came down and took their stations in front of our batteries and rifle pits at Grand Gulf. A furious cannonade was continued for many hours, and the fleet withdrew, having 1 gunboat disabled, and otherwise receiving and inflicting but little damage. Among the casualties on our side was that of Colonel William Wade, the chief of artillery, an officer of great merit, alike respected and beloved, whose death was universally regretted. In a short time the fleet reappeared from behind a point which had concealed them from view. The gunboats now had transports lashed to their farther side, and, protected by their iron shields, ran by our batteries at full speed, losing but one transport on the way. On the evening of the 29th of April, the enemy commenced ferrying over troops from the Louisiana to the Mississippi shore to a landing just below the mouth of Bayou Pierre. General Greene, with his brigade, moved thither, and, when the enemy on the night of the 30th commenced his advance, General Greene attacked him with such impressive vigor as to render their march both cautious and slow. As additional forces came up, Greene retired, skirmishing. In the meantime, Generals Tracy and Baldwin, with their brigades, had, by forced marches, joined General Greene, and about daylight a more serious conflict occurred, lasting some 2 hours and a half, during which General Tracy, a distinguished citizen of Alabama, of whom patriotism made a soldier, fell while gallantly leading his brigade on the unequal combat in which it was engaged. Step by step, disputing the ground, Greene retired to the range of hills 3 miles southwest of Port Gibson, where General Bowen joined him and arranged a new line of battle. The enemy's forces were steadily augmented by the arrival of reinforcements from the rear. Our troops continued most valiantly to resist, until, between 9 and 10 o'clock, outflanked both on our right and left, their condition seemed almost hopeless, when, by a movement to which desperation gave a power quite disproportionate to the numbers, the right wing of the enemy was driven back, and our forces made good their retreat across the bridge over Bayou Pierre. General Cockerell, commanding our left wing, led this forlorn hope in person, and to the fortune which favors the brave must be attributed the few casualties which occurred in a service so hazardous. General Bowen promptly entrenched his camp on the east side of Bayou Pierre, and waited for future developments. The relative forces engaged in the battle of the 1st of May were, as nearly as I have been able to learn, 5,500 Confederates and 20,000 Federals. Fresh troops were reported to be joining Grant's army, and one of his corps had been sent to cross by a ford above so as to get in rear of our position. The reinforcements which were en route to Bowen had not yet appeared so near as to give him assurance of cooperation. To divert notice of this movement to get in the rear of Bowen, on the morning of the 2d, Grant ordered artillery fire to be opened on our entrenchments across Bayou Pierre. It was quite ineffectual, and probably was not expected to do more than occupy attention. During the forenoon, Bowen sent a flag of truce to ask suspension of hostilities for the purpose of burying the dead. This was refused, and a demand made for surrender. That was as promptly as decidedly rejected, and, as the day wore away without the arrival of reinforcement, Bowen, under cover of night, commenced a retreat, his march being directed toward Grand Gulf. General Loring with his division soon joined him. Directions were sent to the garrison at Grand Gulf to dismantle the fortifications and evacuate the place. On the morning of the 3d, General Grant commenced a pursuit of the retreating force, which, however, was attended with only unimportant skirmishes. Bowen, with the reinforcements which were marching to his support, recrossed the Big Black at Hankinson's Ferry, and all, under the orders of General Pemberton, were assigned to their respective positions in the army he commanded. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 39b. While the events which have just been narrated were transpiring, Colonel Grierson, with 3 regiments of cavalry, made a raid from the northern border of Mississippi through the interior of the state, and joined General Banks at Baton Rouge in Louisiana, Among the expeditions for pillage and arson, this stands prominent for savage outrages against defenseless women and children, constituting a record alike unworthy a soldier and a gentleman. Grant, with his large army, was now marching into the interior of Mississippi, his route being such as might either be intended to strike the capital, Jackson, or Vicksburg. The country through which he had to pass was for some distance composed of abrupt hills, and all of it poorly provided with roads. There was reasonable ground to hope that, with such difficult communications with his base of supplies, and the physical obstacles to his progress, he might be advantageously encountered at many points and be finally defeated. In such warfare as was possible, that portion of the population who were exempt or incapable of full service in the army could be very effective as an auxiliary force. I therefore wrote to the governor, Pettus, a man worthy of all confidence as well for his patriotism as his manhood, requesting him to use all practicable means to get every man and boy, capable of aiding their country in its need, to turn out, mounted or on foot, with whatever weapons they had, to aid the soldiers in driving the invader from our soil. The facilities the enemy possessed in river transportation, and the aid which their ironclad gunboats gave to all operations where land and naval forces could be combined, were lost to Grant in this interior march which he was making. Success gives credit to military enterprises. Had this failed, as I think it surely would have been pronounced an egregious blunder. Other efforts made to repel the invader will be noticed in the course of the narrative. After the retreat of Bowen, which has been described, General Pemberton, anticipating an attack on Vicksburg from the rear, concentrated all the troops of his command for its defense. All previous demonstrations indicated the special purpose of the enemy to be its capture. The strategic importance justified the belief that he would concentrate his efforts upon that object, and this opinion was enforced by the difficulty of supplying his army in the region into which he was marching, and the special advantages of Vicksburg as his base. The better mode of counteracting his views, whatever they might be, it would be more easy now to determine than it was when General Pemberton had to decide that question. The superior force of the enemy enabled him at the same time, while moving the main body of his troops through Louisiana to a point below Vicksburg, to send a corps to renew the demonstration against Haynes's Bluff. Finding due preparation made to resist an attack there, this demonstration was merely a feint, but had Pemberton withdrawn his troops, that feint could have been converted into a real attack, and the effort so often foiled to gain the heights above Vicksburg would have become a success. When that corps retired, and proceeded to join the rest of Grant's army, which had gone toward Grand Gulf, Pemberton commenced energetically to prepare for what was now the manifest object of the enemy. From his headquarters at Jackson, Mississippi, he, on the 23rd of April, directed Major General Stevenson, commanding at Vicksburg, that, "communications, at least for infantry, should be made by the shortest practicable route to Grand Gulf. The indications now are that the attack will not be made on your front or right, and all troops not absolutely necessary to hold the works at Vicksburg should be held as a movable force for either Warrenton or Grand Gulf." On the 28th, Brigadier General Bowen, commanding at Grand Gulf, reported that "transports and barges loaded down with troops are landing at Hard Times on the west bank." Pemberton replied by asking, "Have you force enough to hold your position? If not, give me the smallest additional number with which you can." At this time the small cavalry force remaining in Pemberton's command compelled him to keep infantry detachments at many points liable to be attacked by raiding parties of the enemy's mounted troops, a circumstance seriously interfering with the concentration of the forces of his command. Instructions were sent to all the commanders of his cavalry detachments to move toward Grand Gulf, to harass the enemy in flank and rear, obstructing, as far as might be, communications with his base. A dispatch was sent to Major General Buckner, commanding at Mobile, asking him to protect the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, as Pemberton required all the troops he could spare to strengthen General Bowen. A dispatch was also sent to General J.E. Johnston at Tullahoma, saying that the Army of Tennessee must be relied on to guard the approaches through North Mississippi. To Major General Stevenson at Vicksburg he sent a dispatch, "Hold 5,000 men in readiness to move to Grand Gulf, and, on the requisition of Brigadier General Bowen, move them. With your batteries and rifle pits manned, the city front is impregnable." At the same time, the following was sent to General Bowen: "I have directed General Stevenson to have 5,000 men ready to move on your requisition, but do not make requisition unless absolutely necessary for your position. I am also making arrangements for sending you 2,000 or 3,000 men from this direction in case of necessity." The policy was here manifested of meeting the enemy in the hills east of the point of his debarkation, yet all unfriendly criticism has treated General Pemberton's course on that occasion as having been voluntarily to withdraw his troops to within the intrenchments of Vicksburg. His published reports show what early and consistent efforts he made to avoid that result. After General J.E. Johnston had recovered from the wound received at Seven Pines, he was on the 24th of November, 1862, by Special Order No. 275, assigned to the command of a geographical department including the States of Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and parts of Louisiana, Georgia, and North Carolina. The order gives authority to establish his headquarters wherever, in his judgment, will best secure facilities for ready communication with the troops of his command, and provides that he "will repair to any part of said command whenever his presence may for the time be necessary or desirable." While the events which have been described were occurring in Pemberton's command, he felt seriously the want of cavalry, and was much embarrassed by the necessity for substituting portions of his infantry to supply the deficiency of cavalry. These embarrassments, and the injurious consequences attendant upon them, were frequently represented. In his report he states, after several other applications for cavalry, that on March 25th he wrote to General Johnston, commanding department, urgently requesting that the division of cavalry under Major General Van Dorn, which had been sent to the Army of Tennessee for special and temporary purposes, might be returned." He gives the following extract from General Johnston's reply of April 3d to his request: "In the present aspect of affairs, General Van Dorn's cavalry is much more needed in this department than in that of Mississippi and East Louisiana, and can not be sent back as long as this state of things exists. You have now in your department 5 brigades of the troops you most require, that is, infantry, belonging to the Army of Tennessee. This is more than a compensation for the absence of General Van Dorn's cavalry command." To this Pemberton rejoined that cavalry was dispensable, stating the positions where the enemy was operating on his communications, and the impossibility of defending the railroads by infantry. Referring to the advance of the enemy from Bruinsburg, Pemberton in his report makes the following statement: "With a moderate cavalry force at my disposal, I am firmly convinced that the Federal army under General Grant would have been unable to maintain its communication with the Mississippi River, and that the attempt to reach Jackson and Vicksburg would have been as signally defeated in May, 1863, as a like attempt from another base had, by the employment of cavalry, been defeated in December, 1862." Pemberton commenced, after the retreat of Bowen, to concentrate all his forces for the great effort of checking the invading army, and on the 6th of May telegraphed to the Secretary of War that the reinforcements sent to him were very insufficient, adding, "The stake is a great one. I can see nothing so important." On the 12th of May he sent a telegram to General J.E. Johnston, and a duplicate to the President, announcing his purpose to meet the enemy then moving with heavy force towards Edwards's Depot, and indicated that as the battlefield. He urgently asked for more reinforcements. Also, that 3,000 cavalry be at once sent to operate on this line. I urge this as a positive necessity. The enemy largely outnumbers me, and I am obliged to hold back a large force at the ferries on Big Black." This was done to prevent the foe passing to his rear. Large bodies of troops continued to descend the river, land above Vicksburg, and, to avoid our batteries at that place, to move on the west side of the river to reinforce General Grant. This seemed to justify the conclusion that the main effort in the West was to be made by that army, and, supposing that General Johnston would be convinced of the fact if he repaired to that field in person, as well as to avail ourselves of the public confidence felt in his military capacity, he was ordered, on the 9th of May, 1863, to "proceed at once to Mississippi and take chief command of the forces, giving to those in the field, as far as practicable, the encouragement and benefit of your personal direction. Arrange to take, for temporary service, with you, or to be followed without delay, 3,000 good troops," etc. On the 12th, the same day General Pemberton had applied for reinforcements, he instructed Major General Stevenson as follows: "From information received, it is evident that the enemy is advancing in force on Edwards's Depot and Big Black Bridge. Hot skirmishing has been going on all the morning, and the enemy are at 14 Mile Creek. You must move with your whole division to the support of Loring and Bowen at the bridge, leaving Baldwin's and Moore's brigades to protect your right." In consequence of that information, Brigadier General Gregg, who was near Raymond, received cautionary instruction, notwithstanding which he was attacked by a large body of the enemy's forces, and his single brigade, with great gallantry and steadiness, held them in check for several hours, and then retired in such good order as to attract general admiration. Meantime, bodies of the enemy's troops were sent into the interior villages, and much damage was done in them and to the defenseless, isolated homes in the country. General Johnston arrived at Jackson on the 13th of May, 1863, and telegraphed to J.A. Seddon, Secretary of War, as follows: "I arrived this evening, finding the enemy in force between this place and General Pemberton, cutting off the communication. I am too late." In the order assigning General Johnston to the Geographical Department of the West, he was directed to repair in person to any part of his command, whenever his presence might be for the time necessary or desirable. On the 9th of May, 1863, he was ordered to proceed at once to Mississippi and take chief command of the forces in the field. When he reached Jackson, learning that the enemy was between that place and the position occupied by General Pemberton's forces, about 30 miles distant, he halted there and opened correspondence with Pemberton, from which a confusion with consequent disaster resulted, which might have been avoided had he, with or without his reinforcements, proceeded to Pemberton's headquarters in the field. What that confusion or want of co-intelligence was, will best appear from citing the important part of the dispatches which passed between them. On May 13th, General Johnston, then at Jackson, sent the following dispatch to General Pemberton, which was received on the 14th. "I have lately arrived, and learn that Major General Sherman is between us, with 4 divisions, at Clinton. It is important to reestablish communications, that you may be reinforced. If practicable, come up in his rear at once. To beat such a detachment would be of immense value. Troops here could cooperate. All the troops you can quickly assemble should be brought. Time is all important." On the same day, the 14th, General Pemberton, then at Bovina, replied, "I have the honor to acknowledge receipt of your communication. I moved at once with whole available force, about 16,000, leaving Vaughan's brigade, about 1,500, at Big Black Bridge. Tilghman's brigade, 1,500, now at Baldwin's Ferry, I have ordered to bring up the rear of my column. He will be, however, from 15 to 20 miles behind it. Baldwin's Ferry will be left, necessarily, unprotected. To hold Vicksburg are Smith's and Forney's divisions, extending from Snyder's Mills to Warrenton, numbering effectives 7,800 men. I do not think that you fully comprehend the position that Vicksburg will be left in, but I comply at once with your order." On the same day, General Pemberton, after his arrival at Edwards's Depot, called a council of war of all the general officers present. He placed General Johnston's dispatch before them, and stated his own views against the propriety of an advance, but expressed the opinion that the only possibility of success would be by a movement on the enemy's communications. A majority of the officers present expressed themselves favorable to the plan indicated by General Johnston. The others, including Major Generals Loring and Stevenson, preferred a movement by which the army might attempt to cut off the enemy's supplies from the Mississippi River." General Pemberton then sent the following dispatch to General Johnston. "Edwards's Depot, May 14, 1863. I shall move as early tomorrow morning as practicable, with a column of 17,000 men, to Dillon's, situated on the main road leading from Raymond to Port Gibson, 7½ miles below Raymond, and 9½ miles from Edwards's Depot. The object is to cut the enemy's communication and to force him to attack me, as I do not consider my force sufficient to justify an attack on the enemy in position, or to attempt to cut my way to Jackson. At this point, your nearest communication would be through Raymond." The movement commenced about 1 p.m. on the 15th. General Pemberton states that the force at Clinton was an army corps, numerically greater than his whole available force in the field, that "the enemy had at least an equal force to the south, on my right flank, which would be nearer Vicksburg than myself, in case I should make the movement proposed. I had, moreover, positive information that he was daily increasing his strength. I also learned, on reaching Edwards's Depot, that one division of the enemy, A.J. Smith's, was at or near Dillon's." On the morning of the 16th, about 6:30 o'clock, Colonel Wirt Adams, commanding the cavalry, reported to General Pemberton that his pickets were skirmishing with the enemy on the Raymond road in our front. At the same moment a courier arrived and delivered the following dispatch from General Johnston. "Canton Road, 10 miles from Jackson, May 15, 1863, 8:30 o'clock a.m. Our being compelled to leave Jackson makes your plan impracticable. The only mode by which we can unite is by your moving directly to Clinton and informing me, that we may move to that point with about 6,000." Pemberton reversed his column to return to Edwards's Depot and take the Brownsville road, so as to proceed toward Clinton on the north side of the railroad, and sent a reply to General Johnston to notify him of the retrograde movement and the route to be followed. Just as the reverse movement commenced, the enemy drove in the cavalry pickets and opened fire with artillery. The continuance of the movement was ordered, when, the demonstrations of the enemy becoming more serious, orders were issued to form a line of battle, with Loring on the right, Bowen in the center, and Stevenson on the left. Major General Stevenson was ordered to make the necessary dispositions for protecting the trains on the Clinton road and the crossing of Baker's Creek. The line of battle was quickly formed in a position naturally strong, and the approaches from the front well covered. The enemy made his first demonstration on the right, but, after a lively artillery duel for an hour or more, this attack was relinquished, and a large force was thrown against the left, where skirmishing became heavy. About 10 o'clock the battle began in earnest along Stevenson's entire front. About noon Loring was ordered to move forward and crush the enemy in his front, and Bowen to cooperate. No movement was made by Loring. He said the force was too strongly posted to be attacked, but that he would seize the first opportunity to assault if one should offer. Stevenson soon found that unless reinforced he would be unable to resist the heavy and repeated attacks along his line. Aid was sent to him from Bowen, and for a time the tide of battle turned in our favor. The enemy still continued to move troops from his left to his right, thus increasing on that flank his vastly superior forces. General Pemberton, feeling assured that there was no important force in front of Loring, again ordered him to move to the left as rapidly as possible. To this order the answer was given that the enemy was in strong force and endeavoring to turn his flank. As there was no firing on the right, the order was repeated. Much time was lost in exchanging these messages. At 4 p.m. a part of Stevenson's division broke badly and fell back. Some assistance finally came from Loring, but it was too late to save the day, and the retreat was ordered. Had the left been promptly supported when it was first so ordered, it was not improbable that the position might have been maintained, and the enemy possibly driven back, although his increasing numbers would have rendered it necessary to withdraw during the night to save our communications with Vicksburg unless promptly reinforced. The dispatch of the 15th from General Johnston, in obedience to which Pemberton reversed his order of march, gave him the first intelligence that Johnston had left Jackson. But, while making the retrograde movement, a previous dispatch from Johnston, dated May 14, 1863, camp 7 miles from Jackson, informed Pemberton that the body of Federal troops, mentioned in his dispatch of the 13th, had compelled the evacuation of Jackson, and that he was moving by the Canton road. He refers to the troops east of Jackson as perhaps able to prevent the enemy there from drawing provisions from that direction, and that his command might effect the same thing in regard to the country toward Panola, and then asks these significant questions. Can he supply himself from the Mississippi? Can you not cut him off from it? Above all, should he be compelled to fall back for want of supplies, beat him? As soon as the reinforcements are all up, they must be united to the rest of the army. If prisoners tell the truth, the force at Jackson must be half of Grant's array. It would decide the campaign to beat it, which can only be done by concentrating, especially when the remainder of the Eastern troops arrive. They are to be 12,000 or 13,000. From Pemberton's communication, it is seen that he did not feel his army strong enough to attack the corps in position at Clinton, and that he hoped by the course adopted to compel the enemy to attack our force in position. Whether the movement towards Dillon's was well or ill advised, it was certainly a misfortune to reverse the order of march in the presence of the enemy, as it involved the disadvantage of being attacked in rear. As has been described, the dispositions for battle were promptly made, and many of the troops fought with a gallantry worthy of all praise. Though defeated, they were not routed. Stevenson's single division for a long time resisted a force estimated by him at "more than 4 times" his own. In the afternoon he was reinforced by the unfaltering troops of Bowen's division. Cockerell, commanding the 1st Missouri Brigade, fought with like fortitude under like disadvantage. When Pemberton saw that the masses assailing his left and left center by their immense numbers were pressing our forces back into Old Fields, where the advantages of position would be in his adversary's favor, he directed his troops to retire, and sent to Brigadier General Lloyd Tilghman instructions to hold the Raymond road to protect the retreat. General Pemberton says of him, "It was in the execution of this important duty, which could not have been confided to a fitter man, that the lamented general bravely lost his life." He was the officer whose devoted gallantry and self-sacrificing generosity were noticed in connection with the fall of Fort Henry. This severe battle was signalized by so many feats of individual intrepidity that its roll of honor is too long for the limits of these pages. Though some gave way in confusion, and others failed to respond when called on, the heroism of the rest shed luster on the field, and "the main body of the troops retired in good order." The gallant brigades of Greene and Cockerell covered the rear. The topographical features of the position at the railroad bridge across the Big Black were such as, with the artificial strength given to it, made it quite feasible to defend it against a direct approach, even of an army as much superior in numbers to that of Pemberton as was that of Grant. But the attack need not be made by a direct approach. The position could be turned by moving either above or below by fords and ferries, and thus advancing upon Vicksburg by other and equally eligible routes. From what has already been quoted, it will be understood that General Pemberton considered the occupation of Vicksburg vitally important in connection with the command of the Mississippi River, and the maintenance of communication with the country beyond it. It was therefore that he had been so reluctant to endanger his connection with that point as his base. Pressed as he was by the enemy, whose object, it had been unmistakably shown, was to get possession of Vicksburg and its defenses, the circumstances made it imperative that he should abandon a position, the holding of which would not effect his object, and that he should withdraw his forces from the field to unite them with those within the defenses of Vicksburg, and endeavor, as speedily as possible, to reorganize the depressed and discomfited troops. One of the immediate results of the retreat from Big Black was the necessity of abandoning our defenses on the Yazoo at Snyder's Mills. This position and the line of Chickasaw Bayou were no longer tenable. All stores that could be transported were ordered to be sent into Vicksburg as rapidly as possible, the rest, including heavy guns, to be destroyed. During the night of the 17th nothing of importance occurred. On the morning of the 18th the troops were disposed from right to left on the defenses. On the entire line 102 pieces of artillery of different caliber, principally field guns, were placed in position at such points as were deemed most suitable to the character of the gun. Instructions had been given from Bovina that all the cattle, sheep, and hogs belonging to private parties, and likely to fall into the hands of the enemy, should be driven within our lines. Grant's army appeared on the 18th. The development of the entrenched line from our extreme right was about 8 miles, the shortest defensible line of which the topography of the country admitted. It consisted of a system of detached works, redans, lunettes, and redoubts, on the prominent and commanding points, with the usual profile of raised field works, connected in most cases by rifle pits. To hold the entire line there were about 18,500 infantry, but these could not be all put in the trenches, as it was necessary to keep a reserve always ready to reinforce any point heavily threatened. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 39C. The campaign against Vicksburg had commenced as early as November 1862, and reference has been made to the various attempts to capture the position both before and after General Grant arrived and took command in person. He had now, by a circuitous march, reached the rear of the city, established a base on the Mississippi River a few miles below, had a fleet of gunboats in the river, and controlled the navigation of the Yazoo up to Haynes's Bluff, and was relieved from all danger in regard to supplying his army. We had lost the opportunity to cut his communications while he was making his long march over the rugged country between Bruinsburg and the vicinity of Vicksburg. Pemberton had by wise prevision endeavored to secure supplies sufficient for the duration of an ordinary siege, and, on the importance which he knew the administration attached to the holding of Vicksburg, he relied for the cooperation of a relieving army to break any investment which might be made. Disappointed in the hope which I had entertained that the invading army would be unable to draw its supplies from Bruinsburg or Grand Gulf, and be driven back before crossing the Big Black, it now only remained to increase as far as possible the relieving army, and depend upon it to break the investment. The ability of the Federals to send reinforcements was so much greater than ours, that the necessity for prompt action was fully realized. Therefore, when General Johnston on May 9th was ordered to proceed to Mississippi, he was directed to take from the Army of Tennessee 3,000 good troops, and informed that he would find reinforcements from General Beauregard. On May 12th a dispatch was sent to him at Jackson stating, "In addition to the 5,000 men originally ordered from Charleston (Beauregard), about 4,000 more will follow. I fear more cannot be spared to you." On May 22d I sent the following dispatch to General Bragg at Tullahoma, Tennessee: "The vital issue of holding the Mississippi at Vicksburg is dependent on the success of General Johnston in an attack on the investing force. The intelligence from there is discouraging. Can you aid him?" To this he replied, on the 23d of May, 1863, "Sent 3,500 with the general, 3 batteries of artillery, and 2,000 cavalry since. Will dispatch 6,000 more immediately." In my telegram to General Bragg, after stating the necessity, I submitted the whole question to his judgment, having full reliance in the large-hearted and comprehensive view which his self-denying nature would take of the case, and I responded to him, "Your answer is in the spirit of patriotism heretofore manifested by you. The need is sore, but you must not forget your own necessities." On the 1st of June, General Johnston telegraphed to me that the troops at his disposal available against Grant amounted to 24,100, not including Jackson's cavalry command and a few hundred irregular cavalry. Mr. Seddon, Secretary of War, replied to him stating the force to be 32,000. In another dispatch, of June 5th, the Secretary says his statement rested on official reports of numbers sent, regrets his inability to promise more, as we had drained our resources even to the danger of several points, and urged speedy action. "With the facilities and resources of the enemy, time works against us." Again, on the 16th, Secretary Seddon says, "If better resources do not offer, you must hazard attack." On the 18th, while Pemberton was inspecting the intrenchments along which his command had been placed, he received by courier a communication from General Johnston, dated "May 17, 1863, camp between Livingston and Brownsville," in answer to Pemberton's report of the result of the battles of Baker's Creek and Big Black, and the consequent evacuation of Snyder's Mills. General Johnston wrote, "If Haynes's Bluff is untenable, Vicksburg is of no value, and cannot be held. If, therefore, you are invested in Vicksburg, you must ultimately surrender. Under such circumstances, instead of losing both troops and place, we must, if possible, save the troops. If it is not too late, evacuate Vicksburg and its dependencies, and march to the northeast." Pemberton, in his report, remarks, "This meant the fall of Port Hudson, the surrender of the Mississippi River, and the severance of the Confederacy." He recurs to a former correspondence with myself in which he had suggested the possibility of the investment of Vicksburg by land and water, and the necessity for ample supplies to stand a siege, and says his application met my favorable consideration, and that additional ammunition was ordered. Confident in his ability, with the preparations which had been made, to stand a siege, and firmly relying on the desire of the President and of General Johnston to raise it, he "felt that every effort would be made, and believed it would be successful." He, however, summoned a council of war, composed of all his general officers, laid before them General Johnston's communication, and desired their opinion on "the question of practicability," and on the 18th reported to General Johnston that he had placed his instructions before the general officers of the command, and that "the opinion was unanimously expressed that it was impossible to withdraw the army from this position with such morale and material as to be of further service to the Confederacy." He then announces his decision to hold Vicksburg as long as possible, and expresses the hope that he may be assisted in keeping this obstruction to the enemy's free navigation of the Mississippi River. He closes his letter thus, "I still conceive it to be the most important point in the Confederacy." While the council of war was assembled, the guns of the enemy opened on the works, and the siege proper commenced. Making meager allowance for a reserve, it required the whole force to be constantly in the trenches, and, when they were all on duty, it did not furnish one man to the yard of the developed line. On the 19th 2 assaults were made at the center and left. Both were repulsed and heavy losses inflicted. Our loss was small. At the same time, the mortar fleet of Admiral Porter from the west side of the peninsula kept up a bombardment of the city. Vicksburg is built upon hills rising successively from the river. The entrenchments were upon ridges beyond the town, only approaching the river on the right and left flanks, so that the fire of Porter's mortar fleet was mainly effective upon the private dwellings, and the women, the children, and the other non-combatants. The hills on which the city is built are of a tenacious calcareous clay, and caves were dug in these to shelter the women and children, many of whom resided in them during the entire siege. From these places of refuge, heroically facing the danger of shells incessantly bursting over the streets, gentlewomen hourly went forth on the mission of humanity to nurse the sick, the wounded, and to soothe the dying of their defenders who were collected in numerous hospitals. Without departing from the softer character of their sex, it was often remarked that, in the discharge of the pious duties assumed, they seemed as indifferent to danger as any of the soldiers who lined the trenches. During the 20th, 21st, and the forenoon of the 22nd, a heavy fire of artillery and musketry was kept up by the besiegers, as well as by the mortar and gunboats in the river. On the afternoon of the 22nd preparation was made for a general assault. The attacking columns were allowed to approach to within good musket range, when every available gun was opened with grape and canister, and our infantry, "rising in the trenches, poured into their ranks volley after volley with so deadly an effect that, leaving the ground literally covered in some places with their dead and wounded, they (the enemy) precipitately retreated." One of our redoubts had been breached by their artillery previous to the assault, and a lodgment made in the ditch at the foot of the redoubt, on which 2 colors were planted. General Stevenson says in his report, "The work was constructed in such a manner that the ditch was commanded by no part of the line, and the only means by which they could be dislodged was to retake the angle by a desperate charge, and either kill or compel the surrender of the whole party by the use of hand grenades. A call for volunteers for this purpose was made, and promptly responded to by Lieutenant Colonel E.W. Pettus, 20th Alabama Regiment, and about 40 men of Wall's Texas Legion. A more gallant feat than this charge has not illustrated our arms during the war. The preparations were quietly and quickly made, but the enemy seemed at once to divine our intentions, and opened upon the angle a terrible fire of shot, shell, and musketry. Undaunted, this little band, its chivalrous commander at its head, rushed upon the work, and in less time than it required to describe it, the flags were in our possession. Preparations were then quickly made for the use of hand grenades, when the enemy in the ditch, being informed of our purpose, immediately surrendered. From this time forward, although on several occasions their demonstrations seemed to indicate other intentions, the enemy relinquished all idea of assaulting us, and confined himself to the more cautious policy of a system of gradual approaches and mining." His force was not less than 60,000 men. Thus affairs continued until July 1st, when General Pemberton thus describes the causes which made capitulation necessary. "It must be remembered that, for 47 days and nights, those heroic men had been exposed to burning suns, drenching rains, damp fogs, and heavy dews, and that during all this period they never had, by day or by night, the slightest relief. The extent of our works required every available man in the trenches, and even then they were in many places insufficiently manned. It was not in my power to relieve any portion of the line for a single hour. Confined to the narrow limits of trench, with their limbs cramped and swollen, without exercise, constantly exposed to a murderous storm of shot and shell, is it strange that the men grew weak and attenuated? They had held the place against an enemy 5 times their number, admirably clothed and fed, and abundantly supplied with all the appliances of war. Whenever the foe attempted an assault, they drove him back discomfited, covering the ground with his killed and wounded, and already had they torn from his grasp 5 stands of colors as trophies of their prowess, none of which were allowed to fall again into his hands." Under these circumstances, he says, he became satisfied that the time had arrived when it was necessary either to evacuate the city by cutting his way out, or to capitulate. Inquiries were made of the division commanders respecting the ability of the troops to make the marches and undergo the fatigues necessary to accomplish a successful sortie and force their way through the enemy, all of whom reported their several commands quite unequal to the performance of such an effort. Therefore, it was resolved to seek terms of capitulation. These were obtained, and the city was surrendered on July 4th. The report of General Pemberton contains this statement: "Knowing the anxious desire of the government to relieve Vicksburg, I felt assured that, if within the compass of its power, the siege would be raised. But, when 47 days and nights had passed, with the knowledge I then possessed that no adequate relief was to be expected, I felt that I ought not longer to place in jeopardy the brave men whose lives had been entrusted to my care. Hence, after the suggestion of the alternative of cutting my way out, I determined to make terms, not because my men were starved out, not because I could not hold out yet a little longer, but because they were overpowered by numbers, worn down with fatigue, and each day saw our defenses crumbling beneath their feet. With an unlimited supply of provisions, the garrison could, for the reasons already given, have held out much longer." At the close of General Pemberton's report he notices 2 officers, whose gallant services have been repeatedly mentioned in the foregoing pages, as follows: "I cannot close this report without a brief tribute to the memory of 2 of the best soldiers in the Confederate force. I refer to Major General John S. Bowen and Brigadier General Martin E. Greene. Always faithful, zealous, and brave, they fell, as became them, in the discharge of their duty. General Greene died upon the lines he had so long and so gallantly defended. General Bowen, having passed scatheless through the bloody scenes of Shiloh, Iuka, Corinth, Grand Gulf, Port Gibson, Baker's Creek, and Vicksburg, perished by disease after the capitulation." With an unlimited supply of provisions, the garrison could not, for the reasons already given, have held out much longer. Our loss in killed, wounded, and missing, from the landing of the enemy on the east to the capitulation, was 5,632. That of the enemy, according to his own statement, was 8,875. The number of prisoners surrendered, as near as I can tell, did not exceed 28,000. In addition to the efforts made to relieve Vicksburg by an attack on Grant's army in the rear, instructions were sent to General Kirby Smith, commanding on the west side of the river, to employ a part of his forces in cooperation with our troops on the east side. From General Richard Tyler's work, Destruction and Reconstruction, I learn that, "The Federal army withdrew from Alexandria, a town on Red River, Louisiana, on the 13th of May, and on the 23d crossed the Mississippi and proceeded to invest Port Hudson. A communication from General Kirby Smith informed me that Major General Walker, with a division of infantry and 3 batteries, 4,000 strong, was on the march from Arkansas, and would reach me within the next few days; and I was directed to employ Walker's force to relieve Vicksburg, now invested by General Grant, who had crossed the Mississippi on the 1st of May." General Taylor states that his view was that this force might be best employed for the relief of Vicksburg by a movement to raise the siege of Port Hudson, which he regarded as feasible, while a direct movement toward Vicksburg he considered would be unavailing, because the peninsula opposite to that city was partially occupied by the enemy and commanded by the gunboats in the river. He states, however, that he was overruled, and proceeded with Walker's division to cross the Tensas and attack two Federal camps on the bank of the Mississippi, the one 10 and the other 14 miles above Vicksburg, but that, after driving the troops over the levee, the gunboats in the river protected them from any further assault. Then, being convinced that nothing useful could be effected in that quarter, he, in conformity with his original idea, ordered General Walker to retire to Alexandria, intending to go thence to the Teche. He says this order was countermanded, and the division kept in the region between the Tensas and the Mississippi until the fall of Vicksburg. Taylor had left Mouton's and Greene's brigades in the country west of the Teche, and thither he went in person. At Alexandria he found 3 regiments of Texan mounted men, about 650 aggregate, under the command of Colonel, afterward Brigadier General, Major, and these were ordered to Morgan's Ferry on the Atchafalaya. Taylor then proceeded to the camps of Mouton and Greene on the lower Teche. After giving instructions preparatory to an attack on a work which the Federals had constructed at Berwick's Bay, Taylor returned to join Colonel Major's command on the Atchafalaya, and with it moved down the Fardoche and Gros Tête to Fausse Rivière, opposite to Port Hudson. Here the noise of the bombardment then in progress could be distinctly heard, and here he learned that the Federal force left in New Orleans did not exceed 1,000 men. It was now the 10th of June. He was about 100 miles from the Federal force at Berwick's Bay. He furnished Colonel Major with guides, informed him that he must be at Berwick's Bay on the morning of the 23rd, as Mouton and Greene would attack at dawn on that day. Taylor then hastened to the camp of Mouton and Greene. The country through which Major was to march was in possession of the enemy, therefore secrecy and celerity were alike required for success. The men carried their rations, and the wagons were sent back across the Atchafalaya. In his rapid march, Major captured 70 prisoners and burned 2 steamers, and the combined movements of Mouton, Greene, and Major all reached their goal at the appointed time, of which General Taylor says, "Although every precaution had been taken to exclude mistakes and ensure cooperation, such complete success is not often attained in combined military movement, and I felt that sacrifices were due to fortune." At Berwick's Bay the Federals had constructed works to strengthen a position occupied as a depot of supplies. The effective garrison was small, the principal number of those present being sick and convalescents. The works mounted 12 guns, 32s and 24s, and a gunboat was anchored in the bay. Our object was to capture Berwick's Bay, and thence proceed to the execution of the plan above indicated. For this purpose, having arrived on the Teche, a short distance above Berwick's Bay, some small boats, skiffs, and a number of sugar coolers were collected, in which the men were embarked. Major Hunter, of the Texas Regiment, and Major Blair, of the 2nd Louisiana, were placed in command, and detachments were drawn from the forces. They embarked at night, and paddled down the Teche to the Atchafalaya and Grand Lake. They had about 12 miles to go, and were expected to reach the northeast end of the island, a mile from Berwick's, before daylight, where they were to remain until they heard the guns of our force on the west side of the bay. At dawn on June 23d our guns opened on the gunboat and speedily drove it away. Fire was then directed on the earthworks, and the enemy attempted to reply, when a shout was heard in the rear, and Hunter with his party came rushing on. Resistance ceased at once. The spoils of Berwick's were of vast importance: 12 32 and 24-pounder guns, many small arms and accoutrements, great quantities of quartermasters and commissaries, ordnance, and medical stores, and 1,700 prisoners were taken. Then, as promptly as circumstances would permit, Taylor, with 3,000 men, of all arms, proceeded, with the guns and munitions he had acquired, to the execution of the object of his campaign, to raise the siege of Port Hudson by cutting Banks's communication with New Orleans and making a demonstration which would arouse that city. Its population of 200,000 was bitterly hostile to Federal rule, and the appearance of a Confederate force on the opposite bank of the river would raise such a storm as to bring Banks from Port Hudson, the garrison of which could then unite with General Joseph Johnston in the rear of General Grant." In the first week in July, 12 guns were placed on the river below Donaldsonville. Fire was opened, and one transport destroyed and several turned back. Gunboats attempted to dislodge our batteries, but were driven away by dismounted men, protected by the levee. For 3 days the river was closed to transports, and mounted scouts were pushed down to a point opposite Kenner, 16 miles above New Orleans. A few hours more, and there would have been great excitement in the city. But, by the surrender of Port Hudson on July 9th, the enemy were in sufficient force, not only to arrest Taylor's movements, but to require a withdrawal from the exposed position which this little command had assumed for the great object of relieving that place, and thus giving of its garrison, perhaps about 5,000 men, as a reinforcement to break the investment of Vicksburg. Port Hudson, which thus capitulated, was situated on a bend of the Mississippi about 22 miles above Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and 147 above New Orleans. The defenses in front, or on the water side, consisted of 3 series of batteries situated on a bluff and extending along the river above the place. Farther up was an impassable marsh forming a natural defense, and in the rear the works were strong, consisting of several lines of entrenchments and rifle pits, with heavy trees felled in every direction. General Banks, with a large force, landed on May 21, 1863, and on the 27th an assault was made on the works, and repulsed. A bombardment from the river was then kept up for several days, and on June 14th another unsuccessful assault was made. This was their last assault, but the enemy, resorting to mines and regular approaches, was slowly progressing with these when the news of the surrender of Vicksburg was received. Major General Gardner, who was in command, then made a proposal to General Banks to capitulate, which was accepted by the latter, and the position was yielded to him on the next day. The surrender included about 6,000 persons all told, 51 pieces of artillery, and a quantity of ordnance stores. Our loss in killed and wounded in the assaults was small compared to that of the enemy, and by the fall of Vicksburg the position of Fort Hudson had ceased to have much importance. More than 6 weeks the garrison, which had resisted a vastly superior force attacking by both land and water, had cheerfully encountered danger and fatigue without a murmur, had borne famine and had repulsed every assault, and yielded Port Hudson only when the fall of Vicksburg had deprived the position of its importance. A chivalric foe would have recognized the gallantry of the defense in the terms usually given under like circumstances, such, for instance, as were granted to Major Anderson at Fort Sumter, or, at the least, have paroled the garrison. I had regarded it of vast importance to hold the 2 positions of Vicksburg and Port Hudson. Though gunboats had passed the batteries of both, they had found it hazardous, and transport vessels could not prudently risk it. The garrisons of both places had maintained them with extraordinary gallantry, inspired no doubt as well by consciousness of the importance of their posts as by the soldierly character common to Confederate troops. Taylor, on the 10th, received intelligence of the fall of Port Hudson, and some hours later learned that Vicksburg had surrendered. His batteries and outposts were ordered in to the Lafourche, and Mouton was sent to Berwick's to cross the stores to the west side of the bay. On the 13th a force of 6,000 men followed his retreat down the Lafourche, but Greene, with 1,400 dismounted men and a battery, attacked the Federals so vigorously as to drive them into Donaldsonville, capturing 200 prisoners, many small arms, and 2 guns. Undisturbed thereafter, Taylor continued his march, removed all the stores from the fortification at Berwick's, and on the 21st of July moved up the Teche. The pickets left at Berwick's reported that the enemy's scouts only reached the bay 24 hours after Taylor's troops had withdrawn. In the recital of those events connected with the sieges of Port Hudson and Vicksburg, enough has been given to show the great anxiety of the administration to retain those two positions as necessary to continued communication between the Confederate States on the east and west sides of the Mississippi River. The reader will not have failed to observe that General Johnston, commanding the department, and General Pemberton, the district commander, entertained quite different views. The former considered the safety of the garrisons of such paramount importance that the position should be evacuated rather than the loss of the troops hazarded. The latter regarded the holding of Vicksburg as of such vital consequence that an army should be hazarded to maintain its possession. When General Pemberton and his forces were besieged in Vicksburg, every effort was made to supply General Johnston with an army which might raise the siege. While General Johnston was at Jackson, preparing to advance against the army investing Vicksburg, the knowledge that the enemy was receiving large reinforcements made it evident that the most prompt action was necessary for success. Of this General Johnston manifested a dear perception, for on the 25th of May he sent Pemberton the following message, "Bragg is sending a division. When it comes, I will move to you." After all the troops which could be drawn from other points had been sent to him, it was suggested that he might defeat the force investing Port Hudson, and unite the garrison with his troops at Jackson, but he replied, "We cannot relieve Port Hudson without giving up Jackson, by which we should lose the Mississippi." On June 29th, General Johnston reports that, "Field transportation and other supplies having been obtained, the army marched toward the Big Black, and on the evening of July 1st encamped between Brownsville and the river." The 2d and 3d of July were spent in reconnaissance, from which the conclusion was reached that an attack on the north side of the railroad was impracticable, and examinations were commenced on the south side of the railroad. On the 3d, a messenger was sent to General Pemberton that an attempt would be made about the 7th, by an attack on the enemy, to create a diversion which might enable Pemberton to cut his way out. The message was not received, and Pemberton, despairing of aid from the exterior, capitulated on the 4th. General Grant, in expectation that an attack on his rear would be made by General J.E. Johnston, performed a provisional corps by taking brigades from several corps, and assigned General Sherman to command it. He was sent in the direction of Big Black. Colonel Wilson, then commanding the 15th Illinois Cavalry, was sent to the Big Black River to watch for the expected advance of Johnston, when Sherman was to be notified, so that he might meet and hold Johnston in check until additional reinforcements should arrive. Wilson never sent the notice. An officer of Grant's army, whose rank and position gave opportunity for accurate information, writes, "It was always a matter of surprise to Grant and his commanders that Johnston failed to make the attempt to break up the siege of Vicksburg, of which, from the long line and consequent weakness of the Army of the North, there seemed a fair chance of accomplishment." General Johnston, being informed on the 5th of the surrender of Vicksburg, fell back to Jackson, where his army arrived on the 7th. "On the morning of the 9th the enemy appeared in heavy force in front of the works thrown up for the defense of the place. These, consisting of a line of rifle pits prepared at intervals for artillery, were badly located and constructed, presenting but a slight obstacle to a vigorous assault." The weather was hot, deep dust covered the country roads, and for about 10 miles there was no water to supply the troops who were advancing in heavy order of battle from Clinton; and the circumstances above mentioned caused General Johnston, as he states, to expect that the enemy "would be compelled to make an immediate assault." Sherman, in command of the attacking column, did not, however, elect to assault the intrenchments, but moved the left of his line around so as to rest upon Pearl River above, and then, extending his right so as to reach the river below, commenced entrenching a line of investment. As early as May 27th, Brigadier General J.G. Rains had been directed to report to General Johnston in connection with torpedoes and sub-terra shells, and a request had been made for "all reasonable facilities and aid in the supply of men or material for the fair trial of his torpedoes and shells." There could scarcely have been presented a better opportunity for their use than that offered by the heavy column marching against Jackson, and the enemy would have been taken at great disadvantage if our troops had met them midway between Jackson and Clinton. As the defenses of Jackson had not been so corrected in location and increased in strength as to avail against anything other than a mere assault, it is greatly to be regretted that the railroad bridge across Pearl River was not so repaired that the large equipments of the Central Road might have been removed for use elsewhere, and at other times. One of the serious embarrassments suffered in the last 2 years of the war was from the want of rolling stock, with which to operate our railroads as required for the transportation of troops and supplies. On the 12th of July a heavy cannonade was opened, and the missiles reached all parts of the town. An assault was also made on Major General Breckinridge's position on our extreme left. His division, with the aid of Cobb's and Slocum's batteries, repulsed it, inflicting severe loss and capturing 200 prisoners, besides the wounded, and taking 3 regimental colors. On the 15th, General Johnston was assured that the remainder of Grant's army was moving from Vicksburg to Jackson, and on the night of the 16th, he, having previously sent forward his sick and wounded, successfully withdrew his army across the Pearl River, and moved toward Brandon, and continued the march as far as Morton, about 35 miles from Jackson. The enemy followed no farther than Brandon, which was reached on the 19th, and manifested no higher purpose than that of arson, which was exhibited on a still larger scale at Jackson. Thus, within the first half of July, our disasters had followed close upon the heels of one another. Although not defeated at Gettysburg, we had suffered a check, and an army, to which nothing was considered impossible, had been compelled to retire, leaving its opponent in possession of the field of battle. The loss of Vicksburg and Port Hudson was the surrender of the Mississippi to the enemy. It was true that gunboats had run by our batteries, but not with impunity, and some of them had been sunk in the attempt. Transports for troops, supplies, and merchandise could not, except at great risk, use the river while our batteries at those 2 points remained effective, and gunboats cruising between them would have but a barren field. Moreover, they needed to be very numerous to prevent intercourse between the 2 sides of the river, which, thus far, they had never been able to effect. End of Section 27.
Section 28 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Chapter 40. Inactivity in Tennessee. Capture of Colburn's Expedition. Capture of Straight's Expedition. Advance of Rosecrans to Bridgeport. Burnside in East Tennessee. Our force at Chattanooga. Movement against Burnside. The enemy moves on our rear near Ringgold. Battle of Chickamauga. Strength and distribution of our forces. The enemy withdraws. Captures. Losses. The enemy evacuates passes of Lookout Mountain. His trains captured. Failure of General Bragg to pursue. Reinforcements to the enemy. And Grant to command. His description of the situation. Movements of the enemy. Conflict at Chattanooga. After the battle at Murfreesboro in Tennessee, a period of inactivity ensued between the large armed forces, which was disturbed only by occasional expeditions by small bodies on each side. On March 5, 1863, an expedition of the enemy under Colonel Colburn was captured at Spring Hill, 10 miles south of Franklin, by Generals Van Dorn and Forrest. 1,300 prisoners were taken. In April, another expedition under Colonel Streight into northern Georgia was captured near Rome by our vigilant, daring cavalry leader, Forrest. This was one of the most remarkable and to the enemy disastrous raids of the war. 1,700 prisoners were taken. In June, some movements were made by General Rosecrans, which were followed by the withdrawal of our forces from Middle Tennessee, and a return to the occupation of Chattanooga. At this time, General Bruckner held Knoxville and commanded the district of East Tennessee. General Samuel Jones commanded the district of Southwest Virginia. His headquarters at Arlington, Virginia. Between the two was Cumberland Gap, the well-known pass by which the first pioneer, Daniel Boone, went into Kentucky, and the only one in that region through which it was supposed an army, with the usual artillery and wagon train, could march from the north into East Tennessee or Southwest Virginia. It was, therefore, occupied and partially fortified, which, with the precipitous heights flanking it on the right and left, would, it was hoped, suffice against an attack in front, and prove an adequate barrier to an advance on our important line of communication in its rear, which Bruckner and Jones were relied on to defend. On the 20th of August, Brigadier General I.W. Frazier, an educated soldier in whom I had much confidence, assumed, by assignment, the command of this position, and energetically commenced to perfect the defenses, and ingeniously, though unsuccessfully, endeavored to bring a supply of water into the fortifications. He reported his force to amount to 1,700 effective infantry and artillery, and about 600 cavalry. The supply of ammunition was deficient, and some of it damaged by a badly constructed magazine. About August 20th it was ascertained that the army under General Rosecrans had crossed the mountains to Stevenson and Bridgeport. His force of infantry and artillery amounted to 70,000 men, divided into 4 corps. About the same time, General Burnside advanced from Kentucky, crossed, by using pack mules, the rugged mountains west of Cumberland Gap, and about the 1st of September approached Knoxville, East Tennessee, with a force estimated at over 25,000 men. General Buckner, therefore, evacuated Knoxville and took position at Loudoun, with a force of about 5,000 infantry, artillery, and cavalry. This rendered the occupation of Cumberland Gap hazardous to the garrison and comparatively of little value to us. But when its surrender was demanded by a force which might be resisted, General Frazier promptly refused to comply with the demand. Subsequently, General Burnside advanced with a large body of troops, and approaching from the south, renewed the demand, when General Frazier, recognizing the inutility as well as futility of resistance, surrendered on the 9th of September, 1863. The main body of our army was encamped near Chattanooga, while the cavalry force was recruiting from fatigue and exhaustion near Rome, Georgia. The enemy first attempted to strike Buckner in the rear, but failing, commenced a movement against our left and rear. On the last of August he had crossed his main force over the Tennessee River at Carpenter's Ferry, near Stevenson. Our effective force of infantry and artillery was about 35,000. By active reconnaissance of our cavalry, which had been brought forward, it was ascertained that Rosecrans' general movement was toward our left and rear, in the direction of Dalton and Rome, keeping Lookout Mountain between us. The want of supplies in the country, and the force under Burnside on our right, rendered hazardous a movement on the rear of the former with our force. General Lee, with commendable zeal for the public welfare and characteristic self-denial, had consented to remain for a time on the defensive for the purpose of reinforcing Bragg's army, and General Longstreet had been detached with his corps for that purpose. These troops were to come by rail from Atlanta, and might soon be expected to arrive. It was therefore determined to retire toward our expected reinforcements, as well as to meet the foe in front when he should emerge from the mountain gorges. As we could not thus hold Chattanooga, our army on September 7th and 8th took position from Lee and Gordon's Mill to Lafayette, on the road leading south from Chattanooga and fronting the east slope of Lookout Mountain. The forces on the Hiawassee in the Chickamauga Station took the route by Ringgold. A small cavalry force was left in observation at Chattanooga, and a brigade of infantry at Ringgold to cover the railroad. The enemy immediately moved the corps that threatened Buckner into Chattanooga, and shortly after it commenced to move on our rear by the roads to Lafayette and Ringgold. Another corps was nearly opposite the head of McLemore Cove at Will's Valley, and one at Colonel Winston's opposite Alpine. During the 9th, it was ascertained that a column between 4,000 and 5,000 had crossed Lookout Mountain by Stevens and Cooper's Gaps into McLemore's Cove. An effort was made by General Bragg to capture this column, with the intent then to turn upon the others and beat each in succession. But, some delay having occurred in the advance of our forces through the gap, the enemy took advantage of it and retreated to the mountain passes. He then withdrew his corps from the route toward Alpine to unite with the one near McLemore's Cove, which was gradually extended toward Lee and Gordon Mills. It was now determined to turn upon the third corps of the enemy, approaching us from the direction of Chattanooga. The forces sent toward the Cove were accordingly withdrawn to Lafayette, and Polk's and Walker's corps were moved immediately in the direction of Lee and Gordon's Mills, Lieutenant General Polk commanding. He was ordered to attack early the next morning, as the enemy's corps was known to be divided, and it was hoped by successive attacks to crush his army in detail. But the expectation was not realized, as his forces withdrew and formed a junction. Our trains and supplies were then put in a safe position, and all our forces were concentrated along the Chickamauga, threatening the opposing force in front. Major General Wheeler, with 2 divisions of cavalry, occupied the extreme left, vacated by Hill's corps, and was directed to press the enemy in McLemore's Cove. To divert his attention from the real movement, General Forrest covered the movement on our front and right. General B.R. Johnson was moved from Ringgold to the extreme right of the line. Walker's corps formed on his left opposite Alexander's Bridge, Buckner's next near Tedford Fork, Polk opposite Lee and Gordon's Mills, and Hill on the extreme left. Orders were issued to cross the Chickamauga at 6 a.m., commencing by the extreme right. The movements were unexpectedly delayed by the difficulty of the roads and the resistance of the enemy's cavalry. The right column did not effect its crossing until late in the afternoon of the 18th. At this time, Major General Hood, from the Army of Northern Virginia, arrived and assumed command of the column. General W.H.T. Walker had a severe skirmish at Alexander's Bridge, from which he finally drove the enemy, but not before he had destroyed it. General Walker, however, found a ford, crossed, and Hood united with him after night. The advance was resumed at daylight on the 19th, when Buckner's corps, with Cheatham's division of Polk's corps, crossed the Chickamauga, and our line of battle was thus formed. Buckner's left rested on the bank of the stream about 1 mile below Lee and Gordon's Mills. On his right came Hood with his own and Johnson's divisions, and Walker's formed the extreme right. Forrest with his cavalry was in advance to the right. He soon became engaged with such a large force that 2 brigades were sent from Walker's division to his support. Forrest, here fighting with his usual tenacity, desperately held in check the comparatively immense force which he was resisting. General Walker, being ordered to commence the attack on the right, boldly advanced, and soon developed opposing forces greatly superior to his own. He, however, drove them handsomely, capturing several batteries of artillery by dashing charges. As he pressed back the force in his front, it rested upon such heavy masses in the rear that he was in turn repulsed. Cheatham's division was ordered to his support. It came too late. Before he could reach him, assailed on both flanks, he had been forced back to his first position. But the two commands united, though yet greatly outnumbered, and by a spirited attack recovered our advantage. These movements on our right were in such direction as to create an opening between the left of Cheatham's division and the right of Hood's. To fill this, Stewart's division, the reserve of Buckner's corps, was ordered up and soon became engaged, as now did Hood's whole front. The enemy had transferred forces from his extreme right so as to concentrate his main body on his left, acutely perceiving the probability of an effort on our part to gain his rear and cut off his communication with his base at Chattanooga. The main part of the battle, therefore, was fought on the opposite flank from that where both armies had probably expected it. Lieutenant General Polk was now directed to move the remainder of his corps across the stream and to assume command in person. Hill's corps was also directed to move to our right. Stewart, by a gallant assault, broke the enemy's center and pushed forward until he became exposed to an enfilading fire. Hood steadily advanced, driving the force in his front until night. Cleburne, of Hill's corps, immediately on reaching the right, closed so impetuously with the enemy as to create surprise, and drove him in great disorder. From prisoners and otherwise, the commanding general became satisfied that his antagonist had, by marching night and day, succeeded in concentrating his whole force, and that it had that day been fought on the field of Chickamauga. A part of the forces on our extreme left had not reached the field of actual conflict in time to participate in the engagement of that day. They, together with the remainder of Longstreet's corps, were brought up and put in position to renew the battle in the morning. Our troops slept upon the field they had so bravely contested. The Confederate troops engaged on the right were as follows: General W.H.T. Walker's division, 5,500. Cheatham's division, 7,000. A.P. Stewart's division, 4,040. Cleburne's division, 5,115. Hood's, B.R. Johnson's, and Trigg's troops, 8,428. Forrest and Pegram's cavalry, 3,500. Total, 33,583. General Wheeler, with his cavalry, had been in observation on the left, and for a fortnight daily skirmishing with the enemy. On the 17th he was ordered to move into McLemore's Cove to make a demonstration in that direction, where, after a severe engagement, he developed a force too large to be dislodged. On the 18th he was directed to hold the gap in Pigeon Mountain, so as to prevent the enemy from moving on our left. As appeared subsequently, General Rosecrans, by forced marches, had made a detour and formed a junction of his forces in front of ours, so that it was no longer needful to hold the passes of the Pigeon Mountain, and Wheeler with his cavalry was called to take position on the left of our line. On the night of the 19th, the whole force having been assembled, including the 5,000 effective infantry sent for temporary service from Virginia, the command was organized as two corps, the one on the right to be commanded by Lieutenant General Polk, the other on the left to be commanded by Lieutenant General Longstreet. These corps consisted respectively as follows: Polk's right wing, of Breckinridge's, Cleburne's, Cheatham's, and Walker's divisions, and Forrest's cavalry, aggregate 22,471. Longstreet's left wing, of Preston's, Hindman's, Johnson's, Hood's, Law's, Kershaw's, Stewart's divisions, and Wheeler's cavalry, aggregate 24,850. Grand aggregate of both wings, 47,321. The forces under Rosecrans, as has been subsequently learned, consisted of McCook's corps, 14,345, Thomas's, 24,072, Crittenden's, 13,975, Granger's, about 5,000, cavalry, 7,000, whole number, 64,392. On the night of the 19th, General Bragg gave his instructions orally to the general officers whom he had summoned to his campfire, as to the position of the different commands, and the order of battle was that the attack should commence on the right at daybreak, and be taken up successfully to the left. From a combination of mishaps, it resulted that the attack was not commenced until 9 or 10 o'clock in the day, and, what was much more important, the troops from right to left did not, in rapid succession, engage, so as to have that effectiveness which would have resulted from concert of action. Prodigies of valor were performed. Many partial successes were gained in the beginning of the battle, but in the first operations the troops so frequently moved to the assault without the necessary cohesion in a charging line that nearly all early assaults by our right wing were successively repulsed with loss. Though at first invariably successful, our troops were subsequently compelled to retire before the heavy reinforcements constantly brought. Wheeler, with his cavalry, struck boldly at the enemy's extreme right and center, and with such effect that in the Federal battle reports it appears the attack was mistaken for a flank movement by General Longstreet. Rosecrans, having transferred his main strength to our right, the attack of the left met with less resistance, and was successfully and vigorously followed up. About 4 p.m., a general assault was made by the right, and the attack was pressed from right to left until the enemy gave way at different points, and finally, about dark, yielded along the whole line. Our army bivouacked on the ground it had so gallantly won. The foe, though driven from his lines, continued to confront us when the action closed, but it was found the next morning that he had availed himself of the night to withdraw from our front, and that his main body was soon in position within his lines at Chattanooga. We captured over 8,000 prisoners, 51 pieces of artillery, 15,000 stand of small arms, and quantities of ammunition, with wagons, ambulances, teams, and medicines, with hospital stores in large quantities. From the appearance of the field, the enemy's losses must have largely exceeded ours, and the victory was complete. But these results could not console us for the lives they cost. Pride in the gallantry of our heroes, rejoicing at the repulse of the invader, was subdued by the memory of our fallen brave. After General Rosecrans' retreat to Chattanooga, he withdrew his forces from the passes of Lookout Mountain, which covered his line of supplies from Bridgeport. These commanding positions were immediately occupied by our troops, and a cavalry force was sent across the Tennessee, which destroyed a large wagon train in the Sequatchie Valley, captured McMinnsville and other points on the railroad, and thus temporarily cut off the source of supplies for the army at Chattanooga. The reasons why General Bragg did not promptly pursue are stated in his report thus, quote, "Our supplies of all kinds were greatly reduced, the railroad having been constantly occupied in transporting troops, prisoners, and our wounded, and the bridges having been destroyed to a point 2 miles south of Ringgold. These supplies were ordered to be replenished, and as soon as it was seen that we could be subsisted, the army was moved forward to seize and hold the only communication the enemy had with his supplies in the rear. His important road, and the shortcut by half to his depot at Bridgeport, lay along the south bank of the Tennessee. The holding of this all-important route was confided to Lieutenant General Longstreet's command, and its possession forced the enemy to a road double the length over 2 ranges of mountains by wagon transportation. At the same time, our cavalry, in large force, was thrown across the river to operate on this long and difficult route. These dispositions, faithfully sustained, ensured the enemy's speedy evacuation of Chattanooga for want of food and forage." End quote. These reverses caused the enemy to send forward reinforcements from the army at Vicksburg, and also to assign General Grant to the command in Tennessee. As early as September 23rd, the 11th and 12th Corps of the Army of the Potomac were detached and sent under General Hooker to Tennessee, and assigned to protect Rosecrans' line of communication from Bridgeport to Nashville. It was on October 23rd that General Grant arrived at Chattanooga, and only in time to save their army from starvation or evacuation. The investment by General Bragg had been so close, and their communications had been so destroyed, that Bragg was on the point of realizing the evacuation of Chattanooga which he had anticipated. The report of Grant thus describes the situation on his arrival. Quote, "Up to this period, our forces in Chattanooga were practically invested, the enemy's lines extending from the Tennessee River above Chattanooga to the river at and below the point of Lookout Mountain below Chattanooga, with the south bank of the river picketed nearly to Bridgeport, his main force being fortified in Chattanooga Valley at the foot of and on Missionary Ridge and Lookout Mountain, and a brigade in Lookout Valley. True, we held possession of the country north of the river, but it was from 60 to 70 miles over the most impracticable roads to army supplies. The artillery horses and mules had become so reduced by starvation that they could not have been relied upon for moving anything, and attempt at retreat must have been with men alone, and with only such supplies as they could carry. A retreat would have been almost certain annihilation, for the enemy, occupying positions within gunshot of and overlooking our very fortifications, would unquestionably have pursued retreating forces. Already more than 10,000 animals had perished in supplying half rations to the troops by the long and tedious route from Stevenson and Bridgeport to Chattanooga over Waldron's Ridge. They could not have been supplied another week." End quote. The first movement under Grant was, therefore, to establish a new and shorter line of supplies. For this purpose, a night expedition was sent down the river from Chattanooga, which seized the range of hills at the mouth of Lookout Valley, and covered the Brown's Ferry Road. By 10 a.m., a bridge was laid across the river at the ferry, which secured the end of the road nearest to our forces, and the shorter line over which the enemy could move troops. General Hooker also entered Lookout Valley at Wauhatchie, and took up positions for the defense of the road from Whitesides, over which he had marched, and also the road leading from Brown's Ferry to Kelly's Ferry. General Palmer crossed from the north side of the river, opposite Whitesides, and held the road passed over by Hooker. An unsuccessful attack was made on a portion of Hooker's troops the first night after he entered the valley. Subsequently, we lost the remaining heights held by us west of Lookout Creek. Further operations of the enemy were delayed until the arrival of Sherman's force from Memphis. After his arrival on November 23rd, an attempt was made to feel our lines. This was done with so much force as to obtain possession of Indian Hill and the low range of hills south of it. That night, Sherman began to move to obtain a position just below the mouth of the South Chickamauga, and by daylight on the 24th, he had 8,000 men on the south side of the Tennessee and fortified in rifle trenches. By noon, pontoon bridges were laid across the Tennessee and the Chickamauga, and the remainder of his forces crossed. During the afternoon, he took possession of the whole northern extremity of Missionary Ridge, nearly to the railroad tunnel, and fortified the position equally with that held by us. A raid was also made on our line of communication, cutting the railroad at Cleveland. On the same day, Hooker sealed the western slope of Lookout Mountain. On the 26th, he took possession of the mountain top with a part of his force, and with the remainder crossed Chattanooga Valley to Rossville. Our most northern point was assailed by Sherman, and the attack kept up all day. He was reinforced by a part of Howard's corps. In the afternoon, the whole force of the enemy's center, consisting of 4 divisions, was moved to the attack. They got possession of the rifle pits at the foot of Missionary Ridge, and commenced the ascent of the mountain from right to left, and continued it until the summit was reached, notwithstanding the volleys of grape and canister discharged at them. Our forces retreated from the ridge as the multitudinous assailants neared the thin line on the crest, and during the night withdrew from the positions on the plain below. General Grant, after advancing a short distance from Chattanooga, dispatched a portion of his forces to the relief of Burnside in East Tennessee, where he was closely besieged by General Longstreet in Knoxville. Longstreet moved east into Virginia and ultimately joined General Lee. He had left the army of General Lee and moved to the west with his force on the condition that he should return when summoned. This summons had been sent to him. The loss of the enemy in the conflicts at Chattanooga was 757 killed, 4,529 wounded, and 337 missing. Total, 5,616. Our loss in killed and wounded was much less than theirs. Footnote 78. Some of the garrison at Cumberland Gap escaped, and stated to General Jones that surrender had been made without resistance on the demands of the smaller detachments which had preceded General Burnside, and I was not advised of the fact that Buckner had previously retreated toward Chattanooga, and that Burnside was in possession of Knoxville. In my message of December 12, 1863, I referred to the event as reported to the War Department as follows, quote, "The country was painfully surprised by the intelligence that the officer in command of Cumberland Gap had surrendered that important and easily defensible pass without firing a shot, upon the summons of a force still believed to have been inadequate to its reduction, and when reinforcements were in supporting distance and had been ordered to his aid. The entire garrison, including its commander, being still held prisoners by the enemy. I am unable to suggest any explanation of this disaster, which laid open eastern Tennessee and southwestern Virginia to hostile operations." End quote. So far as censure of General Frazier was implied in these remarks, I am now fully satisfied it was unjust, and I can only regret that the authentic information recently furnished to me had not been received at an earlier date, so that I might have relieved General Frazier from the reflection while I held executive authority. It gives me pleasure now to say that full and exact information justifies the high estimate I placed upon him when he was assigned to the separate command of that important post. Full justice can be done to General Frazier only when his report and those of his subordinate officers shall have been published. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2 by Jefferson Davis. Chapter 41. Movement to draw forth the enemy. Advance to Culpeper Courthouse. Cavalry engagement at Beverly's and Kelly's Fords. Movement against Winchester. Milroy's force captured. Prisoners. The enemy retires along the Potomac. Maryland entered. Advance into Pennsylvania. The enemy driven back toward Gettysburg. Position of the respective forces. Battle at Gettysburg. The army retires. Prisoners. The Potomac swollen. No interruption by the enemy. Strength of our force. Strength of the enemy. The campaign closed. Observations. Kelly's Ford. Attempt to surprise our army. System of breastworks. Prisoners. In the spring of 1863, the enemy occupied his former position before Fredericksburg. He was in great strength, and so far as we could learn, was preparing on the grandest scale for another advance against Richmond, which in political, if not military circles, was regarded as the objective point of the war. The consolidated report of the Army of the Potomac, then under the command of Major General Hooker, states the force present on May 10, 1863, to be 136,704. General Lee's forces had been reorganized into 3 army corps, designated the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Corps, in the order named, They were commanded by Lieutenant Generals Longstreet, Ewell, and A.P. Hill. The zeal of our people in the defense of their country's cause had brought nearly all of the population fit for military service to the various armies then in the field, so that but little increase could be hoped for by the Army of Northern Virginia. Under these circumstances, to wait until the enemy should choose to advance was to take the desperate hazard of the great inequality of numbers, as well as ability to reinforce, which he possessed. In addition to the army under General Hooker, a considerable force occupied the lower part of the valley of the Shenandoah. It was decided by a bold movement to attempt to transfer hostilities to the north side of the Potomac by crossing the river and marching into Maryland and Pennsylvania, simultaneously driving the foe out of the Shenandoah Valley. Thus, it was hoped General Hooker's army would be called from Virginia to meet our advance toward the heart of the enemy's country. In that event, the vast preparations which had been made for an advance upon Richmond would be foiled, the plan for a summer's campaign deranged, and much of the season for active operations be consumed in the new combinations and dispositions which would be required. If beyond the Potomac some opportunity should be offered so as to enable us to defeat the army on which our foe most relied, the measure of our success would be full. But if the movement only resulted in freeing Virginia from the presence of the hostile army, it was more than could fairly be expected from awaiting the attack which was clearly indicated. Actuated by these and other considerations, the campaign was commenced on June 3, 1863. Our forces advanced to Culpeper Courthouse, leaving A.P. Hill to occupy the lines in front of Fredericksburg. On the 5th, Hooker, having discovered our movement, crossed an army corps to the south side of the Rappahannock, but as this was apparently for observation, it was not thought necessary to oppose it. On the 9th, a large force of the enemy's cavalry crossed at Beverly's and Kelly's Fords and attacked General Stuart. A severe engagement ensued, continuing from early in the morning until late in the afternoon, when Stuart forced his assailant to recross the river with heavy loss, leaving 400 prisoners, 3 pieces of artillery, and several stands of colors in our hands. Meantime, General Jenkins, with a cavalry brigade, had been ordered to advance toward Winchester to cooperate with an infantry expedition into the lower valley, and General Imboden made a demonstration toward Romney to cover the movement against Winchester and prevent reinforcements from the line of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Both of these officers were in position when Ewell left Culpeper Courthouse on the 6th. Crossing the Shenandoah near Front Royal, Rhodes' division went to Berryville to dislodge the force stationed there and cut off the communication between Winchester and the Potomac. General Ewell, on the 13th of June, advanced directly upon Winchester, driving the enemy into his works around the town. On the next day he stormed the works, and the whole army of General Milroy was captured or put to flight. Most of those who attempted to escape were intercepted and made prisoners. Unfortunately, among the exceptions was their commander, who had been guilty of most unpardonable outrages upon defenseless non-combatants. General Rhodes marched from Berryville to Martinsburg, entering the latter place on the 14th, and capturing 700 prisoners, 5 pieces of artillery, and a considerable quantity of stores. These operations cleared the valley of the enemy. More than 4,000 prisoners, 29 pieces of artillery, 270 wagons and ambulances, with 400 horses, were captured, besides a large amount of military stores. Our loss was small. On the night that Ewell appeared at Winchester, the enemy at Fredericksburg recrossed the Rappahannock, and on the next day disappeared behind the hills of Stafford. The whole army of General Hooker, in retiring, pursued the roads near the Potomac, offering no favorable opportunity for attack. His purpose seemed to be to take a position which would enable him to cover the approaches to Washington City. To draw him farther from his base, and to cover the march of A.P. Hill, who had left for the valley, Longstreet moved from Culpeper Courthouse on the 15th and occupied Ashby's and Snicker's Gaps. The cavalry under General Stuart was in front of Longstreet to watch the enemy, and encountered his cavalry on the 17th near Aldie and drove it back. The engagement was renewed on the next day, but the cavalry of the latter being now strongly supported by infantry, Stuart was compelled to retire. He had, however, taken in these engagements about 400 prisoners and a considerable number of horses and arms. Meantime, General Ewell, with the advance of his corps, had entered Maryland. Jenkins, with his cavalry, penetrated as far as Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. As these demonstrations did not cause the hostile army to leave Virginia, nor did it seem disposed to advance upon Longstreet's position, he was withdrawn to the west side of the Shenandoah. General Hill had already reached the valley. General Stuart was left to guard the passes of the mountains and observe the movements of the enemy, whom he was instructed to harass and impede as much as possible should he attempt to cross the Potomac. In that event, General Stuart was directed to move into Maryland, crossing the Potomac east or west of the Blue Ridge, as in his judgment should seem best, and take position on the right of our column as it advanced. General Longstreet says, quote, General Stuart held the gap for a while, and then hurried around beyond Hooker's army, and we saw nothing more of him until the evening of July 2nd, when he came down from York and joined us, having made a complete circuit of the Federal army. End quote. Longstreet and Hill crossed the Potomac to be within supporting distance of Ewell, and advanced into Pennsylvania, encamping near Chambersburg on the 27th of June. The cavalry under Colonel White advanced to the Susquehanna. On the night of the 27th, information was received that General Hooker had crossed the Potomac and was advancing northward, and that the head of the column had reached South Mountain. This menaced our communications, and it was resolved to prevent his further progress by concentrating our army on the east side of the mountain. Accordingly, the different commands were ordered to proceed to Gettysburg. This march was conducted more slowly than it would have been had the movements of Hooker been known. Heth's, the leading division of Hill's corps, met the enemy in front of Gettysburg on the morning of July 1st, driving him back to within a short distance of the town. The advance there encountered a larger force, with which two of Hill's divisions became engaged. Ewell, coming up with two of his divisions, joined in the engagement, and the opposing force was driven through Gettysburg with heavy loss, including about 5,000 prisoners and several pieces of artillery. Under the instructions given to them not to bring on a general engagement, these corps bivouacked on the ground they had won. In an address delivered at Lexington, Virginia, on January 17, 1873, General W. N. Pendleton, Chief of Artillery, makes the following statement. Quote, the ground southwest of the town was carefully examined by me after the engagement on July 1st. Being found much less difficult than the steep ascent fronting the troops already up, its practicable character was reported to our commanding general. He informed me that he had ordered Longstreet to attack on that front at sunrise the next morning. And he added to myself, I want you to be out long before sunrise so as to re-examine and save time. He also desired me to communicate with General Longstreet as well as with himself. The reconnaissance was accordingly made, as soon as it was light enough on the 2nd, and made through a long distance, in fact, very close to what there was of the enemy's line. No insuperable difficulty appearing in the marching up, far off, the enemy's reinforcing columns being seen, the extreme desirableness of immediate attack there was at once reported to the commanding general, and according to his wish, message was also sent to the intrepid but deliberate corps commander whose sunrise attack there had been ordered. There was, however, unaccountable delay. My own messages went repeatedly to General Lee, and his, I know, was urgently pressed on General Longstreet until, as I afterward learned from officers who saw General Lee, as I could not at the time, he manifested extreme displeasure with the tardy corps commander. That hard-fighting soldier, to whom it had been committed there to attack early in the day, did not, in person, reach the commanding general, and with him ride to a position whence to view the ground and see the enemy's arriving masses until 12 o'clock, and his column was not up and ready for the assault until 4 p.m. All this, as it occurred under my personal observation, is nothing short of imperative duty that I should thus fairly state." For the reasons set forth by General Pendleton, whose statement, in regard to a fact coming under his personal observation, none who know him will question, preparations for a general engagement were unfortunately delayed until the afternoon, instead of being made at sunrise. Then troops had been concentrated, and Round Top, the commanding position unoccupied in the morning, had received the force which inflicted such disaster on our assaulting columns. The question as to the responsibility for this delay has been so fully discussed in the Southern Historical Society papers as to relieve me from the necessity of entering into it. The position of Gettysburg was not the choice of either side. South from the town an irregular, interrupted line of hills runs, which is sometimes called Gettysburg Ridge. This ridge at the town turns eastward and then southward. At the turn eastward is Cemetery Hill, and at the turn southward, Culp's Hill. From Cemetery Hill, the line runs southward about 3 miles in a well-defined ridge, since the battle called Cemetery Ridge, and terminates in a high, rocky, and wooded peak named Round Top, which was the key of the enemy's position, as it flanked their line. The less elevated portion, near where the crest rises into Round Top, is termed Little Round Top, a rough and bold spur of the former. Thus, while Cemetery and Culp's Hills require the formation of a line of battle to face northward, the direction of Cemetery Ridge requires the line to face westward. The crest has a good slope to the rear, while to the west it falls off in a cultivated and undulating valley which it commands. About a mile distant is a parallel crest known as Seminary Ridge, and which our forces occupied during the battle. Longstreet, with the divisions of Hood and McLaws, faced Round Top and a good part of Cemetery Ridge. Hill's 3 divisions continued the line from the left of Longstreet, fronting the remainder of Cemetery Ridge, while Ewell, with his 3 divisions, held a line through the town, and sweeping round the base of Cemetery Hill, terminated the left in front of Culp's Hill. These were the positions of the 3 corps after the arrival of General Longstreet's troops. The main purpose of the movement across the Potomac was to free Virginia from the presence of the enemy. If this could be done by maneuvering merely, a most important result would be cheaply obtained. The contingency of a battle was of course deemed probable, and with any fair opportunity the Army of Northern Virginia was considered sure to win a victory. It had not been intended to fight a general battle at such a distance as Gettysburg from our base, unless attacked. But, being unexpectedly confronted by the opposing army, it became a matter of difficulty to withdraw through the mountains with our large trains. At the same time, the country was unfavorable for collecting supplies while in the presence of the main army of the enemy, as he was enabled to restrain our foraging parties by occupying the passes of the mountains with both regular and local troops. Encouraged by the successful issue of the engagement of the first day, and in view of the valuable results that would ensue from the defeat of the army of General Meade, who had succeeded General Hooker, General Lee thought it preferable to renew the attack. General Meade held the high ridge above described, along which he had massed a large amount of artillery. General Ewell occupied the left of our line, General Hill the center, and General Longstreet the right. In front of General Longstreet the enemy held a position from which, if he could be driven, it was thought that our army could gain the more elevated ground, Round Top, beyond, and thus enable our guns to rake the crest of the ridge. That officer was directed to endeavor to carry this position, while General Ewell attacked directly the high ground on the enemy's right, which had already been partially fortified. General Hill was instructed to threaten the center of the line in order to prevent reinforcements to either wing, and to avail himself of any opportunity that might present itself to attack. After a severe struggle, Longstreet succeeded in getting possession of and holding the ground in his immediate front. Ewell also carried some of the strong positions which he assailed, and the result was such as to lead to the belief that he would ultimately be able to dislodge the force in his front. The battle ceased at dark. These partial successes determined Lee to continue the assault on the next day. Pickett, with 3 of his brigades, joined Longstreet on the following morning, and our batteries were moved forward to the position gained by him on the day before. The general plan of attack was unchanged, except that 1 division and 2 brigades of Hill's corps were ordered to support Longstreet. General Meade, in the meantime, had strengthened his line with earthworks. The morning was occupied in necessary preparations, and the battle recommenced in the afternoon of the 3rd, and raged with great violence until sunset. Our troops succeeded in entering the advanced works of the enemy, and getting possession of some of his batteries. But, our artillery having nearly expended its ammunition, the attacking columns became exposed to the heavy fire of numerous batteries near the summit of the ridge, and, after a most determined and gallant struggle, were compelled to relinquish their advantage and fall back to their original positions with severe loss. Owing to the strength of the enemy's position and the exhaustion of our ammunition, a renewal of the engagement could not be hazarded, and the difficulty of procuring supplies rendered it impossible to continue longer where we were. Such of the wounded as could be removed, and a part of the arms collected on the field, were ordered to Williamsport. The army remained at Gettysburg during the 4th, and at night began to retire by the road to Fairfield, carrying with it about 4,000 prisoners. Nearly 2,000 had been previously paroled, but the numerous wounded that had fallen into our hands after the first and second day's engagements were left behind. Little progress was made that night, owing to a severe storm which greatly embarrassed our movements. The rear of the column did not leave its position near Gettysburg until after daylight on the 5th. The march was continued during that day without interruption by the enemy, except an unimportant demonstration upon our rear in the afternoon, when near Fairfield, which was easily checked. The army, after a tedious march, rendered more difficult by the rains, reached Hagerstown on the afternoon of the 6th and morning of the 7th of July. The Potomac was so much swollen by the rains that had fallen almost incessantly since our army entered Maryland as to be unfordable. A pontoon train had been sent from Richmond, but the rise in the river gave to it a width greater than was expected, so that additional boats had to be made by the army on its retreat. Our communication with the south side was thus interrupted, and it was found difficult to procure either ammunition or subsistence, the latter difficulty being enhanced by the high water impeding the working of the mills. The trains with the wounded and prisoners were compelled to wait at Williamsport for the subsiding of the river or the construction of additional pontoon boats. The enemy had not yet made his appearance, but as he was in a condition to obtain large reinforcements, and our want of supplies was daily becoming more embarrassing, it was deemed advisable to recross the river. By the 13th, a good bridge was thrown over at Falling Waters. On the 12th, Meade's army approached. A position had been previously selected to cover the Potomac from Williamsport to Falling Waters, and an attack was awaited during that and the succeeding day. This did not take place, though the two armies were in close proximity, the enemy being occupied in fortifying his own lines. General Meade, in his testimony before the Committee on the Conduct of the War, said that he ordered an attack on our forces on the morning of the 14th, and, if it had been made, it was his opinion that, "it would have resulted disastrously." When asked the reasons for that opinion, he replied, "If I had attacked the enemy in the position which he then occupied, he having the advantage of position, and being on the defensive, his artillery in position, and his infantry behind parapets and rifle pits, the very same reasons and causes which produced my success at Gettysburg would have operated in his favor there, and be likely to produce success on his part." Our preparations being completed, and the Potomac, though still deep, being pronounced fordable, the army commenced to withdraw to the south side on the night of the 13th. Ewell's corps forded the river at Williamsport; those of Longstreet and Hill crossed upon the bridge. Owing to the condition of the roads, the troops did not reach the bridge until after daylight on the 14th, and the crossing was not completed until 1 P.M., when the bridge was removed. General Lee said that the enemy offered no serious interruption, and the movement was attended with no loss of material except a few disabled wagons and 2 pieces of artillery, which the horses were unable to move through the deep mud. During the slow and tedious march to the bridge, in the midst of a violent storm of rain, some of the men lay down by the way to rest. Officers sent back for them failed to find many in the obscurity of the night, and these, with some stragglers, a few of Heth's division most remote from the bridge, were captured. On the following day the army marched to Bunker Hill, in the vicinity of which it encamped for several days. Owing to the swollen condition of the Shenandoah River, the campaign which was contemplated when the Potomac was recrossed could not be immediately commenced. Before the waters had subsided, the movements of the enemy required us to cross the Blue Ridge and take position south of the Rappahannock. The strength of our army at Gettysburg is stated at 62,000 of all arms. The report of the Army of the Potomac, under General Meade, on June 30th, 1863, states the force present at 112,988 men. Before the Committee on the Conduct of the War, General Meade, in reference to his force at Gettysburg, said, "Including all arms of the service, my strength was a little under 100,000 men, about 95,000." If the strength of General Lee's forces, according to the last accessible report before the movement northward, be compared with that made after his return into Virginia, there is a decrease of 19,000 of the brave men who had set the seal of invincibility upon the Army of Northern Virginia. General Lee, in his report, noticing the large loss of men and officers, says, "I cannot speak of these brave men as their merits and exploits deserve. Some of them are appropriately mentioned in the accompanying reports, and the memory of all will be gratefully and affectionately cherished by the people in whose defense they fell. The loss of Major General Pender is severely felt by the army and the country. Brigadier Generals Armistead, Barksdale, Garnett, and Semmes died as they had lived, discharging the highest duty of patriots with devotion that never faltered and courage that shrank from no danger." The testimony of General Meade, above mentioned, contains this statement respecting his losses. "On the evening of the 2nd of July, after the battle of that day had ceased and darkness had set in, being aware of the very heavy losses of the 1st and 11th Corps on the 1st of July, and knowing how severely the 3rd Corps and 5th Corps and other portions of the army had suffered in the battle of the 2nd of July, in fact, as subsequently ascertained, out of the 24,000 men killed, wounded, and missing, which was the amount of my losses and casualties at Gettysburg, over 20,000 of them had been put hors de combat before the night of the 2nd of July." Thus closed the campaign in Pennsylvania. The wisdom of the strategy was justified by the result. The Battle of Gettysburg was unfortunate. Though the loss sustained by the enemy was greater than our own, theirs could be repaired, ours could not. Had General Lee been able to compel the enemy to attack him in position, I think we should have had a complete victory, and the testimony of General Meade, quoted above, shows that he was not at all inclined to make the experiment. If General Lee, by moving to the right, would only have led General Meade to fall back on his preferred position of Pipe Creek, his ability to wait and the impossibility, under such circumstances, for General Lee to supply his army for any length of time, seemed to me an answer to that point in the criticism to which our great captain has been subjected. To compel Meade to retire would have availed but little to us unless his army had first been routed. To beat that army was probably to secure our independence. The position of Gettysburg would have been worth nothing to us if our army had found it unoccupied. The fierce battle that Lee fought there must not be considered as for the position. To beat the great army of the North was the object, and that it was of possible attainment is to be inferred from the various successes of our arms. Had there been a concentrated attack at sunrise on the second day, with the same gallantry and skill which were exhibited in the partial assaults, it may reasonably be assumed that the enemy would have been routed. This, from the best evidence we have, was the plan and the expectation of General Lee. These having failed, from whatever cause, and Meade having occupied in force the commanding position of Round Top, it must be conceded that it would have been better to withdraw than to renew the attack on the third day. The high morale and discipline of our army, together with the unqualified confidence of the men in their commanding general, excluded the supposition that they would be demoralized by retreat. Subsequent events proved how little cause there was to fear it. It is not admitted that our army was defeated, and the enemy's claim to a victory is refuted by the fact that, when Lee halted on the banks of the Potomac, Meade, instead of attacking as the pursuing general would a defeated foe, halted also and commenced entrenching. The Battle of Gettysburg has been the subject of an unusual amount of discussion, and the enemy has made it a matter of extraordinary exultation. As an affair of arms, it was marked by mighty feats of valor to which both combatants may point with military pride. It was a graceful thing in President Lincoln if, as reported, when he was shown the steeps which the Northern men persistently held, he answered, quote, "I am proud to be the countryman of the men who assailed those heights." End quote. The consequences of the battle have justified the amount of attention it has received. It may be regarded as the most eventful struggle of our war. By it, the drooping spirit of the North was revived. Had their army been there defeated, those having better opportunities to judge than I, or anyone who was not among them, have believed it would have ended the war. On the other hand, a drawn battle, where the Army of Northern Virginia made an attack, impaired the confidence of the Southern people, so far as to give the malcontents a power to represent the government as neglecting, for Virginia, the safety of the more southern states. In all free governments, the ability of its executive branch to prosecute a war must largely depend upon public opinion. In an infant republic, this, for every reason, is peculiarly the case. The volume given to the voice of dissatisfaction was therefore most seriously felt by us. Shattered, it is true, but not disheartened, the Army of Northern Virginia, after recrossing the Potomac, rose like the son of Terra, with renewed vigor, and entered on the brilliant campaign hereafter to be generally described. Early in October, General Lee, with 2 corps, Ewell's and Hill's, the first corps of his army having been temporarily detached for service in Tennessee, crossed the Rapidan to attack the flank of the enemy, or to compel him to retreat. It resulted in the capture of 1,500 prisoners, and forced Meade's army back to Alexandria and Centreville. The campaign was an unbroken success, with the exception of a rash and ill-conducted affair at Bristoe Station, where our advance engaged a corps and was repulsed, losing a number of men and 5 guns. Thus, without a general battle, a large portion of the state was for the time liberated. On November 7th, the enemy advanced upon our force at Kelly's Ford of the Rappahannock River, effected a crossing, and, rushing upon 2 brigades who were at Rappahannock Station defending the bridges, overwhelmed and captured most of them, taking between 12 and 1,500 men and 4 pieces of artillery. The movements of the enemy were concealed by the darkness, and his attack was a surprise. On November 26th, the army under General Meade crossed the Rapidan with the intention of interposing between the widely separated wings of his adversary. Instead of being successful, this movement resulted in an entire failure. General Meade found Lee's army posted behind Mine Run, and ready to receive an attack whenever he was disposed to make it. Meade declared, it is related, that he could carry the position with a loss of 30,000 men, but as that idea was frightful, there seemed nothing to do but retreat. Lee had inaugurated that system of breastworks which did him good service in his long campaign with General Grant. When the troops were halted in a wood, the men felled the large trees, heavy logs were dragged without loss of time to the prescribed line, where they were piled upon one another in double walls, which were filled in rapidly with earth, so that in a short space of time defenses which would turn a cannon shot were often constructed. In front, for some distance, the felled timber made a kind of abatis. As General Meade did not attack, General Lee, on the night of December 1st, determined to assail his adversary on the next morning, but when the dawn broke over the hills, his camps were seen to be deserted. General Meade had abandoned the campaign, and was in full retreat toward the Rapidan. Pursuit was immediately made, but he had too much to start, and reached the north side of the Rapidan before he could be overtaken. Both armies then retired to their original positions. We captured about 700 prisoners, 400 mules and horses, and destroyed or secured 120 wagons. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 42. Subjugation of the states of Tennessee, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Virginia. Object of a state government. Its powers are just powers. How exercised? Its duty. Necessarily sovereign. Its entire order. How founded? How destroyed? The crime against constitutional liberty. What is the government of the United States? It partakes of the nature of a limited partnership, its peaceful objects, distinction between the governments of the states and that of the United States, secession. The government of the United States invades the state, refuses to recognize its government, thus denies the fundamental principle of popular liberty. Founded a new state government based on the sovereignty of the United States government. Annihilation of unalienable rights. Qualification of voters fixed by military power. Condition of the voter's oath. Who was the sovereign in Tennessee? Case of Louisiana. Registration of voters. None allowed to register who could not or would not take a certain oath. Its conditions. Election of state officers. Part of the state constitution declared void. All done under the military force of the United States government. The most painful pages of this work are those which now present the subjugation of the state governments by the government of the United States. The patriot, the lover of his country and of the liberties of mankind, cannot contemplate these facts without a feeling of grief which will not be comforted. That the work of the fathers of the Republic, that the most magnificent system of constitutional government which the wisdom of man has devised, should be turned from its object, changed from its order, rendered powerless to protect the unalienable rights and sovereignty of the people, and made the instrument by which to establish and maintain imperialism, is a revolution unlike any other that may be found in the history of mankind. The result established the truthfulness of the assertion, so often made during the progress of the war, that the Northern people, by their unconstitutional warfare to gain the freedom of certain negro slaves, would lose their own liberties. It has been shown that the governments of the states were instituted to secure certain unalienable rights of the citizens with which they were endowed by their Creator, and that among these rights were life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that they derived their just powers from the consent of the governed, and that these powers were organized by the citizens in such form as seemed to them most likely to effect their safety and happiness. Where must the American citizen look for the security of the rights with which he has been endowed by his Creator? To his state government. Where shall he look to find security and protection for his life, security and protection for his personal liberty, security and protection for his property, security and protection for his safety and happiness? Only to his state government. The powers which the state government possesses for the security of his life, his liberty, his property, his safety, and his happiness are just powers. They have been derived from the unconstrained consent of the governed, and they have been organized in such form as seems most likely to effect these objects. Is the citizen's life in danger from violence? The state guarantees his protection, and it is its duty to rescue him from danger and obtain redress from the offender, whether an individual or a foreign nation. Are the freedom and personal liberty of the citizen in danger from unlawful arrest and imprisonment? The state guarantees both, and it is its duty to secure and preserve his freedom. Is the property of the citizen in danger of a violent and unjust seizure and unlawful detention or destruction? The state government guarantees his title, restores the property, or obtains damages. Is the personal property of the citizen in danger of robbery or abduction? The state government throws over it the shield of its protection and regards the burglar and the robber as the enemies of society. It is unnecessary to proceed further with this enumeration. The duty of the state government is to give to its citizens perfect and complete security. It is necessarily sovereign within its own domain, for it is the representative and the constituted agent of the inherent sovereignty of the individuals. For the performance of its duty of protection, it may unite with other sovereignties, and also, for better safety and security to its citizens, it may withdraw or secede from such union. It will be seen that the entire order of the state government is founded on the free consent of the governed. From this it springs. From this it receives its force and life. It is this consent alone from which just powers are derived. They can come from no other source, and their exercise sources a true republican government. All else are usurpations. Their exercise is a tyranny, and their end is the safety and security of the usurper, to obtain which the unalienable rights of the people are sacrificed. The just powers, thus derived, are organized in such form as shall seem to the governed to be most likely to secure their safety and happiness. It is the governed who determine the form of the government, and not the ruler nor his military force, unless he comes as a conqueror to make the subjugated do his will. The object, or end, for which these just powers are derived from the consent of the governed, and organized in such form as seems most likely to effect that object, is solely to secure the unalienable rights of men, such as life, liberty, property, justice, peace and order, and the pursuit of happiness. It will now be seen by the reader that whenever any one of the features of this order is perverted in its origin or progress, or thwarted, or caused to deviate from its natural operation by any internal or external interference, the order is destroyed, and the state government which represents it is subverted, turned from its object, changed from its natural purpose, rendered powerless to protect the unalienable rights of its citizens, and made an instrument to strengthen the hands of despotism. The commission of such a subversion of the peaceful and fraternal states of this once happy republic is fearlessly charged upon the government of the United States, as in itself constituting a monstrous crime against constitutional liberty. And it is asserted that when the circumstances attending the deed are considered, the rage against a whole people, the pillage, the arson, the inciting of servile war, the slaughter of defenseless non-combatants, the devastation of whole peaceful regions, the indiscriminate destruction of property, no parallel can be found in the annals of mankind. What, then, is the government of the United States? It is an organization of a few years' duration. It might cease to exist, and yet the states and the people continue, prosperous, peaceful, and happy. Unlike the governments of the states, which find their origin deep in the nature of man, it sprang from certain circumstances which existed in the course of human affairs. Unlike the governments of the states and of separate nations, which have a divine sanction, it has no warrant for its authority but the ratification of the sovereign states. Unlike the governments of the states, which were instituted to secure generally the unalienable rights of man, it has only the enumerated objects, and is restrained from passing beyond them by the express reservation of all delegated functions. It keeps no records of property, and guarantees to no one the possession of his estate. Marriage, from which springs the family and the state, it can neither confirm nor annul. It partakes of the nature of an incorporation for certain purposes, beyond which it has neither influence nor authority. It is an anomaly among governments, and arose out of the Articles of Agreement made by certain friendly states, which proposed to form a society of states and invest a common agent with specific functions of sovereignty. Its duration was intended to be permanent, as it was hoped thus to promote the peaceful ends for which it was established. But to have declared it perpetual would have been to deny the right of a people to alter or abolish their government when it should cease to answer the ends for which it was instituted. The objects which its creation was designed to secure to the states and their people were of a truly peaceful nature, and commended themselves to the approbation of men. They were stated by its authors in a form called the preamble of their work, which is in these words: "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States." Mankind must contemplate with horror the fact that an organization established for such peaceful and benign ends did, within the first century of its existence, lead the assault in a civil war that brought nearly 4 millions of soldiers into the field, destroyed thousands and thousands of millions of treasure, trampled the unalienable rights of the people underfoot, subverted and subjugated the governments of the states, and ended by establishing itself as supreme and sovereign over all. Some Christian writer has suggested the thought that there may not be a spot of the earth's surface in the Old World but has witnessed the commission of some human crime or been wet with human gore. How nearly true this may be of the New World's once vaunted asylum for the victims of despotism, misrule, and oppression, these pages can bear some testimony. After all, it is the civil disorders, the violations of rights, and the perversions of wise and useful institutions that are the most disastrous in their consequences. They last for ages, and often, too often, the lapse of time brings no remedy to the suffering people. In their despair, they say the past is gone forever. A new era is opened. But what horrors may be developed in its revolving years no mortal can foresee. So they hug the chains they feel powerless to break. How distinct in its nature and objects was the government of the United States from the governments of the states may be seen from that which has already been said. The former was established by common consent, to look after the common interests. It was to make peace or war with foreign nations, protect the frontiers, extend the boundaries, decide disputes between citizens of different states, and administer general affairs in a manner to promote the peace, the order, and the happiness of all. But to the fostering care of the state government, the man, the citizen, the head of the family, the parent, the child, the woman, the scholar, and the Christian all looked with full confidence as to their natural and divinely sanctioned protector against all foes within or without, and relied upon its ever-present arm for the safety and security of their persons, their homes, their property, and their institutions. How woefully the confiding people were betrayed when the usurper came, let some of the Northern states answer. Now let us proceed to notice the acts of the government of the United States, which subjugated the state governments. The details in the case of Tennessee have been already stated. In that instance, the government of the state, which derived its powers from the consent of the governed, so that they were just powers, found in the discharge of its duty to protect the institutions of its people, that there were no means by which it could fulfill that duty but by a withdrawal from the Union, so as to be rid of the government of the United States, and thus escape the threatened dangers of usurpation and sectional hostility. It therefore resolved to withdraw from the Union, and the people gave their assent to this resolution, so that the state no longer considered itself a member of the Union, nor recognized the laws and authority of its government. The government of the United States, then, with a powerful military force, planted itself at Nashville, the state capital. It refused to recognize the state government, or any organization under it, as having any existence, or to recognize the people otherwise than as a hostile community. It said to them, in effect, "I am the sovereign, and you are the subjects. If you are stronger than I am, then drive me out of the state. If I am stronger than you are, then I demand an unconditional surrender to my sovereignty." It is evident that the government of the United States was not there by the consent of those who were to be governed. It had not, therefore, any just powers of government within the state of Tennessee. For, says the Declaration of Independence of our fathers, governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. It is further evident that by this action the government of the United States denied the fundamental principle of popular liberty, that the people are the source of all political power. In this instance, it not only subverted the state government, but carried that subversion to the extent of annihilation. It therefore proceeded to establish a new order of affairs, founded not on the principle of the sovereignty of the people, which was wholly rejected, but on the assumption of sovereignty in the United States government. It appointed its military governor to be the head of the new order, and recognized no civil or political existence in any man, except some of its notorious adherents, until, betraying the state, he had taken an oath of allegiance to the sovereignty of the government of the United States. Now commenced a system of denial of unalienable rights, for the methods of the usurper are the same everywhere. Freedom of speech was suppressed by the imposition of fines on those using seditious language, and the demand of security for their future humility. The freedom of the press was suppressed by suspension of publications and the confiscation of the offices. Personal liberty was destroyed by arrests, imprisonment, and exile. In process of time, an effort was made to erect a form of state government which should be subservient and subject to the United States government. For this purpose, no one could be a voter until he had bound himself by an oath to support and defend the government of the United States. Under the state governments, manhood, which came by nature, and residence, which came by one's own will, were sufficient qualifications for the voter. It will be apparent from this statement that the voter's right to cast his ballot came not to him as an unalienable right, but rested upon the permission of the government of the United States as his sovereign, to whom his allegiance was due, and to whom he was required, in the first instance, to bind himself by an oath of allegiance, without any mention whatever of a state government. Indeed, a little later, the same oath was required, with additional conditions, before a man was permitted to vote for a state constitutional convention, or for delegates to such a convention. These conditions were that he would faithfully support all acts of Congress and all proclamations of the President of the United States, passed or made during the rebellion, having reference to slaves. Thus, the voter's right was made to rest not only upon his binding himself in allegiance to the United States as his sovereign, but in the binding by oath his consent to certain unconstitutional acts and proclamations expressly designed to destroy one of the most important institutions of the state. This, sustained by a military force, was exacted by the United States government as the Lord Paramount, the sovereign within the state. At the same time, the action of the voter, which should be perfectly free and unconstrained, for under American political principles he is the sovereign over all, is limited and bound down by an oath faithfully to support certain acts to which it was presumable he had ever been conscientiously opposed. Under these circumstances, who was the sovereign in Tennessee? The government of the United States. Where was the government of the state of Tennessee and the sovereign people? The former was subverted and overthrown, and the latter subjugated. The approval by Tennessee, under such circumstances, of Article 13 as an amendment to the Constitution of the United States prohibiting the existence of slavery was of no force. For consent given by a party under constraint has neither legal nor moral validity. The state constitution was so amended as to contain certain new provisions prescribed by the government of the United States by a so-called Convention of Delegates, elected by the voters above specified, and then submitted to these voters, and said to be ratified by them. They were little more in numbers than a handful of the people of Tennessee. Was this a constitution amended and approved by the consent of the people of Tennessee, the only sovereigns known under our institutions? Or was it a constitution amended and voted for by a small fraction of its population, acting under the authority of the government of the United States as the only sovereign in the state? Admitting even that those who voted for the amended Constitution were the only legal voters in the state, the government of the United States was no less an unlawful intruder and usurper when it prescribed the amendments of the Constitution and designated the voters. Nevertheless, this work was recognized by it as constituting a republican state government under the Constitution. Let us next notice some points in the subversion of the state government of Louisiana. One of the earliest steps taken for a civil organization after the occupation of New Orleans was to make a registration of voters. The United States government was in possession by military force, and the object was to secure its permanent supremacy. Therefore, the oath which was administered to the person applying for registration contained this condition: I now register myself as a voter, freely and voluntarily, for the purpose of organizing a state government in Louisiana, loyal to the government of the United States. It was also announced, with the approval of the military governor, that any person swearing falsely to any material part of the oath would be deemed to be guilty of perjury and be liable to prosecution and punishment. The effect of this measure was to secure a registration only of persons who would maintain the supremacy of the government of the United States. A proclamation was next issued by the commander of the United States forces for an election of state officers under the laws and constitution of the state. It was declared that these officers, when thus elected, would constitute the so-called civil government of the state under the Constitution and laws of Louisiana, except so much of the said Constitution and laws as recognize, regulate, or relate to slavery, which were also declared to be inoperative and void. It was further provided in the same proclamation as follows: in order that the organic law of the state may be made to conform to the will of the people and harmonize with the spirit of the age, as well as to maintain and preserve the ancient landmarks of civil and religious liberty, an election of delegates to a convention for the revision of the Constitution will be held, etc. The effect of these acts was to establish a number of persons pledged to support the government of the United States as the only qualified voters in the state, and to elect so-called state officers and delegates to a so-called constitutional convention by their ballots. But this was a work that could be done only by the sovereign people acting through their lawful state government. It was not so done, because the government of the United States, with a powerful military force, had taken possession of New Orleans, refused to recognize the officers of the state government, and sought to capture and imprison them, although it recognized the validity of the state constitution in part, and commanded these things to be done as if it was the ultimate sovereign over all. Thus, the government of the state was subverted, the constitution of the state in part set aside, and the sovereignty of the people trampled down by a power that had no rightful authority for such acts. Subsequently, a so-called convention was held, a so-called new constitution adopted, complying with the views of the government of the United States. The amendment to the Constitution of the United States, as above mentioned, was adopted. The state representatives were admitted to seats in Congress, and the people acquiesced in the fraud which they had not the power to correct. The proceedings in the states of Arkansas and Virginia, which resulted in an entire subversion of the state governments, the destruction of the sovereignty of the people, and the establishment of the supremacy of the government of the United States, have been stated on a preceding page. End of Section 30. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan.
Section 31 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2 by Jefferson Davis, Part 4, Chapter 43. Subjugation of the Border States, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri. A military force invades Maryland and occupies Baltimore. Martial law declared. A military order. Banishment from the state. Civil government of the state suspended. Unalienable rights of the citizens invaded. Arrests of citizens commenced. Number. Case of John Merryman. Opinion of Chief Justice Taney. Newspapers seized. Houses searched for arms. Order of commanding general to marshals to put test to voters. The governor appeals to the president. His reply. Voters imprisoned. Statement of the government. Result of the election. State Constitutional Convention. Emancipation hardly carried. First open measures in Kentucky. Interference at the state election by United States government. Voters excluded. Martial law declared. Soldiers keeping the polls. The vote. Statement of the governor. Attempt to enroll able-bodied Negroes. The governor visits Washington. The result. Arrests, imprisonment, and exile of citizens. Suspension of the writ of habeas corpus by President Lincoln. Interference with the state election. Order to the sheriffs. Proclamation of the governor. Enlistment of slaves. Emancipation by constitutional amendment. Violent measures in Missouri. The governor calls out the militia. His words. The plea of the invader. The authority of the United States is paramount, said President Lincoln. Bravery of the governor. Words of the commanding general. Troops poured into the state. Proceedings of the state convention. Numberless usurpations. Provisional governor. Emancipation ordinance passed. If the state government is instituted with certain powers which become just powers by the formal consent of the governed, for the purpose of enforcing security to the unalienable rights of man, it must be evident that any interference with those rights, by which their enjoyments diminished, endangers, or destroyed, is not only an obstruction to the operation of the just powers of the state government, but is subversive of the purpose which it was instituted to effect. In this manner, the state government of Maryland was subjugated. A military force, under the authority of the government of the United States, occupied the city of Baltimore at a time when no invasion of the state was threatened, and when there had been no application of the legislature or of the executive for protection against domestic violence, which circumstances alone could give a constitutional authority for this organized military force to occupy the state. The commanding general, Schenck, soon issued an order, of which the following is an extract. Quote, martial law is declared and hereby established in the city and county of Baltimore, and in all the counties of the western shore of Maryland. The commanding general gives assurance that this suspension of civil government within the limits defined shall not extend beyond the necessities of the occasion. All of the civil courts, tribunals, and political functionaries of state, county, or city authority are to continue in the discharge of their duties, as in times of peace, only in no way interfering with the exercise of the predominant power assumed and asserted by the military authority. End quote. It will be noticed that this military force of the government of the United States had no constitutional permission to come into Maryland and exercise authority, that the commanding general says that the civil government of the state is suspended within certain limits, that this suspension will be continued according to the necessities of the occasion, that the courts and political functionaries may discharge their duties only in no way interfering with the exercise of the predominant military power. Now, where were the just powers of the state government at this time? They were suspended in a part of the state, says the commanding general, and for so long a time as the military authority may judge the necessities of the occasion to require, and that the courts and political functionaries may discharge their duties while recognizing the supremacy of the military power. Thus was the state government subjugated. A further suspension of the state government was now commenced by an invasion and denial of some of the unalienable rights of the citizens, for the security of which that government was instituted. The Constitution of the United States says, quote, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. End quote. Note 81, Article 5 Amendment. Quote, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated." End quote. Note 82. Article 4 Amendment. Quote, "Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted." End quote. Note 83. Article 8 Amendment. Quote, "Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press." End quote. Note 84. Article 1 Amendment. The Declaration of Independence says, quote, "that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men." End quote. Immediately upon the issue of the order of the commanding general, the arrests of citizens commenced by provost marshals. The family residence of a lady was forced open. She was seized, put on board of a steamer, and sent to the Confederate States. A man was arrested for being disloyal to the United States government and held for examination. Another was charged with interfering with the enrollment. He was held for further examination. Another, charged with being disloyal to the United States government, took the oath of allegiance and was released. A woman charged with the attempt to resist the enrollment was arrested and subsequently released. A man on a charge of disloyalty took the oath and was released. Another charged with having given improper information to enrolling officers was released on furnishing the information. Another charged with having powder in his possession was released on taking the oath of allegiance. Two others, charged with abuse of the Negroes laboring on the fortifications, were held for examination. Another, charged with rendering assistance to wounded Confederate soldiers and expressing treasonable sentiments, took the oath of allegiance and was released. Another, charged with being a soldier in the Confederate Army and paroled, was ordered to be sent across the lines. A man charged with treasonable language was ordered to be sent across the lines. Two others, charged with aiding Confederate soldiers, took the oath of allegiance and were discharged. Another, charged with receiving letters from Confederates for the purpose of delivery, took the oath of allegiance and was discharged. Another, charged with expressing treasonable sentiments, was held for examination. Two, charged with cheering for Jefferson Davis, took the oath and were released. One case more must be stated. On May 25, 1861, John Merriman, a most respectable citizen of the state, residing in Baltimore County, was seized in his bed by an armed force and imprisoned in Fort McHenry. He petitioned the Chief Justice of the United States that a writ of habeas corpus might be issued, which was granted. The officer upon whom it was served declined to obey the writ. An attachment was issued against the officer. The marshal was refused admittance to the fort to serve it. Upon such return being made, the Chief Justice said, quote, "I ordered the attachment yesterday because upon the face of the return, the detention of the prisoner was unlawful upon two grounds. One, the President, under the Constitution and laws of the United States, cannot suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, nor authorize any military officer to do so. Two, a military officer has no right to arrest and detain a person not subject to the rules and articles of war for an offense against the laws of the United States, except in aid of the judicial authority and subject to its control. And if the party is arrested by the military, it is the duty of the officer to deliver him over immediately to the civil authority, to be dealt with according to law. Under the Constitution of the United States, these principles are the fundamental law of the Union. In relation to the present return, I propose to say that the marshal has legally the power to summon out the posse comitatus to seize and bring into court the party named in the attachment, but it is apparent he will be resisted in the discharge of that duty by a force notoriously superior to the posse comitatus, and such being the case, the court has no power under the law to order the necessary force to compel the appearance of the party. I shall reduce to writing the reasons under which I have acted, and which have led me to the conclusions expressed in my opinion, and shall report them with these proceedings to the President of the United States, and call upon him to perform its constitutional duty to enforce the laws. In other words, to enforce the process of this court." End quote. During the month of July, arrests were made of 361 persons on charges like the above mentioned by the military authority. Of this number, 317 took the oath of allegiance to the government of the United States and were released. 5 were sent to Fort McHenry, 3 to Washington for the action of the authorities there, 11 to the north, 6 across the lines, and 19 were held for further examination. On September 11th, 1863, one of the city newspapers published the poem entitled "The Southern Cross." The publishers and editor were immediately arrested, not allowed communication with any person whatever, and on the same day sent across the lines with the understanding that they should not return during the war. On July 2nd, an order was issued which forbade the citizens of Baltimore City and County to keep arms unless they were enrolled as volunteer companies. The 51st Regiment of Massachusetts Volunteers was placed at the disposal of General E. B. Tyler, assisted by the Provost Marshal and the Chief of Police. The soldiers, in concert with the police, formed into parties of 3 or 4, and were soon diligently engaged in searching houses. Large wagons were provided, and muskets, carbines, rifles, revolvers of all kinds, sabers, bayonets, swords, and bird and ducking guns in considerable quantities were gathered. The Constitution of the United States says, quote, "The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." End quote. Note 85, Article 2, Amendment. A further subversion of the state government of Maryland was next made by a direct interference with the elections. An election was to be held in the state for members of the legislature and members of Congress on November 3rd, 1863. The commanding general, on October 27th, issued an order to all marshals and military officers to cause their direct interference with the voters. The governor, Bradford, applied to the President of the United States to have the order revoked, and protested against any person who offered to vote being put to any test not found in the laws of Maryland. President Lincoln declined to interfere with the order, except in one less important point. The governor issued a proclamation on the day preceding the election, which the military commander endeavored to suppress, and issued an order charging that the tendency of the proclamation was to invite and suggest disturbance. 1 or more regiments of soldiers were sent out and distributed among several of the counties to attend the places of election in defiance of the known laws of the state prohibiting their presence. Military officers and provost marshals were ordered to arrest voters guilty, in their opinion, of certain offenses, and to menace judges of election with the power of the army in case this order was not respected. But perhaps the forcible language of the governor to the legislature will furnish the most undeniable statement of the facts. He says, quote, "On Monday evening preceding the election, I issued a proclamation giving the judges of election the assurance of the protection of the state to the extent of its ability. Before the following morning, orders were sent to the Eastern Shore directing its circulation to be suppressed. The public papers were forbidden to publish it, and an embargo laid on all steamers in port trading with that part of the state, lest they might carry it. The abuses commenced even before the opening of the polls. On the day preceding the election, the officer in command of the regiment which had been distributed among the counties of the Eastern Shore, and who had himself landed in Kent County, commenced his operations by arresting and sending across the bay some 10 or more of the most estimable and distinguished of its citizens, including several of the most steadfast and most uncompromising loyalists of the shore. The jail of the county was entered, and the jailer seized, imprisoned, and afterward sent to Baltimore, and prisoners confined therein under the indictment set at liberty. The commanding officer gave the first clue to the kind of disloyalty against which he considered himself as particularly commissioned, by printing and publishing a proclamation in which, referring to the election to take place on the next day, he invited all the truly loyal to avail themselves of that opportunity and establish their loyalty by giving a full and ardent support to the whole government ticket upon the platform adopted by the Union League Convention, declaring that none other is recognized by the federal authorities as loyal or worthy of the support of any one who desires the peace and restoration of the Union. This government ticket was in several, if not all, of the counties designated by its color. It was a yellow ticket, and, armed with that, a voter could safely run the gauntlet of the sabers and carbines that guarded the entrance to the polls, and known sympathizers with the rebellion were allowed to vote unquestioned if they would vote that ticket, while loyal and respected citizens, ready to take the oath, were turned back by the officer in charge without even allowing them to approach the polls. In one district, the military officer took his stand at the polls before they were opened, declaring that none but the yellow ticket should be voted, and excluded all others throughout the day. In another district, a similar officer caused every ballot offered to be examined, and unless it was the favored one, the voter was required to take the oath and not otherwise. In another district, after one vote only had been given, the polls were closed. The judges were all arrested and sent out of the county, and military occupation taken of the town. Other statements might be made. Quote, "These abuses present a humiliating record, such as I had never supposed we should be called upon to read in any state, still less in a loyal one like this. Unless it be indeed a fallacy to suppose that any rights whatever remain to such a state, or that any line whatever marks the limit of federal power, a bolder stride across that line that power never made, even in a rebel state, than it did in Maryland on the 3rd last November. A part of the army, which a generous people had supplied for a very different purpose, was on that day engaged in stifling the freedom of election in a faithful state, intimidating its sworn officers, violating the constitutional rights of its loyal citizens, and obstructing the usual channels of communication between them and their executive." End quote. The result was the election of a majority of members of the legislature in favor of a state constitutional convention. The acts necessary for this object were passed. At the election of delegates, the military authority again interfered in order to secure a majority in favor of immediate and unconditional emancipation. The so-called convention assembled and drafted a so-called constitution, which the 23rd article of the Bill of Rights prohibited the existence of slavery in the state, and said, "All persons held to service or labor as slaves are hereby declared free." End quote. It was urged, in objection to the adoption of the so-called Constitution by the convention, that, quote, "the election by which the convention was called and its members elected was not free for the legal voters of the state, but was held and conducted in clear violation of the rights of voters, in consequence of which a majority of the legal voters of the state were excluded from the polls." End quote. A rigid article on the qualifications of voters at the state elections was embodied in the Constitution, with a shameless provision that it should be in force at the election for ratification or rejection of the so-called Constitution, which was to create the disabilities. The instrument also authorized a poll to be opened in each company of every Maryland regiment in the service of the United States at the quarters of the commanding general, and that the commissioned officers of such company should act as the judges of election. The aid of the President of the United States was also obtained to help on the ratification of the new Constitution, and he concludes a letter on the subject by saying, quote, "I shall be gratified exceedingly if the good people of the state shall, by their votes, ratify the new Constitution." End quote. Notwithstanding the aid of the President, of the soldiers' votes, and the most stringent oath, and the exclusion of every person who had in any manner, by word or act, aided the cause of the Confederacy, the majority for the so-called Constitution was only 375. The total vote was 59,973. In 1860, the vote of the state was 92,502. Thus was the state government subjugated and made an instrument of destruction to the people. Thus were their rights ruthlessly violated, and property millions of dollars in value annihilated. The reader must have noticed, in all these proceedings which resulted in the subjugation of the state governments, the cautious and stealthy manner in which the government of the United States proceeded at the outset in each instance until it got a strong foothold. That then the mask was thrown off, and both governor and people were made the unresisting victims of its unscrupulous and lawless outrages. In the state of Kentucky, the first open and direct measures taken by the government of the United States for the subjugation of the state government and people, thereby to effect the emancipation of the slaves, consisted in an interference with the voters at the state election in August 1863. This interference was by means of a military force stationed at the polls to sustain and enforce the action of some of the servants of the government of the United States, the object being to overawe the judges of election, secure the administration of a rigid oath of allegiance, and thereby the rejection of as many antagonistic votes as possible. Indeed, it was intended that none but so-called Union men should vote, that is, men who were willing to approve of every measure which the government of the United States might adopt to carry on the war and revolutionize the state. At the same time, no man was allowed to be a candidate or to receive any votes unless he was a well-known advocate of the government of the United States. It will be seen that these measures excluded the largest portion of the former Democratic Party, although they might be practically Union men, and placed everything in the hands of the administration party, where, by the use of similar machinery, it remained a great many years after the war closed. Meantime, on July 31st, 1863, the commanding general of the Department of the Ohio issued an order declaring the state under martial law, and said, "It is for the purpose only of protecting, if necessary, the rights of loyal citizens and the freedom of elections." He would have more correctly said, "It is for the purpose of enforcing and securing a majority for the candidates of my views." The general in command in the western part of the state issued an order to regulate the election in that quarter, and the colonels at every post did likewise. In Louisville, on the day of election, there were 10 soldiers with muskets at each voting place who, with crossed bayonets, stood in the doors, preventing all access of voters to the polls but by their permission, and who arrested and carried to the military prison all whom they were told to arrest. Out of some 8,000 voters in the city, less than 5,000 votes were taken. How many of the missing 3,000 were deterred from attempting to vote could not be ascertained, nor was it necessary, for the intimidation of 3,000 voters is no greater outrage than the intimidation of only 300. The interpretation generally put on the order of the commanding officer by the opposition party was that no man was to have the privilege of having his right to vote tested by the judges of election if he was pointed out to the guard by any one of the detectives as a proper person to be arrested. As the commanding officer had not the semblance of legal or rightful power to interfere with the election, the most sinister suspicions were naturally aroused, and very many were said to have been deterred from going to the polls through fear that they would be made the victims to personal or party malice. Similar intimidation was practiced in other parts of the state. The result was that there was not only direct military interference with the election, but it was conducted in most of the state under the intimidation of the bayonets of the government of the United States. The total vote was 85,695. In 1860, the vote of the state was 146,216. The governor-elect, in his message, spoke of such an unjust election as follows, quote, "The recent elections clearly and unmistakably define the popular will and public judgment of Kentucky. It is settled that Kentucky will, with unwavering faith and unswerving purpose, stand by and support the government in every effort to suppress the rebellion and maintain the Union." End quote. The true sense of this language is that the government of the United States had so far subverted the state government and destroyed the sovereignty of the people that they could not withstand its further aggressions. The government of the United States was now ready to move forward in its design to destroy one of the most valuable institutions of the state. Steps were taken by its officers to enroll all able-bodied male Negroes in the state between the ages of 20 and 45 years, that they might form a part of its forces. The effect of this measure was to break up the labor system of the state, and meanwhile the pseudo-philanthropists furnished food for powder and indulged their ideas of freedom at their neighbors' expense. The excitement produced caused the governor to visit Washington and effect agreements by which all recruiting should cease when a county's quota was full. All recruits should be removed from the state, and other similar provisions. A year later, he said to the legislature, "Had these agreements been carried out, a very different state of feeling would have existed in Kentucky. But instead of carrying them out, the most offensive and injurious modes were adopted to violate them." The next step taken by the government of the United States in the subversion of the government of Kentucky was the destruction of the inalienable right of personal liberty of the citizens, which the state was in duty bound to protect. The Union governor of the state, whose election was aided by the United States military officers, as above stated, is the witness for the facts. In his message to the legislature of January 1865, he says, "The gravest matter of military outrage has been, and yet is, the arrest, imprisonment, and banishment of loyal citizens without a hearing and without even a knowledge of the charges against them. There have been a number of this class of arrests merely for partisan political vengeance, and to force them to pay heavy sums to purchase their liberation. How the spoils so infamously extorted are divided has not transpired to the public information. For partisan political ends, General John B. Houston was arrested at midnight preceding the election and hurried off under circumstances of shameful aggravation. He was, however, released in a few days, but that does not atone for the criminality of his malicious arrest and false imprisonment. The battle-scarred veteran, Colonel Frank Wofford, whose name and loyal fame are part of his country's proudest memories, and whose arrest for political vengeance should put a nation's cheek to blush, is yet held in durance vile, without a hearing and without an accusation, so far as he or his friends can ascertain. Lieutenant Governor Jacobs, whose yet unclosed wounds were received in battle for his country, was made a victim to partisan and personal enmity, and hurried without a hearing and without any known accusation through the rebel lines into Virginia. The action in this case is in defiance of federal and state constitutions and laws, in defiance of the laws of humanity and liberty, dishonors the cause of our country, and degrades the military rank to the infamous uses of partisan and personal vengeance. Other cases might be mentioned, but these are selected because they are known to the whole country. The acts of these men are part of the glorious history of loyal heroism." End quote. The next step in the progress of the subjugation of the state government was taken by President Lincoln on July 5, 1864, when he issued a proclamation establishing martial law throughout the state and the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. Civil proceedings were allowed to be continued, quote, "which did not affect the military operations or the constituted authorities of the government of the United States." End quote. Arrest of individuals by military force soon commenced, and a large number of eminent Kentuckians of all professions and pursuits were imprisoned. A group of persons consisting of judges, magistrates, wealthy merchants, and young women, without having been allowed a hearing or trial or any opportunity to vindicate themselves, were banished from the state. In this destruction of the unalienable right of personal liberty, the state government was passive. Indeed, it was powerless to resist. A state election was to be held on the first Monday of August for local officers and a judge of the High Court of Appeals from one district. Chief Justice Duval was one of the two candidates. On July 29th, an order was issued by the Major General commanding to the sheriffs of the counties concerned as follows, quote, "You will not allow the name of Alvin Duval to appear upon the poll books as a candidate for office at the coming election." End quote. Another name was substituted. The election of a president of the United States was to be held in November, but the government of the United States seems to have regarded the vote of the state as unnecessary to secure the re-election of its officials, and refrained from interference. Under these circumstances, the governor of the state took courage and issued a proclamation to the election officers. It is of no importance except as showing their powers and duties and how grossly they had neglected them at previous elections. He said, quote, "As no officer of any rank, from the president down, has any right or authority to interfere with elections, no order to do so can legalize the act. If there be sufficient power in the citizens present at any place where such interference may be attempted to arrest the offenders and hold them over to answer to the violated laws, it will be the duty of the sheriff to make the arrest in such a case. He has the authority to require the aid of every citizen, and it should be readily and promptly given in defense of a common right of a blood-bought franchise. If the force employed to interfere with the election be too great at any place of voting to be arrested, the officers of the election in such case should adjourn and not proceed with the election. If you are unable to hold a free election, your duty is to hold none at all." End quote. By enlistment, over 22,000 of the most valuable slaves in the state had gone into the service of the United States, and on March 3, 1865, its Congress passed an act declaring that the wives and children of all such soldiers should be free. But the final moment was near at hand when the annihilation of more than 100 millions of property and the destruction of one of the most important institutions of the state was to take place by one of those fictions so peculiar to this administration of the government of the United States. That was the pretended adoption of a constitutional amendment prohibiting the existence of slavery in the United States. When a whole people suffers itself to be cajoled in this unaccountable manner by its unscrupulous rulers, it argues as little regard for the fundamental law of the Union as for the rights of the states. The subversion of the state government of Missouri by the government of the United States was more rapid and more desperate than in the case of Kentucky. As previously stated, the governor of the state, at the commencement of the difficulties, proposed the most conciliatory terms to the government of the United States, which were rejected. He then, like a governor sensible of his duty to protect the rights of his people and of the sacred obligations of his official oath, issued his proclamation calling into active service 50,000 of the state militia, quote, for the purpose of repelling invasion and for the protection of the lives, liberty, and property of the citizens, end quote. He said, quote, a series of unprovoked and unparalleled outrages have been inflicted upon the peace and dignity of this Commonwealth and upon the rights and liberties of its people by wicked and unprincipled men, professing to act under the authority of the government of the United States. Solemn enactments of your legislature have been nullified. Your volunteer soldiers have been taken prisoners. Your commerce with your sister states has been suspended. Your trade with your own fellow citizens has been and is subjected to the harassing control of an armed soldiery. Peaceful citizens have been imprisoned without warrant of law. Unoffending and defenseless men, women, and children have been ruthlessly shot down and murdered, and other unbearable indignities have been heaped upon your state and yourselves. End quote. The plea of the invader was contained in an order issued from Washington to the commanding general in these words, quote, the President observes with concern that notwithstanding the pledge of the state authorities to cooperate in preserving the peace of Missouri, loyal citizens in great numbers continue to be driven from their homes. It is immaterial whether the outrages continue from inactivity or indisposition on the part of the state authorities to prevent them. It is enough that they continue, and it will devolve on you the duty of putting a stop to them summarily by the force under your command, to be aided by such troops as you may require from Kansas, Iowa, and Illinois. The authority of the United States is paramount, and whenever it is apparent that a movement, whether by order of state authority or not, is hostile, you will not hesitate to put it down. End quote. In this order, the only pretext put forward is that of domestic violence. But in that case, the Constitution of the United States gives no authority to the United States government to interfere except on the express conditions of an application of the legislature or of the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened. There had been no application of the legislature or of the executive. On the contrary, the governor of the state, like a brave man, told the executive of the United States to keep his hands off and to keep his military forces without the state, and he pledged himself to preserve its peace and neutrality. But arguments or pledges on the part of the victim have never yet stopped the progress of the remorseless usurper. The subjugation of the state government of Missouri to the will and designs of the government at Washington had been determined upon, and the sovereignty of the people was to be crushed by troops from the sister states of Kansas, Iowa, and Illinois. But the bravery of the governor and the determination of the legislature caused the government of the United States to depart from its usually stealthy progress in the invasion of the state government and the sovereignty of the people, and to adopt bolder measures. The governor was charged with purposes of treason and secession for his attempt faithfully to discharge the duties of a conscientious governor to the citizens. Says the commander of the United States forces in his proclamation, quote, the recent proclamation of Governor Jackson, by which he has set at defiance the authorities of the United States and urged you to make war upon them, is but a consummation of his treasonable purposes, long indicated by his acts and expressed opinions, and now made manifest. End quote. These are fine words to come from the satrap of a usurper who invades a state of the Union without lawful permission or authority, with a design to subvert its government and overthrow the sovereignty of its people, and to be applied by him to the only governor in the northern states who strove defiantly to protect the inalienable rights and sovereignty of his constituents. Troops were now poured into the state by the government of the United States so rapidly as to render the successful opposition of the lawful authorities impossible, and the control of a large portion of the state was soon held by the military forces. The governor, unable to resist, retired to the southern part of the state. Meantime, The State Convention, which had been called to consider the relations between the government of the United States and the state of Missouri, and to adopt such measures for vindicating the sovereignty of the state as were necessary, reassembled on the call of its committee. Entirely forgetful of the objects for which the people had called it together, it proceeded to declare the state offices vacant, and to elect a provisional governor and other officers entirely subservient to the will and behests of the administration at Washington. The commanding general now declared martial law in the state, and the emancipation of all slaves belonging to persons who had taken an active part with us. This emancipation clause was soon modified by the President as in advance of the times. The attention of the reader is called to the numerous usurpations and violations of the constitutional principles and of laws by the government of the United States and its champions, contained in the first few lines of the preceding paragraph, viz., the invasion with military force, the expulsion of the lawful state authorities, the assumption by the State Convention of unlawful powers, the election and introduction of persons to offices not vacant, the abandonment of all protection of the inalienable rights of the people, the declaration of martial law without any authority for it, and the attempt to emancipate the slaves in violation of every law and constitutional principle. The severity of the executive of the United States now began to be felt by the citizens of the state. All disaffected persons were silenced or arrested. Prisoners of war were treated as criminals, and every obstacle to complete subjugation to the will of the conqueror sought to be removed. The state government was represented by a provisional governor, and the state convention that adjourned its session from year to year, after dallying periodically with the subject of the emancipation of the slaves, finally passed an ordinance for that purpose, to take effect in 1870. This was not immediate emancipation, so the disturbances were kept up in the state until, at a session of the legislature in February 1864, a bill was passed for a so-called state convention to revise the state constitution and the election of delegates in November. It is remarkable how much the orders of the commanding general now contained relative to disorderly persons. This was preparatory to the occupation of the polls by the military force, and the exclusion of all opposition voters. The delegates were elected, and the so-called convention assembled on January 6, 1865. An immediate emancipation ordinance was passed, and the state organization was subjugated to the will of the usurper and to disregard the will of the sovereign people. End of section 31. Recorded by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky.
Section 32 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 44A. Subjugation of the Northern States, Humiliating Spectacle of New York, Ringing of a Little Bell, Seizure and Imprisonment of Citizens, Number Seized, Paper Safeguards of Liberty, Other Safeguards, Suspension of the writ of habeas corpus, absolutely forbidden with one exception. How done? Not able to authorize another. Abundant protective provisions in New York, but all failed. Case of Pierce Butler. Arrest of Secretary Cameron. The President assumes the responsibility of the crime. No heed given to the writ of habeas corpus issued by the court. The Governor passive. Words of Justice Nelson. Prison overflowing. How relieved. Oath required of applicants for relief. Oath declined by some. Reasons. Order forbidding the employment of counsel by prisoners. Victims in almost every Northern state. Defeat at the elections. Result. Suit for damages commenced. Congress interferes to protect the guilty. State courts subjugated. How suspend habeas corpus. Congress violates the Constitution. What was New York? Writ suspended throughout the United States. What is loyalty? Military domination. Correspondence between General Dix and Governor Seymour. Seizure of newspapers. Governor orders arrest of offenders. Interference with the state election. Vote of the soldiers. State agents arrested. Provost marshals appointed in every Northern state. Their duties. Sustained by force. Trials by military commission. Trials at Washington. Assassination of the President. Trial of Henry Wurz. Efforts to implicate the author. Investigation of a committee of Congress as to complicity in the assassination. Arrest, trial, and banishment of Clement C. Vallandigham. Assertions of Governor Seymour on the case. Now follows the humiliating spectacle of the subjugation of the state government of New York, the Empire State, as she calls herself, where with all her men and treasures it might have been supposed that some stanch defenders of constitutional liberty would have sprung up. On the contrary, under the pretext of preserving the Union, her deluded children aided to destroy the Constitution on which the Union was founded, and put forth all their strength to exalt the government of the United States to supremacy. Thus the states were brought to a condition of subjugation, and their governments subverted from the protection of the rights for which they were instituted. These unalienable rights of the people were left without a protector or a shield. Before the crushing hand of the usurper, the sovereignty of the people was set aside, and in its place arose the sovereignty of the government of the United States. With the foundations undermined, the superstructure subverted, the ends for which the great republic was organized entirely lost to sight, and the true balance of the system destroyed, unless the dormant virtue and love for their inherited rights shall arouse the citizens to a vigorous effort to restore the republican institutions and powers of the states, the emperors and kings of the earth have only to await calmly the lapse of time to behold a fulfillment of their evil prophecies in regard to the great republic of the world. To show how the laws were disregarded, and how despotically the personal liberty of the citizen was invaded, let this example bear witness. The Secretary of State at Washington, William H. Seward, a favored son of the state of New York, would ring a little bell, which brought to him a messenger, to whom was given a secret order to arrest and confine in Fort Lafayette a person designated. This order was sent by telegraph to the United States Marshal of the district in which would be found the person who was to be arrested. The arrest being forcibly made by the marshal, with armed attendants, without even the form of a warrant, the prisoner, without the knowledge of any charge against him, was conveyed to Fort Hamilton, and turned over to the commandant. An aide with a guard of soldiers then conveyed him in a boat to Fort Lafayette, and delivered him to the keeper in charge, who gave a receipt for the prisoner. He was then divested of any weapons, money, valuables, or papers in his possession. His baggage was opened and searched. A soldier then took him in charge to the designated quarter, which was a portion of one of the casemates for guns, lighted only from the porthole, and occupied by 7 or 8 other prisoners. All were subjected to prison fare. Some were citizens of New York, and the others of different states. This manner of imprisonment was subsequently put under the direction of the Secretary of War, and continued at intervals until the close of the war. In the brief period between July 1 and October 19, 1861, the Secretary of State, William H. Seward, made such diligent use of his "little bell" that 175 of the most respectable citizens of the country were consigned to imprisonment in this Fort Lafayette, a strong fortress in the lower part of the harbor of New York. A decent regard for the memory of the friend of Washington, and for the services rendered to the colonies in their struggle for independence, might have led Mr. Seward to select for such base uses some other place than that which bore the honored name of Lafayette. The American citizen has, always, like the ancient Roman, felt that his personal liberty was secure. He supposed himself to be surrounded with numerous paper safeguards, which, together with the love of justice and respect for law, common to his fellow citizens, would be sufficient for his protection against any usurper. These now proved to be as weak as the paper upon which they were written. What were these supposed safeguards? There was the Constitution of the State of New York, an instrument for the protection and government of the people. It had received the consent of the people of the state who were governed by it, and therefore its powers were just powers. Its first object was to protect the unalienable rights of its citizens, relative to which it contains various provisions in its Bill of Rights, its declarations respecting personal liberty, its regulations to secure and enforce the great writ of freemen, the habeas corpus, the powers granted to the courts which it created, the legislature, the executive, in whose hands was placed the richest purse and the strongest sword of the sovereign states to protect the rights of its citizens. Further safeguards were placed in the Constitution of the United States. These were designated to restrain that government from any invasion of the citizens' personal liberty. They are as follows: The right of the people to be secure in their persons shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the persons to be seized. Again, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Again, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless upon presentment or indictment of a grand jury. Again, in all criminal prosecutions the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Among the enumerated powers of Congress is the following clause: The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require. This clause first forbids the suspension of the writ absolutely. A single exception is then made by the words, unless the public safety may require. A condition is attached to this exception, which still farther limits it, by the words, in cases of rebellion or invasion. There is still another and far more sweeping limitation attached to this clause. The writ must be suspended by an act of Congress, which can be passed only when Congress is in session. This suspension must be positive and absolute by Congress, not indefinite and dependent on any future contingency. For the acts of Congress are not absolute powers. If between enactment and enforcement they can be set aside by a contingency, unless such contingency was attached in the clause of the grant creating the power. But in these words of the Constitution there is no contingency expressed. Congress alone by positive enactment can suspend the writ of habeas corpus. It cannot authorize the President to suspend its force, nor has he any authority under the Constitution to do it. Neither can Congress make an intermittent suspension of the force of the writ, but it must be absolute under the specific condition. It is evident that the citizen of New York was abundantly provided with the safeguards of personal liberty. Yet they all proved to be of no avail to secure and enforce his right in the hour of trial. A few instances will afford an illustration of the facts. Mr. Pierce Butler was suspected of corresponding with persons in the Confederate States. He was arrested in Philadelphia on August 19, 1861, by order of Simon Cameron, then Secretary of War, without process of law and without any assigned cause. His trunks and drawers, wardrobe, and entire apartments were searched, and his private papers taken by the marshal and his 4 assistants. His office was also examined and his books and papers taken, and within an hour he was on his way to Fort Lafayette with an armed guard. After 5 weeks of detention he was liberated. No reason was given for his discharge any more than for his arrest. As Mr. Cameron was about to sail as minister to Russia in January ensuing, he was arrested for assault and battery and false imprisonment at the suit of Mr. Butler. The case was brought to the knowledge of the President of the United States, and on April 18, 1862, the Secretary of State, Seward, replied as follows, quote, "The communication has been submitted to the President, and I am directed by him to say in reply that he avows the proceeding of Mr. Cameron referred to as one taken by him when Secretary of War, under the President's directions, and deemed necessary for the prompt suppression of the existing rebellion." End quote. The writ of habeas corpus was issued by some of the state courts, directing the officer in command at the fort to bring some one or other of the prisoners into court for an investigation of the cause and authority for his detention. But no attention was given to these writs by the officer. Neither did the governor of the state make any effort to enforce the processes of the courts. He, perhaps, expected that his efforts might be resisted by an overpowering force. But expectations, of whatsoever nature, do not justify or excuse the neglect of a positive duty. It is through such weaknesses that the liberties of mankind have been too often lost. Thus the Constitution, the laws, the courts, the executive of the State of New York, were subverted, turned aside from the end for which they were instituted, and all the specific arrangements were of no avail to secure this guaranteed right of its citizens. Probably every one of the prisoners was entirely innocent of any act whatever that was criminal under the laws, either of the state or of the United States. In opinion, they were opposed to the military proceedings of the government of the United States, and these opinions they had expressed, which liberty is a part of the birthright of freemen. Indeed, Judge Nelson of the Supreme Court of the United States, in the Circuit of New York, in an opinion delivered about this time, thus expressed himself, quote, "Words, oral, written, or printed, however treasonable, seditious, or criminal of themselves, do not constitute an overt act of treason within the definition of the crime. When spoken, written, or printed, in relation to an act or acts, which, if committed with a treasonable design, might constitute such overt act, they are admissible as evidence, tending to characterize it and show the intent with which the act was committed." End quote. Finally, the prison in New York harbor became so full that many prisoners were sent to Fort Warren, in the harbor of Boston. At this time the government of the United States used the old Capitol at Washington, Fort McHenry of Baltimore, Fort Lafayette at New York, and Fort Warren at Boston, for the confinement of those whom the usurper designated as "state prisoners." Still further to relieve the fullness of the prisons, 2 men, John A. Dix, of the Army, and Edwards Pierpont, of civil life, were sent to investigate the cases of the prisoners, and release some who were willing to take an "oath of allegiance." Next it was made a condition precedent to an investigation that the said oath should be taken by the prisoner. As an instance, this proposal was made to 2 persons named Flanders, citizens of the interior of New York. The oath was as follows: "I do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States against all enemies, whether foreign or domestic, and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state convention or legislature to the contrary notwithstanding, and farther, that I do this with a full determination, pledge, and purpose, without any mental reservation or evasion whatsoever, and further, that I will well and faithfully perform all the duties which may be required of me by law." These persons declined to take the prescribed oath. The reasons which they gave for this refusal furnish painful evidence of the extreme subjugation of the government of the State of New York, and its silent submission to the arbitrary and unconstitutional acts of the government of the United States, even at the sacrifice of the most sacred rights of freemen. They said, "We have been guilty of no offense against the laws of our country, but have simply exercised our constitutional rights as free citizens in the open and manly expression of our opinions upon public affairs. We have been placed here without legal charges, or indeed any charges whatsoever being made against us, and upon no legal process, but upon an arbitrary and illegal order of the Honorable William H. Seward, Secretary of State of the United States. Every moment of our detention here is a denial of our most sacred rights. We are entitled to and hereby demand an unconditional discharge, and while we could cheerfully take the oath prescribed by the Constitution of the United States, because we are, always have been, and ever intend to be, loyal to that instrument, though at the same time protesting against the right of the government to impose even such oath upon us as the condition of our discharge, we cannot consent to take the oath now required of us, because we hold no office of any kind under the government of the United States, and it is an oath unknown to and unauthorized by the Constitution, and commits us to the support of the government, though it may be acting in direct conflict with the Constitution, and deprives us of the right of freely discussing, and by peaceful and constitutional methods, opposing its measures, a right which is sacred to freedom, and which no American citizen should voluntarily surrender. That such is the interpretation put upon this oath by the government, and such its intended effect, is plainly demonstrated by the fact that it is dictated to this as a condition of our release from an imprisonment inflicted upon us, for due no other cause than that we have exercised the above specified constitutional rights." One important fact which illustrates the flagrant outrage committed on all these prisoners should not be omitted. The Constitution of the United States declares as follows: "In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to have the assistance of counsel for his defense." On December 3, 1861, the commanding officer at Fort Lafayette came to the prisoners' quarters and read a document, of which the following is a copy. "To the political prisoners in Fort Lafayette. I am instructed by the Secretary of State to inform you that the Department of State of the United States will not recognize any one as an attorney for political prisoners, and will look with distrust upon all applications for release through such channels, and that such applications will be regarded as additional reasons for declining to release the prisoners. And further, that if such prisoners wish to make any communication to the government, they are at liberty to make it directly to the State Department. Seth C. Hawley. End quote. Space will not permit me to further notice the instances of this immense class of cases. In almost every northern state the victims of this violence were to be found. That there was no just cause for these invasions of the rights of the states and of the citizens was demonstrated in the most decisive manner. At this time, November 4, 1862, the friends of the administration of the United States government were decisively defeated at the elections. On November 22nd, ensuing, the War Department issued an order releasing all except prisoners of war. The order was muffled up in a phraseology suited to hide from the observation of the people that the result of the elections had stricken home to the sensibilities of the usurpers. It said, quote, "Ordered, 1. That all persons now in military custody who have been arrested for discouraging volunteer enlistments, opposing the draft, or for otherwise giving aid and comfort to the enemy, in states where the draft has been made or the quota of volunteers and militia has been furnished, shall be discharged from further military restraint." End quote. Thus these arrests were for a short period suspended, and then vigorously renewed. Footnote 91. The first act of Congress providing for an enrollment and draft was passed on March 8, 1863, 3.5 months later than this order. End footnote. Many of these persons, who had been illegally seized and imprisoned, now commenced suits for damages. This led to another step on the part of the government of the United States, by which the judiciary of the state was entirely subverted and deprived of all jurisdiction in these cases. Congress passed an act on March 3, 1863, which provided that any order of the President of the United States, or arrest made under his authority, when pleaded, should be a defense, in all courts, to any action or prosecution for any search, seizure, arrest, or imprisonment made, done, or committed, or any acts omitted to be done, under or by virtue of such order, or under color of any law of Congress. The act further provided that all actions against officers and others for torts and arrests might be removed for trial to the next Circuit Court of the United States held in the district, and said, quote, "It shall then be the duty of the state court to accept the surety and proceed no further in the cause or prosecution, and the bail that shall have been originally taken shall be discharged." End quote. It will be noticed that by the terms of this act the case could be removed to the Circuit Court when the defendant, quote, "filed a petition stating the facts verified by affidavit." End quote. Thus the jurisdiction of all the courts of the State of New York was made to terminate and cease upon the simple word of the defendant accompanied by an affidavit. But these courts were instituted by the consent of the governed for the protection of the personal freedom of the citizen, yet in the cases brought before them they ordered the removal on the ground that they involved the question of the constitutionality of an act of Congress, over which the courts of the United States had a jurisdiction. The absurdity of this plea is manifest, for it is founded on the presumption that the question, whether, under authority from the President of the United States, any one, without intervention of the judicial tribunals, can incarcerate a citizen, is a question which can be treated as constituting a case arising under the Constitution of the United States. Any statute authorizing such acts is palpably void and not entitled to be a ground for a bearing under an appeal. The subjugation of the government of the State of New York was made in another section of the same Act of Congress of March 3, 1863, It declares, that during the present rebellion the President of the United States, whenever in his judgment the public safety may require it, is authorized to suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, in any case throughout the United States, or any part thereof." Let us turn to the words of the Constitution of the United States, which are contained in the grant of powers to Congress. "The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it." It will be seen that two facts are required to exist before the Congress of the United States can suspend the privilege of this writ. Congress must therefore determine the existence of these facts before it has power constitutionally to act. If it finds either fact to exist and not the other, it has no power to suspend the privilege of the writ. There must be rebellion, and the public safety must require the suspension. When Congress finds these facts to exist, it can enact the suspension. It is the judgment of Congress alone that can determine that the public safety requires the suspension. This cannot be delegated to the judgment of any other department of the government. Therefore, when Congress tells the President, in the above-mentioned act, that he is authorized to suspend the privilege of this writ whenever, in his judgment, the public safety may require it, then that body undertakes to do that for which it has no authority in the Constitution. The States delegated the power solely to Congress. An act to transfer the trust to any other depository could rightfully have no force whatever. Now, the State of New York, in which this writ was thus suspended by the government of the United States, was one of the Northern States, and a most ardent advocate of the Union. It had contributed more men and money to support the government of the United States than any other state, and than some whole sections of the states. Peace reigned throughout all its borders. Yet in this quiet and loyal state, whose people had given so freely to aid the government of the United States, a claim was now set up to the right to nullify the rights and immunities of every citizen, by that government which had already nullified the powers of every court in the state. This was done by the declaration of the President that, "the public safety," required the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. The act of Congress was passed on March 3, 1863, and on September 15th the President issued his proclamation, and referring to the authority claimed to have been granted by the act, he proceeded to say, "Whereas, in the judgment of the President, the public safety does require that the privilege of said writ shall now be suspended throughout the United States, in cases where, by the authority of the President of the United States, military, naval, and civil officers of the United States, or either of them, hold persons under their custody, either as prisoners of war, spies, or aiders or abettors of the enemy, or officers, soldiers, or seamen, enrolled, drafted, or mustered, or enlisted in, or belonging to, the land or naval forces of the United States, or as deserters therefrom, or otherwise amenable to military law, or to the rules or articles of war, or the rules and regulations prescribed for military and naval service, by the authority of the President of the United States, or for resisting a draft, or for any other offense against the military or naval service. Therefore I do hereby proclaim and make known that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus is suspended throughout the United States, in the several cases before mentioned, throughout the duration of said rebellion." No autocrat ever issued an edict more destructive of the natural right to personal liberty. Not only was the State government of New York deprived of the power to fulfill its obligations to protect and preserve this right of its citizens, but every State government of the Northern States was in like manner subverted. The only distinction known among the citizens was that established by the government of the United States in answer to the question, applied to each one, "Is he loyal or disloyal?" The only test of loyalty was based on submission, and as usual in such cases, the most abject in spirit were the most loyal to the usurper. All those liberties of conduct and action which stamp the true freeman everywhere throughout the world disappeared, and the suppressed voice, the apprehensive look, and the cautious movements were substituted for the free speech, the open brow, and the fearless tread which had characterized the American. Another step in the subjugation of the government of the State of New York was made by the domination over it of the military power of the government of the United States. This took place in a time of peace in the state, when the courts were all open and the civil administration of affairs was unobstructed. On July 30, 1863, the United States commanding general of that department addressed a letter to Governor Seymour saying, "As the draft under the Act of Congress of March 3, 1863, for enrolling and calling out the national forces, will probably be resumed in this city, New York, at an early day, I am desirous of knowing whether the military power of the state may be relied on to enforce the execution of the law, in case of forcible resistance to it. I am very anxious there should be perfect harmony of action between the federal government and that of the State of New York, and if under your authority to see the laws faithfully executed, I can feel assured that the act referred to will be enforced, I need not ask the War Department to put at my disposal, for the purpose, troops in the service of the United States." Governor Seymour replied on August 3rd, "I have this day sent to the President of the United States a communication in relation to the draft in this state. I believe his answer will relieve you and me from the painful questions growing out of an armed enforcement of the conscription law in this patriotic state, which has contributed so largely and freely to the support of the national cause during the existing war." On August 8th, General Dix writes again, "It is my duty as commanding officer of the troops in the service of the United States in this department, if called on by the enrolling officers, to aid them in resisting forcibly opposition to the execution of the law, and it is from an earnest desire to avoid the necessity of employing for the purpose any of my forces which have been placed here to garrison the forts and protect the public property that I wished to see the draft enforced by the military power of the state, in case of armed or organized resistance to it. I designed, if your cooperation could not be relied on, to ask the general government for a force which would be adequate to ensure the execution of the law, and to meet any emergency growing out of it." Meantime, Governor Seymour received no answer to his letter to the President. He had asked for a suspension of the draft, on the ground that the enrollments in the city were excessive as compared with other portions of the state, and that due credit was not given for the past. He therefore replied to General Dix, saying, "As you state in your letter that it is your duty to enforce the act of Congress, and as you apprehend its provisions may excite popular resistance, it is proposed you should know the position which will be held by the state authorities. Of course, under no circumstances can they perform duties expressly confided to others, nor can they undertake to relieve others from their proper responsibilities. But there can be no violations of good order, or riotous proceedings, no disturbances of the public peace, which are not infractions of the laws of the state, and those laws will be enforced under all circumstances. I shall take care that all the executive officers of this state perform their duties vigorously and thoroughly, and if need be, the military power will be called into requisition. As you are an officer of the general government and not of the state, it does not become me to make suggestions to you with regard to your action under a law of Congress." You will, of course, be governed by your instructions and your own views of duty." End quote. On August 18th, General Dix thus wrote to the governor, quote, "Not having received an answer from you, I applied to the Secretary of War on the 14th inst. For a force adequate to the object. The call was promptly responded to, and I shall be ready to meet all opposition to the draft." End quote. The force sent by the Secretary of War to keep the peace and subjugate the sovereignty of the people amounted to 42 regiments and 2 batteries. There was no occasion for the exertion of their powers, but the wrong to the State of New York was none the less gross. End of section 32. Recording by Catherine Riley. June 2015. Section 33 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 44b. Again, the subjugation of the government of the State of New York by the domination of the military power was made still more manifest by another act on the part of the government of the United States. A spurious proclamation seeming to have been issued by the President, calling for 400,000 men, by a fraudulent imposition, appeared in 2 papers of New York City, the Journal of Commerce and the World, on the morning of May 18, 1864. It was immediately contradicted by the authorities at Washington, and orders were issued, under which the offices of these papers were entered by armed men, the property of the owners seized, the premises held by force for several days, and the publications suspended. At the same time, the office of the Independent Telegraph Line was occupied by a military force in the name of the government of the United States. The operators were taken into custody, and the proprietors of the newspaper were ordered to be arrested and imprisoned. But these orders were suspended. Governor Seymour immediately instructed the district attorney to proceed against the offenders, saying, quote, "In the month of July last, when New York was a scene of violence, I gave warning that the laws of the state must be enforced, its peace and order maintained, and the property of its citizens protected at every hazard. The laws were enforced at a fearful cost of blood and life. The declaration I then made was not intended merely for that occasion, or against any class of men. It is one of an enduring character to be asserted at all times, and against all conditions of citizens, without favor or distinction. Unless all are made to bow to the law, it will be respected by none. Unless all are made secure in their rights of person and property, none can be protected." End quote. An investigation was made by one of the city judges, and warrants were issued for the arrest of Major General Dix and several of his officers. They voluntarily appeared by counsel on July 6th, and the argument was set down for the 9th. On that day the counsel for the defense said, quote, "Since this warrant was issued, the President of the United States has issued another order to General Dix, which directs him that, while this civil war lasts, he must not relieve himself from his command, or be deprived of his liberty to obey any order of a military nature which the President of the United States directs him to execute." End quote. The result of the arguments was that the officers were held to await the action of the grand jury, who, however, took no action on the charges. The guilty person was arrested in 2 or 3 days after the appearance of the proclamation, and imprisoned in Fort Lafayette. The newspaper and telegraph offices were restored to the owners, and the publications resumed. But the government of New York never obtained any indemnification of these losses by its citizens. Another subversion of the state government was brought about by the military interference on the part of the government of the United States with the state election. This was in 1864, when President Lincoln and General McClellan were the candidates for the presidency of the United States. As usual, in all these cases, proceedings to work up a pretended necessity for interference on the part of the United States government were commenced by the appearance of a grandiloquent proclamation from the commanding General Dix, telling what horrible designs, there was reason to believe, the agents of the Confederate States in Canada had prepared to be executed on election day, by an invasion of voters from Canada to colonize different points. Therefore, to avert these dreadful dangers and arrest the guilty parties, it was necessary that provost marshals, sustained by a military force, should be present with authority at the polls. At the same time, the State Department issued a dispatch saying, quote, "Information has been received from the British provinces to the effect that there is a conspiracy on foot to set fire to the principal cities in the northern states on the day of the presidential election." End quote. Thus was created an apparent necessity for the military force to be very active on the day of election. Governor Seymour issued a proclamation saying, quote, "There is no reason to doubt that the coming election will be conducted with the usual quiet and order." End quote. Major General Butler was sent to take command in the city, and several thousand additional men were placed in the forts of the harbor, and proclamations were issued threatening by the United States government the severest punishment upon every person who might attempt improperly to vote at the election in the state of New York. The state legislature, at its previous session, had passed an act to provide for the vote of the soldiers in the field, to be taken previous to the day of election. Agents were appointed by the state government to the localities where the soldiers were stationed to receive the votes. The informers of the United States government immediately brought charges of fraud against some of the agents, and they were seized by the military authorities, sent to Washington, cast into prison, and held to be tried by a military commission. The governor of New York immediately appointed Amasa J. Parker and 2 other most respectable citizens as commissioners to proceed to Washington in behalf of the state and investigate the difficulties. They informed the governor that several hundred ballots, which had been seized, were given up, and that they visited the principal agent of the state of New York in his prison, through the permission of Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. They reported thus, quote, "The undersigned avail themselves of the permit granted them to visit Colonel North, M. Jones, and Levi Cohn. They found them in the Carroll prison, in close confinement. They then learned that Messrs. North and Cohn had been confined together in one room, and had not been permitted to leave it for a moment during the 4 days they had been prisoners, even for the purposes of answering the calls of nature. They had been supplied with meager and coarse prison rations, to be eaten in their room, where they constantly breathed the foul atmosphere arising from the standing odor. They had no vessel out of which to drink water, except the one furnished them for the purpose of urination. They had but one chair, and had slept 3 of the nights of their confinement upon a sack of straw upon the floor. They had not been permitted to see a newspaper, and were ignorant of the cause of their arrest. All communication between them and the outer world had been denied them, and no friend had been allowed to see them. The undersigned complained to the acting superintendent, who seemed humanely disposed, but justified his course by the prison rules and the instructions of his superiors." End quote. The commissioners further say, quote, From the best investigation the undersigned have been able to make, though there may have been irregularities, they have found no evidence that any frauds, either against any elector or the elective franchise, have been committed by any person connected with the New York agency." End quote. The commissioners then addressed a communication to the Secretary of War. A few extracts from this communication will show how utter was the subversion of the authority of the government of the State of New York. They say, quote, "They, North, Cone, and Jones, were not in the military or naval service of the United States, and by no law of which we are aware were they subject to the martial and military laws of the United States, or to the orders of the War Department. The charges, so far as we can learn, are not for the violation of any law of the United States, but relate to acts purporting to have been done under the law of the State of New York concerning elections, and making provisions for soldiers voting in that state. It being claimed that certain irregularities have intervened which give reason to suspect that frauds and forgeries are intended, and may be consummated. These suspected and anticipated frauds have respect solely to the election laws of the State of New York, and the action of the government in making the arrest is claimed to be justified upon the ground that, unless thus prevented, frauds will be perpetrated against the ballot box at the approaching election in the State of New York. We beg leave in behalf of the State respectfully to protest against this jurisdiction, assumed as well over the alleged offense as over the persons of the accused, who are citizens of the State, in its employ, and entitled to its protection. The proper business of the State agency is greatly interfered with by the arrest and detention of the agents, and the State is deprived of its proper jurisdiction over its agents and citizens, over offenses against its laws, and over its own ballot box and the exercise of the elective franchise within its limits." End quote. The demands made by the State of New York through these commissioners were refused. The persons arrested were finally tried before a military commission, clearly without jurisdiction, in violation of their personal rights, and in usurpation of the just powers of the State. They were, however, acquitted and discharged, glad to get off no worse. The proposed limits will not permit me further to present the details relative to the subjugation of the State government of New York by the government of the United States. Neither can space be spared to relate the details of the subjugation of the government of each northern state. In many the events were similar to those in New York. In others they arose under dissimilar circumstances, but in all the sovereignty of the people was entirely disregarded, and the operation of the institutions which had been established for the protection of their rights was suspended or nullified by a military force of the government of the United States. Only such events, therefore, can be stated as serve to show how universal and how complete was the work done by the United States government to secure a recognition of its supremacy over not only acts, but even words, from every citizen. All were its subjects. The loyal, as some were called, were its friends, and could be trusted. The disloyal were its disaffected subjects, and must be watched by spies and informers, and if necessary, put in prison to secure their passive submission. A military domination was established in all of the northern states, under the pretext of securing the arrest of deserters from the army. This was accomplished on September 24, 1862, by the appointment of a provost marshal general of the War Department at Washington, and in each state one or more special provost marshals who were required to report to and receive instructions from the provost marshal general. It was made the duty of the special marshals, "to arrest all deserters, whether regulars, volunteers, or militia, and send them to the nearest military commander or military post, where they can be cared for and sent to their respective regiments; to arrest, upon the warrant of the judge advocate, all disloyal persons, subject to arrest under the orders of the War Department; to inquire into and report treasonable practices; seize stolen or embezzled property of the government, detect spies of the enemy, and perform such other duties as may be enjoined on them by the War Department." To enable these marshals to perform their duties efficiently, they were authorized to call on any available military force within their respective districts, or else to employ the assistance of citizens, constables, sheriffs, or police officers, so far as might be necessary. No trial was allowed to any person thus arrested, except before a military commission consisting of military officers designated for the purpose. The prosecutor was the judge advocate, and the punishments were exemplary, unusual, and too often such as were unknown to the laws. The state governments within whose domains the courts were open, the civil institutions in quiet operation, and the transactions of life uniform and constant, were powerless to protect their citizens in their unalienable rights of freedom of speech and personal liberty, and the mandates of their courts were treated with contempt. In utter disregard of the principles of civil liberty, a military control was established in every northern state. The declarations of rights in their constitutions were violated, their laws nullified, and the authority of their governments subverted by an absolute and direct usurpation on the part of the government of the United States. The country was tilled with horror during 1865 by 2 trials held before a military commission in the city of Washington. The first commenced on May 13th and ended on June 29th. The specification was, "that David E. Harold, Edward Spangler, Lewis Payne, John H. Surratt, Michael O'Loughlin, Samuel Arnold, George A. Atzerodt, Samuel A. Mudd, and Mary E. Surratt did on April 15, 1865, combine, confederate, and conspire together to murder President Abraham Lincoln, Vice President Andrew Johnson, Lieutenant General U. S. Grant, and Secretary of State William H. Seward." President Lincoln had been shot, and Secretary Seward was badly wounded with a knife. The others were uninjured. The sentence of the commission was that David E. Harold, G. A. Atzerodt, Lewis Payne, and Mary E. Surratt be hanged by the proper military authority, under the direction of the Secretary of War, on July 7, 1865. The others were sentenced to imprisonment at hard labor for a term of years or for life. With only 1 day's delay, the sentences were carried into execution. John H. Surratt escaped before trial. He was sought for by the spies of the War Department half round the world, and after a long time was found serving as a soldier in the corps of Papal Zouaves at Rome. He was brought back to Washington, tried, and acquitted. The insertion of my name with those of others, honorable gentlemen, as inciting and encouraging these acts, served as an exhibition of the malignant spirit with which justice was administered by the authorities in Washington at that time. The case of Mrs. Surratt, at whose house some of these persons had boarded, awakened much sympathy. She was spoken of by her counsel, Reverdy Johnson of Maryland, as "a devout Christian, ever kind, affectionate, and charitable," which was confirmed by evidence and uncontradicted. On the day of execution, her daughter, who was quite a devoted and affectionate person, sought to obtain an audience with President Johnson, to implore at least a brief suspension of the sentence of her mother. She was obstructed and prevented from seeing the President by ex-Senator Preston King of New York, and Senator James H. Lane of Kansas, who were reported to have been at the Executive Mansion to keep guard over President Johnson. Each of these senators at a later period committed suicide. The trial of Major Henry Wirz was the next in importance which came before a military commission. In April 1865, President Johnson issued a proclamation stating that, from evidence in possession of the Bureau of Military Justice, it appeared that I, Jefferson Davis, was implicated in the assassination of President Lincoln, and for that reason he offered a reward of $100,000 for my capture. That testimony was subsequently found to be entirely false, having been a mere fabrication. The manner in which this was done will be presently stated. Meantime, certain persons of influence and public position at that time, either aware of the fabricated character of this testimony, or convinced of its insufficiency to secure my conviction on a trial, sought to find ample material to supply this deficiency, in the great mortality of the soldiers we had captured during the war, and imprisoned at Andersonville. Orders were therefore issued by the authorities of the United States government to arrest a subaltern officer, Captain Henry Wirz, a foreigner by birth, poor, friendless, and wounded, and held as a prisoner of war. He had been included in the surrender of General J.E. Johnston. On May 7th he was placed in the Old Capitol prison at Washington. The poor man was doomed before he was heard, and the permission to be heard according to law was denied him. Captain Wirz had been in command at the Confederate prison at Andersonville. The first charge alleged against him was that of conspiring with myself, Secretary Seddon, General Howell Cobb, General Winder, and others, to cause the death of thousands of the prisoners through cruelty, etc. The second charge was alleged against himself for murder in violation of the laws and customs of war. The military commission before which he was tried was convened by an order of President Johnson on August 19th, directing the officers detailed for that purpose to meet as a special military commission on August 20th, for the trial of such prisoners as might be brought before it. The commission convened, and Wirz was arraigned on the charges above mentioned and pleaded not guilty. At the suggestion of the judge advocate, Joseph Holt, he was remanded to prison and the court adjourned. The so-called trial afterward came on and lasted for 3 months, but no evidence whatsoever was produced showing the existence of such a conspiracy as had been charged. Wirz was, however, pronounced guilty, and in accordance with the sentence of the commission, he was executed on November 10, 1865. On April 4, 1867, Mr. Louis Shade, of Washington, and the attorney for Wirz on the trial, in compliance with the request of Wirz so to do, as soon as the times should be propitious, published a vindication of his character. The following is an extract from this publication. Quote, "On the night previous to the execution of the prisoner, some parties came to the confessor of Wirz, Reverend Father Boyle, and also to me. One of them informed me that a high cabinet officer wished to assure Wirz that, if he would implicate Jefferson Davis with the atrocities committed at Andersonville, his sentence should be commuted. He, the messenger whoever he was, requested me to inform Wirz of this. In presence of Father Boyle, I told him next morning what had happened. The captain simply and quietly replied, 'Mr. Shade, you know that I have always told you that I do not know anything about Jefferson Davis. He had no connection with me as to what was done at Andersonville. If I knew anything of him, I would not become a traitor against him or anyone else to save my life.' Thus ended the attempt to suborn Captain Wirz against Jefferson Davis." End quote. The following is an extract from a letter of Captain C. B. Winder to Mrs. Davis, dated Eastern Shore of Virginia, January 9, 1867. Quote, "The door of the room which I occupied while in confinement at the Old Capitol Prison, Washington, was immediately opposite Captain Wirz's door, both of which were occasionally open. About 2 days before Captain Wirz's execution, I saw 3 or 4 men pass into his room, and upon their coming out, Captain Wirz told me that they had given him assurances that his life would be spared and his liberty given to him, if he, Wirz, could give any testimony that would reflect upon Mr. Davis, or implicate him directly or indirectly with the condition and treatment of prisoners of war, as charged by the United States authorities. That he indignantly spurned these propositions, and assured them that, never having been acquainted with Mr. Davis, either officially, personally, or socially, it was utterly impossible that he should know anything against him, and that the offer of his life, dear as the boon might be, could not purchase him to treason and treachery to the South and his friend." The following letter is from the Reverend Father F. E. Boyle of Washington. "Washington, D.C., October 10, 1880. Honorable Jefferson Davis, Dear Sir, I know that on the evening before the day of the execution of Major Wirz, a man visited me, on the part of a cabinet officer, to inform me that Major Wirz would be pardoned if he would implicate Jefferson Davis in the cruelties of Andersonville. No names were given by this messenger, and upon my refusal to take any action in the matter, he went to Mr. Louis Shade, counsel for Major Wirz, with the same purpose and with a like result. When I visited Major Wirz the next morning, he told me that the same proposal had been made to him, and had been rejected with scorn. The Major was very indignant, and said that, while he was innocent of the cruel charges for which he was about to suffer death, he would not purchase his liberty by perjury and a crime, such as was made the condition of his freedom. I attended the Major to the scaffold, and he died in the peace of God, and praying for his enemies. I knew he was indeed innocent of all the cruel charges on which his life was sworn away, and I was edified by the Christian spirit in which he submitted to his persecutors. Yours very truly, F. E. Boyle. In the other case of the fabrication of evidence by some of the authorities in Washington relative to myself, it will be sufficient here to present what others have said and done. The subject is noticed in these pages only to show the desperate extremities to which the agents of the government of the United States proceeded in order to compass my ignominious death. 3 principal measures were resorted to for the accomplishment of this object: the charge in the case of Mr. Wirz above mentioned, the fabrications in the case now under consideration, and the cruel and inhumane treatment inflicted upon me while a prisoner in Fortress Monroe. At the session of Congress 1865-66, a committee was appointed in the House of Representatives, "to inquire into and report upon the alleged complicity of Jefferson Davis with the assassination of the late President Lincoln," or words to that effect. George S. Boutwell was chairman of the committee, and the majority of the members were extreme advocates of the war. The charge emanated from the Bureau of Military Justice, as it was designated, a similar institution to the Secret Committee of the French Revolution. Of this institution, Judge Advocate Joseph Holt was the chief. After an investigation continuing through several months, a majority of the committee made their report to Congress. That report not only failed to establish the charge, but the committee were forced to confess in it that the witnesses on whose testimony Holt had affected to rely were wholly untrustworthy. Shortly after this report was presented to the House, Mr. A. J. Rogers, of the committee, a very respectable member from New Jersey, made a minority report. He asserted that much of the evidence was altogether suppressed, and that witnesses who had received large sums of money from Holt for testifying to the criminality of Mr. Davis recanted their evidence before the committee, and acknowledged that they had perjured themselves by testifying to a mass of falsehoods, that they had been tutored to do so by one S. Conover, and that, from him down through all the miserable list, the very names under which these hired informers were known to the public were as false as the narratives to which they had sworn. Much more might be added to show the evil purpose of these men, together with the correspondence of Holt and his associates, but it would be out of place if it was put in these pages. Another case of this kind occurred in the state of Ohio in April 1863, in the arrest, trial, and banishment of Clement L. Vallandigham. On April 13th, Major General Ambrose E. Burnside, commanding the department, issued an order declaring, quote, that hereafter all persons found within our lines who commit acts for the benefit of the enemies of our country will be tried as spies or traitors, and if convicted will suffer death. The different classes of persons were then named in the order. The habit of declaring sympathies for the enemy will no longer be tolerated in this department. Persons committing such offenses will be at once arrested, with a view to being tried as above stated, or sent beyond our lines into the lines of their friends. It must be distinctly understood that treason, expressed or implied, will not be tolerated in this department. End quote. Mr. Vallandigham commented upon this order on May 1st at a public meeting of citizens. 3 days afterward, a body of soldiers was sent by railroad from Cincinnati to Dayton, who, with violence, broke into his residence at 3 o'clock in the morning, seized and hurried him to the cars before a rescue could be made, and departed for Cincinnati, where he was confined in a military prison. He was brought to trial before a military commission on May 6th. The specification made against him in the charge was that, quote, he addressed a large meeting of citizens at Mount Vernon, and did utter sentiments in words, or in effect, as follows: declaring the present war a wicked, cruel, and unnecessary war, a war not being waged for the preservation of the Union, a war for the purpose of crushing out liberty and creating a despotism, a war for the freedom of the blacks and the enslavement of the whites, stating that, if the administration had so wished, the war could have been honorably terminated months ago, characterizing the military order as a base usurpation of arbitrary authority, declaring that he was at all times and upon all occasions resolved to do what he could to defeat the attempts now made to build up a monarchy upon the ruins of our free government. End quote. He was adjudged as guilty, and sentenced to confinement in Fort Warren, Boston Harbor, during the war. This sentence was changed by President Lincoln to banishment to the Confederate States. This military usurpation was spoken of by Governor Seymour, of New York, in a letter written at the time, in these words, quote, the transaction involved a series of offenses against our most sacred rights. It interfered with the freedom of speech. It violated our rights to be secure in our homes against unreasonable searches and seizures. It pronounced sentence without a trial, save one which was a mockery, which insulted as well as wronged. The perpetrators now seek to impose punishment, not for an offense against law, but for a disregard of an invalid order, put forth in utter violation of the principles of civil liberty. If this proceeding is approved by the government and sanctioned by the people, it is not merely a step towards revolution, it is revolution. It will not only lead to military despotism, it establishes military despotism. If it is upheld, our liberties are overthrown. The safety of our persons, the security of our property, will hereafter depend upon the arbitrary wills of such military rulers as may be placed over us, while our constitutional guarantees will be broken down. Even now the governors and the courts of some of the great Western states have sunk into insignificance before the despotic powers claimed and exercised by military men who have been sent into their borders. End quote. A large number of such arrests were made in Ohio. Newspapers were suspended, and editors imprisoned. Like scenes were very numerous in Indiana and Illinois. In Pennsylvania, arrests were made, newspapers suspended, editors imprisoned, and offices destroyed. In New Hampshire, Vermont, and Wisconsin, many similar scenes occurred. The provost-marshal system was used as a weapon of vindictiveness against influential citizens of opposite political views throughout all the northern states. No one of such persons knew when he was safe. A complaint of his neighbors, supported by affidavit of disloyal words spoken, or disloyal acts approved, received prompt attention from all marshals. Everything was brought into subjection to the will of the government of the United States and its military officers. In view of all the facts here presented relative to the northern states, let the reader answer where the sovereignty de facto resided. Most clearly in the government of the United States. That presided over the ballot box, held the keys of the prisons, arrested all citizens at its pleasure, suspended or suppressed newspapers, and did whatever it pleased under the declaration that the public welfare required it. But under the principles of American liberty, the sovereignty is inherent in the people as an unalienable right, and for the preservation and protection of this and other rights, the state governments were instituted. If therefore the people have lost this inherent sovereignty, it is evident that the state governments have failed to afford that protection for which they were instituted. If they have thus failed, it has been in consequence of their subversion and loss of power to fulfill the object for which they were established. This subversion was achieved when the general government, under the pretext of preserving the Union, made war on its creators, the states, thus changing the nature of the federal Union, which could rightfully be done only by the sovereign, the people of the states, in like manner as it was originally formed. If they should permit their sovereignty to be usurped and themselves to be subjugated, individuals might remain, states could not. Of their wreck a nation might be built, but there could not be a union, for that implies entities united, and of a state which has lost its sovereignty, there may only be written, "It was." End of section 33. Recording by Katie Riley. June 2015.
Section 34 of the Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bria. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis, Part 4, Chapter 45. Inactivity of the Army of Northern Virginia. Expeditions of Custer, Kilpatrick, and Dahlgren for the destruction of railroads, the burning of Richmond, and killing the officers of the government. Repelled by government clerks. Papers on Dahlgren's body. Repulse of Butler's raid from Bermuda Hundred. Advance of Sheridan repulsed at Richmond. Stuart resists Sheridan. Stuart's death. Remarks on Grant's plan of campaign. Movement of General Butler. Drury's Bluff. Battle there. Campaign of Grant in Virginia. Both the Army of Northern Virginia and the Army under General Meade remained in a state of comparative inaction during the months of January and February 1864. On February 26, 1864, while General Lee's headquarters were at Orange Courthouse, 2 corps of the army of the enemy left their camp for Madison Courthouse. The object was, by a formidable feint, to engage the attention of General Lee and conceal from him their plans for a surprise and, if possible, capture of the city of Richmond. This was to be a concerted movement in which General Butler, in command of the forces on the peninsula, was to move up and make a demonstration upon Richmond on the east,
while Generals Custer and Kilpatrick and Colonel Dahlgren were to attack it and enter it on the west and north. 2 days later, another Army corps left for Madison Courthouse, and other forces subsequently followed. At the same time, General Custer, with 2 10-inch Parrott guns and 1,500 picked men, marched for Charlottesville by the James City Road. His purpose was to destroy the Orange and Alexandria Railroad running by Charlottesville to Gordonsville, where the junction was made at the railroad running north from Lynchburg, with the Central running to Richmond. The capture of the Army stores there, the destruction of the tracks running southwest and east, and cutting the telegraph would have severed the communication between Lee's army and Richmond by that route. This movement, with the destruction of railroads by General Kilpatrick, and of the Central Railroad and James River and Kanawha Canal by Colonel Dahlgren, would have isolated the army from its base of supplies. 3 hours later, on the same day which General Custer started, General Kilpatrick, with 5,000 picked cavalry and a light battery of 6 guns, left Stevensburg near Culpeper Courthouse for the lower fords of the Rapidan. His object was to make a dash upon Richmond for the purpose of releasing the United States prisoners and doing whatever injury might be possible. He moved rapidly, destroying railroads and depots and plundering the country, but found no obstacle except in being closely harassed in his rear by Colonel Bradley T. Johnson with his 60 Marylanders, who, with extraordinary daring, activity, and skill, followed him until he reached the line of the defences of Richmond. There, while attacked in the rear by Colonel Johnson and his pickets driven in, he was at the same time opposed in front by Colonel W. H. Stevens, who, with a detachment of engineer troops, manned a few sections of light artillery. After an engagement of 30 minutes, Kilpatrick's entire force began to retreat in the direction of the Meadow Bridge on the Central Railroad. At night his campfires were discovered by General Wade Hampton, who dismounted 100 men to act as infantry and, supported by the cavalry, opened his 2-gun battery on the enemy at short range. He then attacked the camp of Davies and a part of the 2 other brigades. The camp was taken and the whole force of Kilpatrick fled at a gallop, leaving 105 prisoners and more than 100 horses. Colonel Dahlgren started with General Kilpatrick, but at Spotsylvania Courthouse was dispatched with 500 men to Fredericks Hall, a depot at the Central Railroad, where some 80 pieces of our reserve artillery had been parked. His orders were to destroy the artillery, the railroads, and the telegraph lines. Finding the artillery too well guarded, he proceeded to destroy the line of railroad as far as the Hanover Junction. Thence he moved towards the James River and Kanawha Canal, which he reached 22 miles west of Richmond. Thence his command moved towards the city, pillaging and destroying dwelling-houses, outbuildings, mills, canal boats, grain, and cattle, and cutting one lock on the canal. The first resistance met was by a battalion of General G. W. C. Lee's force, consisting of about 220 of the armory men under command of their Major Ford. This small body was driven back until it joined a battalion of the Treasury Department clerks who, in the absence of their Major Henley, were led by Captain McIlhenny. The officers and men were all clerks of the Treasury Department and, like those of other departments and many citizens of Richmond who were either too old or too young to be in the army, were enrolled and organized to defend the capital in the absence of troops. Captain McIlhenny, as soon as he saw the enemy, promptly arranged to attack. This was done with such impetuosity that Dahlgren and his men were routed, leaving some 18 killed, 20 to 30 wounded, and as many more prisoners. About 100 horses, with the equipments, a number of small arms, and one 3-inch Napoleon gun were captured. Our loss was 1 captain and 2 lieutenants killed, 3 lieutenants and 7 privates wounded, one of the latter mortally. This feat of the Clark's battalion commanded the grateful admiration of the people, and the large concourse that attended the funeral of the fallen expressed the public lamentation. Dahlgren now commenced his retreat. To increase the chances of escape, the force was divided, he leading one party in the direction of King and Queen County. The home guard of the country turned out against the raiders, and, being joined by a detachment from the 42nd Battalion of Virginia Cavalry and some furloughed cavalrymen of Lee's army, surprised and attacked the retreating column of Dahlgren, killed the leader, and captured nearly 100 prisoners, with negroes, horses, etc. On the body of Dahlgren was found an address to his officers and men, another paper giving special orders and instructions, and one giving his itinerary, the whole disclosing the unsoldierly means and purposes of the raid, such as disguising the men in our uniform, carrying supplies of oakum and turpentine to burn Richmond, and, after releasing their prisoners on Belle Isle, to exhort them to destroy the hateful city, while on all was impressed the special injunction that the city must be burned, and, quote, Jeff Davis and cabinet killed, end quote. The prisoners, having been captured in disguise, were, under the usages of war, liable to be hung as spies, but their protestations that their service was not voluntary, and the fact that as enlisted men they were subject to orders and could not be held responsible for the infamous instructions under which they were acting, saved them from the death penalty they had fully incurred. Photographic copies of the papers found on Dahlgren's body were taken and sent to General Lee, with instructions to communicate them to General Meade, commanding the enemy's forces in his front, with an inquiry as to whether such practices were authorized by his government, and also to say that, if any question was raised as to the copies, the original paper would be submitted. No such question was then made, and the denial that Dahlgren's conduct had been authorized was accepted. Many sensational stories, having not even a basis of truth, were put in circulation to exhibit the Confederate authorities of having acted with unwarrantable malignity towards the deceased Colonel Dahlgren. The fact was that his body was sent to Richmond and decently interred in the Oakwood Cemetery, where other Federal soldiers were buried. The enormity of his offences was not forgotten, but resentment against him ended with his life. It was also admitted that, however bad his preceding conduct had been, he met his fate gallantly, charging at the head of his men when he found himself inextricably encompassed by his foe. Custer and Kilpatrick, who were to cooperate with him in the expedition, especially the first named, manifested a saving degree of that rascally virtue, as Charles Lee, of revolutionary memory, called it. After the feeble demonstration upon some parked artillery which has been described, he fancied that he heard the roaring of cars coming with reinforcements, and retreated, burning the bridges behind him, a precaution quite in vain, as there were none there to pursue him. Kilpatrick, followed as above stated by Colonel Bradley T. Johnson, who hung close upon his rear, finally reached the defences of Richmond. There, out of respect to the field artillery he encountered, he turned off to cross the Chickahominy, and that night he was routed by the cavalry command of our gallant Cavalier General Wade Hampton. Thus ended the combined movement with which Northern papers had regaled their readers by announcing as made, quote, with instructions to sack the rebel capital, end quote. During the first week in May, Major General B.F. Butler landed at Bermuda Hundred with a considerable force and moved up so as to cut the telegraph line and reach by a raiding party the railroad at Chester between Richmond and Petersburg. General Ransom, then in command of the defences at Richmond, and those of Drury's Bluff, with a small force, attacked the advance of General Butler, and after a sharp skirmish compelled him to withdraw. Meantime, because of the warning which Stuart had sent, General Ransom was summoned to Richmond to resist an impending assault by General Sheridan on the outer works north of the city. Taking the two disposable brigades of Gracie and Fry and a light battery, he hastened forward, arriving at the fortifications on the Mechanicsville turnpike just in time to see a battery of artillery, then entirely unsupported, repulse the advance of Sheridan. During the night the clerks and citizens, under General G.W. Custis Lee, had formed a thin line along part of the fortifications on the west side of the city. As the day advanced, Oracle's brigade was thrown in front of the works and pressed forward to feel Sheridan, but it was regarded as worse than useless with two small brigades to engage in an open country many times their number of well-appointed cavalry. Sheridan showed no purpose to attack, but withdrew from before our defences, and the two brigades returned to the vicinity of Drury's Bluff, the approach on the south side of James River by forces under General Butler being then considered the most imminent danger to Richmond. After the Battle of the Wilderness, on May 4th and 5th, as hereafter narrated, General Grant moved his army towards Spotsylvania Courthouse, and General Lee made a corresponding movement. At this time Sheridan, with a large force of United States cavalry, passed around and to the rear of our army, so as to place himself on the road to Richmond, which, in the absence of a garrison to defend it, he may have not unreasonably thought might be surprised and captured. Stuart, a most distinguished cavalry commander, fearless, faithful Stuart, soon knew of Sheridan's movement, perceived its purpose, and with his usual devotion to his country's welfare, hastily collected such of his troops as were near and pursued Sheridan. He fell upon Sheridan's rear and flank at Beaver Dam Station, where a pause had been made to destroy the railroad, some cars, and commissary's stores, and drove it before him. The route of the enemy being unmistakably towards Richmond, Stuart, to protect the capital, or at least to delay attack so as to give time to make preparation for defence, made a detour around Sheridan, and by a forced march got in front of him, taking position at a place called Yellow Tavern, about 7 or 8 miles from Richmond. Here, with the daring and singleness of purpose which characterized his whole career, he decided, notwithstanding the great inequality between his force and that of his foe, to make a stand, and offer persistent resistance to his advance. The respective strength of the two commands, as given by Colonel Heros von Burke, chief of General Stuart's staff, was Stuart 1,100, Sheridan 8,000. While engaged in this desperate service, General Stuart sent couriers to Richmond to give notice of the approach of the enemy, so that the defences might be manned. Notwithstanding the great disparity of force, the contest was obstinate and protracted, and fickle fortune cheered our men with several brilliant successes. Stuart, who in many traits resembled the renowned Murat, like him, was also a leader when his cavalry charged. On this occasion he is represented, when he was wounded, to have been quite in advance, to have fired the last load in his pistol, and to have been shot by a fugitive whom he found cowering under a fence and ordered to surrender. The heavy battalions at last prevailed, our line was broken, and our chieftain, though mortally wounded, still kept in his saddle, invoking his men to continue the fight. Our gallant chieftain was brought wounded into Richmond, a noble sacrifice on the altar of duty. Long accustomed to connect him only with daring exploits and brilliant successes, there was much surprise and deeper sorrow when the news spread through the city. Admired as a soldier, loved as a man, honoured as a Christian patriot, to whom duty to his God and his country was the supreme law, the intense anxiety for his safety made us all shrink from realizing his imminent danger. When I saw him in his very last hours, he was so calm and physically so strong that I could not believe that he was dying until the surgeon, after I had left his bedside, told me he was bleeding inwardly and that the end was near. Grant's plan of campaign, as now revealed to us, was to continue his movement against Lee's army, and if, as experience had taught him, he should be unable to defeat it and move directly to his objective point, Richmond, he was to continue his efforts so as to reach the James River below Richmond, and thus to connect with the array under General Butler moving up on the south side of the James. The topography of the country favoured that design. The streams in the country in which he was operating all trended towards the southeast, and his change of position was frequently made under cover of them. Butler, in the meantime, was ordered with the force of his department, about 20,000, reinforced by Gilmer's division of 10,000, to move up to City Point, there entrench and concentrate all his troops as rapidly as possible. From this base he was expected to operate so as to destroy the railroad connections between Richmond and the south. On the 7th of May he telegraphed that he had, quote, destroyed many miles of railroad and got a position which, with proper supplies, we can hold out against the whole of Lee's army. End quote. About this time, Major General Robert Ransom, as before mentioned, was in command at Richmond, including Drury's Bluff. His force consisted, for the defence of both places, of the men serving the stationary or heavy artillery, and 3 brigades of infantry, Hutton's at Chapin's Bluff, and Barton's and Gracie's for in-field service. To these, in cases of emergency, the clerks and artisans in the departments and manufactories were organized to be called out as an auxiliary force when needed for the defence of the capital. It was with this field force that Ransom, as has been related, moved upon Butler and drove him from the railroad, the destruction of which he had so vauntingly announced. A few days thereafter he again emerged from his cover, but this time changed his objective point, and, diverging from the south bank of the James River, moved towards Petersburg and reached the railroad at Port Walthall Junction, where he encountered some of General Beauregard's command, which had been ordered from Charleston, and was driven from the railroad and turnpike. The troops ordered from Charleston with General Beauregard had, by May 14th, reached the vicinity of Drury's Bluff. In connection with the works and rifle pits on the bluff, which were to command the river and prevent the ascent of gunboats, an entrenched line had been constructed on a ridge about a mile south of the bluff, running across the road from Richmond to Petersburg. This ridge was higher than the ground on which the fort was built, and was designed to check an approach of the enemy from the south, as well as to cover the rear of the fort. In the afternoon of the 14th, I rode down to visit General Beauregard at his headquarters in the field. Supposing his troops to be on the line of entrenchment, I passed Major Drury's house to go thither, when someone by the roadside called to me and told me that the troops were not on the line of entrenchment, and that General Beauregard was at the house behind me. My first question on meeting him was to learn why the entrenchments were abandoned. He answered that he thought it better to concentrate his troops. Upon my stating to him that there was nothing then to prevent Butler from turning his position, he said he would desire nothing more, as he would then fall upon him, cut him off his base, etc. According to my uniform practice never to do more than make a suggestion to a general commanding in the field, the subject was pressed no further. We then passed to the consideration of the operations to be undertaken against Butler, who had already advanced from his base at Bermuda Hundred. I offered, for the purpose of attacking Butler, to send Major General Ransom with the field force he had for the protection of Richmond. In addition to his high military capacity, his minute knowledge of the country in which they were to operate made him specially valuable. He reported to General Beauregard at noon on the 15th, received his orders for the battle which was to occur the next day, and, about 10 p.m. was, with a division of 4 brigades and a battery of light artillery, in position in front of the breastworks. Colonel Donavant, with a regiment of cavalry not under Ransom's orders, was to guard the space between his left and the river, so as to give him information of any movement in that quarter. General Whiting, with some force, was holding a defensive position at Petersburg. General Beauregard proposed that the main part of it should advance and unite with him in attack upon Butler, wherever he should be found between Drury's and Petersburg. To this I offered distinct objection because of the hazard during a battle of attempting to make a junction of troops moving from opposite sides of the enemy, and proposed that Whiting's command should move at night by the Chesterfield road, where they would not probably be observed by Butler's advance. This march I suppose they could make so as to arrive at Drury's by or soon after daylight. The next day being Sunday they could rest, and all the troops being assigned to their positions could move to make a concerted attack at daylight on Monday. He spoke of some difficulty in getting a courier who knew the route and could certainly deliver the order to General Whiting. Opportunely a courier arrived from General Whiting, who had come up by the Chesterfield road. He then said the order would have to be drawn with a great deal of care, and that he would prepare it as soon as he could. I rose to take leave, and he courteously walked down the stairs with me, remarking as we went that he was embarrassed for the want of a good cavalry commander. I saw in the yard Colonel Chilton, Assistant Adjutant and Inspector General, and said, "There is an old cavalry officer who was trained in my old regiment, the 1st Dragoons, and who, I think, will answer your requirements." Upon expressing the pleasure it would give him to have Colonel Chilton, I told him of General Beauregard's want, and asked him if the service would be agreeable to him. He readily accepted it, and I left, supposing all the preliminaries settled. In the next forenoon, Colonel Samuel Melton, of the Adjutant and Inspector General's Department, called at my residence and delivered a message from General Beauregard to the effect that he had decided to order Whiting to move by the direct road from Petersburg instead of by the Chesterfield route, and when I replied that I had stated my objections to General Beauregard to a movement which gave the enemy the advantage of being between our forces, he said General Beauregard had directed him to explain to me that upon a further examination he found his force sufficient, that his operations therefore did not depend upon making a junction with Whiting. On Monday morning I rode down to Drury's, where I found that the enemy had seized our line of entrenchments, with it being unoccupied, and that a severe action had occurred, with serious loss to us before he could be dislodged. He had crossed the main road to the west, entering a dense wood, and our troops on the right had moved out and were closely engaged with him. We drove him back, frustrating the attempts to turn the extreme right of our line. The day was wearing away, a part of the force had been withdrawn to the entrenchment, and there was no sign of purpose to make any immediate movement. General Beauregard said he was waiting to hear Whiting's guns, and had been expecting him for some time to approach on the Petersburg road. Soon after this, the foe, in a straggling, disorganized manner, commenced crossing the road, moving to the east, which indicated a retreat, or perhaps a purpose to turn our left and attack Fort Drury in rear. He placed a battery in the main road, and threw some shells at our entrenchment, probably to cover his retiring troops. General Ransom, in an unpublished report, says that, at the time he received the order of battle, General Beauregard told him, "As you know the region, I have given you the moving part of the army, and you will take the initiative." He further states that at dawn of day he moved to the south of Kingsland Creek, formed two lines with a short interval, and at once advanced to the attack. A dense fog suddenly enveloped him so as to obscure all distant objects. Moving forward, the skirmishers were quickly engaged, and the fighting was pressed so vigorously that, by sunrise, he had captured a brigade of infantry, a battery of artillery, and occupied about 3/4 of a mile of the enemy's temporary breastworks, which were strengthened by wire interwoven among the trees in their front. This was not effected, however, without considerable loss in killed and wounded, and much confusion owing to the denseness of the fog. General Ransom's report continues, quote, "Having no ammunition wagons, and requiring replenishment of infantry cartridges, and knowing that delay would mar the effect of the success gained, I sent instantly to Beauregard reporting what had happened, and asked that Ransom's brigade might come to me at once, so that I might continue the pressure and make good the advantage already gained." He then describes the further delay in getting ammunition, and his renewal of the request for Ransom's brigade, which he had organized and formally commanded. But, instead of which, 2 small regiments were sent to him, the timely arrival of which, it is to be gratefully remembered, enabled him to repulse and advance the enemy. It would be neither pleasant nor profitable to dwell on the lost opportunity for complete victory, or to recount the possible consequences which might have flowed from it. On the next morning our troops moved down the river road as far as Howlett's, about 3 or 4 miles, but saw no enemy. The back door of Richmond was closed, and Butler bottled up. Soon after the affair at Drury's Bluff, General Beauregard addressed to me a communication proposing that he should be heavily reinforced from General Lee's army, so as to enable him to crush Butler in his entrenchments, and then with the main body of his own force, together with a detachment from General Lee's army, that he should join General Lee, overwhelm Grant, and march to Washington. I knew that General Lee was then confronting an army vastly superior to his in numbers, fully equipped, with inexhaustible supplies, and a persistence in attacking of which sufficient evidence had been given. I could not therefore expect that General Lee would consent to the proposition of General Beauregard, but as a matter of courteous consideration his letter was forwarded with the usual formed endorsement. General Lee's opinion on the case was shown by the instructions he gave directing General Beauregard to straighten his line so as to reduce the requisite number of men to hold it, and send the balance to join the army north of the James. End of section 34.
Section 35 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 46. General Grant assumes command in Virginia. Positions of the armies. Plans of campaign open to Grant's choice. The Rapidan crossed. Battle of the Wilderness. Danger of Lee. The enemy driven back. Flank attack. Longstreet wounded. Result of the contest. Rapid flank movement of Grant. Another contest. Grant's reinforcements. Hanover Junction. The enemy moves in direction of Bowling Green. Crosses the Pamunkey. Battle at Cold Harbor. Frightful slaughter. The enemy's soldiers decline to renew the assault when ordered. Loss. Asks truce to bury the dead. Strength of respective armies. General Pemberton. The enemy crosses the James. Siege of Petersburg begun. It was in March 1864 that Major General Ulysses S. Grant, having been appointed Lieutenant General, assumed command of the armies of the United States. he subsequently proceeded to Culpeper and assumed personal command of the Army of the Potomac, although nominally that army remained under the command of General Meade. Reinforcements were gathered from every military department of the United States and sent to that army. On May 3rd, General Lee held the south bank of the Rapidan River, with his right resting near the mouth of Mine Run and his left extending to Liberty Mills on the road from Gordonsville to the Shenandoah Valley. Ewell's corps was on the right, Hill's on the left, and two divisions of Longstreet's corps, having returned from East Tennessee, were encamped in the rear near Gordonsville. The army of General Grant had occupied the north bank of the Rapidan, with the main body encamped in Culpeper County and on the Rappahannock River. While Grant, with his immense and increasing army, was thus posted, Lee, with a comparatively small force, and to which few reinforcements could be furnished, confronted him on a line stretching from near Somerville Ford to Gordonsville. To Grant was left the choice: to move directly on Lee and attempt to defeat his army, the only obstacle to the capture of Richmond, and which his vast means rendered supposable, or to cross the Rapidan above or below Lee's position. The second would fulfill the condition, so imperatively imposed on McClellan, of covering the United States capital. The third would be in the more direct line toward Richmond. Of the three, he chose the last, and so felicitated himself on his unopposed passage of the river as to suppose that he had, unobserved, turned the flank of Lee's army, got between it and Richmond, and necessitated the retreat of the Confederates to some point where they might resist his further advance. So little could he comprehend the genius of Lee that he expected him to be surprised, as appears from his arrangements, contemplating only combats with the rear guard covering the retreat. Lee, dauntless as he was sagacious, seized the opportunity which the movement of his foe offered, to meet him where his artillery would be least available, where his massive columns would be most embarrassed in their movements, and where Southern individuality and self-reliance would be specially effective. Grant's object was to pass through the wilderness to the roads between Lee and Richmond. Lee resolved to fight him in those pathless woods, where mind might best compete with matter. Providence held its shield over the just cause, and heroic bands hurled back the heavy battalions, shattered and discomfited, as will be now briefly described. In order to cross the Rapidan, Grant's army moved on May 3rd toward Germania Ford, which was 10 or 12 miles from our right. He succeeded in seizing the ford and crossing. The direct road from this ford to Richmond passed by Spotsylvania Courthouse, and when Grant had crossed the river, he was nearer than General Lee to Richmond. From Orange Courthouse, there are two nearly parallel roads running eastwardly to Fredericksburg. The one nearest the river is called the Stone Turnpike, and the other the Plank Road. The road from the ford to Spotsylvania Courthouse crosses the Old Stone Turnpike at the Old Wilderness Tavern, and 2 or 3 miles farther on it crosses the Plank Road. As soon as Grant's movement was known, Lee's troops were put in motion. Ewell's corps moved on the Stone Turnpike, and Hill's corps on the Plank Road, into which Longstreet's force also came from his camp near Gordonsville. Ewell's corps crossed Mine Run and encamped at Locust Grove, 4 miles beyond, on the afternoon of the 4th. On the morning of the 5th, it was again in motion, and encountered Grant's troops in heavy force at a short distance from the old Wilderness Tavern, and Jones's and Battle's brigades were driven back in some confusion. Early's division was ordered up, formed across the pike, and moved forward. It advanced through a dense pine thicket, and with other brigades of Rodes's division drove the enemy back with heavy loss, capturing several hundred prisoners and gaining a commanding position on the right. Meantime, Johnson's division, on the left of the pike and extending across the road to Germania Ford, was heavily engaged in front, and Hayes's brigade was sent to his left to participate in a forward movement. It advanced, encountered a large force, and, not meeting with the expected cooperation, was drawn back. Subsequently, Pegram's brigade took position on Hayes's left, and just before night an attack was made on their front, which was repulsed with severe loss to the enemy. During the afternoon there was hot skirmishing along the whole line, and several attempts were made by the foe to regain the position from which he had been driven. At the close of the day, Ewell's corps had captured over 1,000 prisoners, besides inflicting on the enemy very severe losses in killed and wounded. 2 pieces of artillery had been abandoned and were secured by our troops. A. P. Hill, on the 4th, with Heth's and Wilcox's divisions of his corps, moved eastwardly along the Plank Road. They bivouacked at night near Verdiersville, and resumed their march on the 5th, with Heth in advance. About 1 p.m., musketry firing was heard in front. The sound indicated the presence of a large body of infantry. Kirkland's brigade deployed on both sides of the Plank Road, and the column proceeded to form in line of battle on its flanks. Hill's advance had followed the Plank Road, while Ewell's pursued the Stone Turnpike. These parallel movements were at this time from 3 to 4 miles apart. The country intervening and roundabout for several miles is known as the Wilderness, and having very little open ground, consists almost wholly of a forest of dense undergrowth of shrubs and small trees. In order to open communication with Ewell, Wilcox's division moved to the left and effected a junction with Gordon's brigade on Ewell's extreme right. The line of battle thus completed extended from the right of the Plank Road through a succession of open fields and dense forest to the left of the Stone Turnpike. It presented a line of 6 miles, and the thicket that lay along the whole front of our army was so impenetrable as to exclude the use of artillery, save only at the roads. Heth's skirmishers were driven in about 3 p.m. by a massive column that advanced, firing rapidly. The struggle thus commenced in Hill's front continued for 2 or 3 hours unabated. Heth's ranks were greatly reduced when Wilcox was ordered to his support, but the bloody contest continued until night closed over our force in the position it had originally taken. This stubborn and heroic resistance was made by the divisions of Heth and Wilcox of Hill's corps, 15,000 strong, against the repeated and desperate assaults of 5 divisions, 4 divisions of Hancock's and 1 of Sedgwick's corps, numbering about 45,000 men. Our forces completely foiled their adversaries and inflicted upon them most serious loss. During the day, the 9th Corps of the enemy under General Burnside had come on the field. The 3rd Division of Hill's corps under General Anderson and the 2 divisions of Longstreet's corps did not reach the scene of conflict until dawn of day on the morning of the 6th. Simultaneously, the attack on Hill was renewed with great vigor. In addition to the force he had so successfully resisted on the previous day, a fresh division of the enemy's 5th Corps had secured position on Hill's flank and cooperated with the column assaulting in front. After a severe contest, the left of Heth's division and the right of Wilcox's were overpowered before the advance of Longstreet's column reached the ground, and were compelled to return. The repulsed portions of the divisions were in considerable disorder. General Lee now came up, and fully appreciating the impending crisis, dashed amid the fugitives, calling on the men to rally and follow him. The soldiers, seeing General Lee's manifest purpose to advance with them, and realizing the great danger in which he then was, begged him to go to the rear, promising that they would soon have matters rectified. The general waved them on with some words of cheer. The assault was checked. Longstreet, having come up with 2 divisions, deployed them in line of battle, and gallantly advanced to recover the lost ground. The enemy was driven back over the ground he had gained by his assault on Hill's line, but reformed in the position previously held by him. About midday, an attack on his left flank and rear was ordered by Longstreet. For this purpose, 3 brigades were detached, and moving forward were joined by General J.R. Davis's brigade, which had been the extreme right of Hill's line. Making a sufficient detour to avoid observation, and rushing precipitately to attack the foe in flank and reverse while he was preparing to resist the movement in his front, he was taken completely by surprise. The assault resulted in his utter rout, with heavy loss on that part of his line. Preparations were now made to follow up the advantages gained by a forward movement of the whole line under General Longstreet's personal direction. When advancing at the head of Jenkins's brigade, with that officer and others, a body of Confederates in the wood on the roadside, supposing the column to be a hostile force, fired into it, killing General Jenkins, distinguished alike for civil and military virtue, and severely wounding General Longstreet. The valuable services of General Longstreet were thus lost to the army at a critical moment, and this caused the suspension of a movement which promised the most important results, and time was thus afforded to the enemy to rally, reinforce, and find shelter behind his entrenchments. Under these circumstances, the commanding general deemed it unadvisable to attack. On the morning of the 6th, the contest was renewed on the left, and a very heavy attack was made on the front, occupied by Pegram's brigade, but it was handsomely repulsed, as were several subsequent attacks at the same point. In the afternoon, an attack was made on the enemy's right flank, resting in the woods, when Gordon's brigade, with Johnson's in the rear and followed by Pegram's, succeeded in throwing it into great confusion, doubling it up and forcing it back some distance, capturing 2 brigadier generals and several hundred prisoners. Darkness closed the contest. On the 7th, an advance was made which disclosed the fact that Grant had given up his line of works on his right. During the day there was some skirmishing, but no serious fighting. The result of these battles was the infliction of severe loss upon the foe, the gain of ground, and the capture of prisoners, artillery, and other trophies. The cost to us, however, was so serious as to enforce, by additional considerations, the policy of Lee to spare his men as much as was possible. A rapid flank movement was next made by Grant to secure possession of Spotsylvania Courthouse. General Lee comprehended his purpose, and on the night of the 7th, a division of Longstreet's corps was sent as the advance to that point. Stuart, then in observation on the flank, and ever ready to work or to fight as the one or the other should best serve the cause of his country, dismounted his troopers, and, by felling trees, obstructed the roads so as materially to delay the march of the enemy. The head of the opposing forces arrived almost at the same moment on the 8th, Theirs, being a little in advance, drove back our cavalry, but in turn was quickly driven from the strategic point by the arrival of our infantry. On the 9th, the two armies, each forming on its advance as a nucleus, swung round and confronted each other in line of battle. The 10th and 11th passed in comparative quiet. On the morning of the 12th, the enemy made a very heavy attack on Ewell's front and broke the line where it was occupied by Johnson's division. At this time and place, the scene occurred of which Mississippians are justly proud. Colonel Tenable of General Lee's staff states that, on the receipt of one of the messages from General Rhodes for more troops, he was sent by General Lee to bring Harris's Mississippi Brigade from the extreme right. That General Lee met the brigade and rode at its head until under fire, when a round shot passed so near to him that the soldiers invoked him to go back. And when he said, "If you will promise me to drive those people from our works, I will go back," the brigade shouted the promise, and Colonel Venable says, "As the column of Mississippians came up at a double quick, an aide-de-camp came up to General Rhodes with a message from Ramseur that he could hold out only a few minutes longer unless assistance was at hand. Your brigade was thrown instantly into the fight, the column being formed into line under a tremendous fire and on very difficult ground. Never did a brigade go into fiercer battle under greater trials. Never did a brigade do its duty more nobly." A portion of the attacking force swept along Johnson's line to Wilcox's left and was checked by a prompt movement on that flank. Several brigades sent to Ewell's assistance were carried into action under his orders, and they all suffered severely. Subsequently, on the same day, some brigades were thrown to the front for the purpose of moving to the left and attacking the flank of the column which broke Ewell's line to relieve the pressure on him and recover the part of the line which had been lost. These, as they moved, soon encountered the 9th Corps under Burnside, advancing to the attack. They captured over 300 prisoners and 3 battle flags, and their attack on the enemy's flank, taking him by surprise, contributed materially to his repulse. Taylor, in his 4 Years with General Lee, says that Lee, having detected the weakness of the salient occupied by the division of General Edward Johnson of Ewell's corps, directed a second line to be constructed across its base, to which he proposed to move the troops occupying the angle. Suspecting another flank movement by Grant, before these arrangements were quite completed, he ordered most of the artillery at this portion of the lines to be withdrawn so as to be available. Toward dawn on the 12th, Johnson, discovering indications of an impending assault, ordered the immediate return of the artillery and made other preparations for defense. But the unfortunate withdrawal was so partially and tardily restored that a spirited assault at daybreak overran that portion of the lines before the artillery was put in position and captured most of the division, including its brave commander. The above-mentioned attacking column advanced under cover of a pine thicket to within a very short distance of a salient defended by Walker's brigade. A heavy fire of musketry and artillery from a considerable number of guns on Heth's line opened with tremendous effect upon the column, and it was driven back with severe loss, leaving its dead in front of our works. Several days of comparative quiet ensued. During this time, the army of General Grant was heavily reinforced from Washington. In numerical strength, his army so much exceeded that under General Lee that after covering the entire Confederate front with double lines of battle, he had in reserve a large force with which to extend his flank and compel a corresponding movement on the part of his adversary, in order to keep between him and his coveted prize, the capital of the Confederacy. On the 18th, another assault was made upon our lines, but it produced no impression. On the 20th of May, after 12 days of skirmish and battle at Spotsylvania against a superior force, General Lee's information led him to believe that the enemy was about to attempt another flanking movement and interpose his army between the Confederate capital and its defenders. To defeat this purpose, Longstreet was ordered to move at midnight in the direction of Hanover Junction, and on the following day and night Ewell's and Hill's corps marched for the same point. The Confederate commander, divining that Grant's objective point was the intersection of the two railroads leading to Richmond, at a point 2 miles south of the North Anna River, crossed his army over that stream and took up a line of battle which frustrated the movement. Grant began his flanking movement on the night of the 20th, marching in 2 columns, the right under General Warren crossing the North Anna at Jericho Ford without opposition. On the 23rd, the left under General Hancock crossing 4 miles lower down at the Chesterfield or County Bridge, was obstinately resisted by a small force, and the passage of the river was not made until the 24th. After crossing the North Anna, Grant discovered that his movement was a blunder, and that his army was in a position of much peril. The Confederate commander established his line of battle on the south side of the river, both wings refused so as to form an obtuse angle, with the apex resting on the river between the 2 points of the enemy's crossing, Longstreet's and Hill's corps forming the 2 sides, and Little River and the Hanover marshes the base. Ewell's corps held the apex or center. The hazard of Grant's position appears not to have been known to him until he attempted to unite his 2 columns, which were 4 miles apart, by establishing a connecting line along the river. Foiled in the attempt, he discovered that the Confederate army was interposed between his 2 wings, which were also separated by the North Anna, and that the one could give no support to the other except by a double crossing of the river. That the Confederate commander did not seize the opportunity to strike his embarrassed foe and avail himself of the advantage which his superior generalship had gained may have been that, concluding from past observation of Grant's tactics, he felt assured that the continuous hammering process was to be repeated without reference to circumstances or position. If Lee acted on this supposition, he was mistaken, as the Federal commander, profiting by the severe lessons of Spotsylvania and the Wilderness, with cautious, noiseless movement, withdrew under cover of the night of the 26th to the north side of the North Anna, and moved eastward down to the Pamunkey River. At Hanover Junction, General Lee was joined by Pickett's division of Longstreet's corps, which had been on detached service in North Carolina, and by a small force under General Breckinridge from southwestern Virginia, 2,200 strong. Hoke's brigade of Early's division, 1,200 strong, which had been on detached duty at the junction, here also rejoined its division. On the 29th, the whole of Grant's army was across the Pamunkey, while General Lee's army on the next day was in line of battle with his left at Atlee's Station. By another movement eastward, the 2 armies were brought face to face at Cold Harbor on June 3rd. Here, fruitless efforts were made by General Grant to pierce or drive back the forces of General Lee. Our troops were protected by temporary earthworks, and while under cover of these, were assailed by the enemy. But in vain. The assault was repulsed along the whole line, and the carnage on the Federal side was fearful. I well recall having received a report after the assault from General Hoke, whose division reached the army just previous to this battle, to the effect that the ground in his entire front over which the enemy had charged was literally covered with their dead and wounded, and that up to that time he had not had a single man killed. No wonder that when the command was given to renew the assault, the Federal soldiers sullenly and silently declined. The order was issued through the officers to their subordinate commanders, and from them descended through the wonted channels. But no man stirred, and the immobile lines pronounced a verdict, silent yet emphatic, against further slaughter. The loss on the Union side in this sanguinary action was over 13,000, while on the part of the Confederates it is doubtful whether it reached that many hundreds. After some disingenuous proposals, General Grant finally asked a truce to enable him to bury his dead. Soon after this, he abandoned his chosen line of operations and moved his army so as to secure a crossing to the south side of James River. The struggle from the Wilderness to this point covered a period of over 1 month, during which time there had been an almost daily encounter of arms, and the Army of Northern Virginia had placed hors de combat of the army under General Grant a number exceeding the entire numerical strength at the commencement of the campaign of Lee's army, which, notwithstanding its own heavy losses and the reinforcements received by the enemy, still presented an impregnable front to its opponent. By the report of the United States Secretary of War, Stanton, Grant had, on the 1st of May, 1864, 2 days before he crossed the Rapidan, 120,380 men, and in the 9th Army Corps, 20,780, or an aggregate with which he marched against Lee of 141,160. To meet this vast force, Lee had on the Rapidan less than 50,000 men. By the same authority, it appears that Grant had a reserve upon which he could draw of 137,672. Lee had practically no reserve, for he was compelled to make detachments from his army for the protection of West Virginia and other points, about equal to all the reinforcements which he received. In the Southern Historical Papers, Volume 6, page 144, upon the very reliable authority of the editor, there appears the following statement. Grant says he lost, in the campaign from the Wilderness to Cold Harbor, 39,000 men, but Swinton puts his loss at over 60,000, and a careful examination of the figures will show that his real loss was nearer 100,000. In other words, he lost about twice as many men as Lee had, in order to take a position which he could have taken at first without firing a gun or losing a man. On June 12th, the movement was commenced by Grant for crossing the James River. Pontoon bridges were laid near Wilcox's Wharf for the passage of his army. J.C. Pemberton, who, after the fall of Vicksburg, was left without a command corresponding to his rank of lieutenant general in the Provisional Army, in order that he might not stand idle, nobly resigned that commission, and asked to be assigned to duty according to his rank in the regular army, which was that of lieutenant colonel. He was accordingly directed to report to General Lee for service with the Army of Northern Virginia. Being a skillful artillerist, he was directed to find a position where he could place a mortar so as to throw shells on the enemy's bridge when it should be put into use. By a daring reconnaissance and exact calculation, he determined a point from which the desired effect might be produced by vertical fire over a wood. At the proper moment he opened upon the bridge, and his expectations were verified by the shells falling on the troops harassingly. This, his first service with the Army of Northern Virginia, was interrupted by the failure to send promptly a cohering force to protect the mortar, the position of which was disclosed by its fire. The injury it inflicted caused the Federal commander to send a detachment, which drove away the gunners and captured the mortar. On the 14th and 15th of June, the crossing of Grant's army was completed. It will be remembered that he had crossed the Rapidan on the 3rd of May. It had therefore taken him more than a month to reach the south side of the James. In his campaign, he had sacrificed a hecatomb of men, a vast amount of artillery, small arms, munitions of war, and supplies, to reach a position to which McClellan had already demonstrated there was an easy and inexpensive route. It is true that the Confederate army had suffered severely, and though the loss was comparatively small to that of its opponents, it could not be repaired, as his might be, from the larger population and his facility for recruiting in Europe. To those who can approve the policy of attrition without reference to the number of lives it might cost, this may seem justifiable. But it can hardly be regarded as generalship, or be offered to military students as an example worthy of imitation. After an unsuccessful attempt by a surprise to capture Petersburg, General Grant concentrated his army south of the Appomattox River and commenced the operations to be related hereafter. End of section 35. Recording by Daniel Vimont, Osaka, Japan.
Section 36 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 47. Situation in the Shenandoah Valley. March of General Early. The Object. At Lynchburg. Staunton. His Force. Enters Maryland. Attack at Monocacy. Approach to Washington. The Works. Recrosses the Potomac. Battle at Kernstown. Captures. Outrages of the enemy. Statement of General Early. Retaliation on Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Battle near Winchester. Sheridan's force routed. Attack subsequently renewed with new forces. Incapacity of our opponent. Early falls back. The enemy retires. Early advances. Report of a committee of citizens on losses by Sheridan's orders. Battle at Cedar Creek. Losses, subsequent movements, and captures. The Red River Campaign. Repulse and retreat of General Banks. Capture of Fort Pillow. Before the opening of the campaign of 1864, the lower Shenandoah Valley was held by a force under General Sigel, with which General Grant decided to renew the attempt which had been made by Crook and Averill to destroy the Virginia and Tennessee Railroad west of Lynchburg as a means to his general purpose of isolating Richmond, and a prompt movement of General Morgan had defeated those attempts and driven off the invaders. Sigel, with about 15,000 men, commenced his movement up the valley of the Shenandoah. Major General Breckinridge, commanding in southwestern Virginia, was notified on the 4th of May of the movement of Sigel, and started immediately with 2 brigades of infantry to Staunton, at which place he arrived on the 9th. The reserves of Augusta County, under Colonel Harmon, were called out, numbering several hundred men, and the cadets of the Military Institute at Lexington, numbering 200, voluntarily joined him. With this force Breckinridge decided to march to meet Sigel. General Imboden, with a cavalry force of several hundred, had been holding, as best he might, the upper valley, and joined Breckinridge in the neighborhood of New Market, informing him that Sigel then occupied that place. Breckinridge having marched so rapidly from Staunton that it was probable that his advance was unknown to the enemy, he determined to make an immediate attack. His troops were put in motion at 1 o'clock, and by daylight was in line of battle 2 miles south of New Market. Sigel seems to have been unconscious of any other obstruction to the capture of Staunton than the small cavalry force under Imboden. At this time, Lee was engaged with the vastly superior force of Grant, which had crossed the Rapidan, and Sigel's was a movement to get upon our flank, and thus cooperate with Grant in his attempt to capture Richmond. Breckinridge had an infantry force not much exceeding 3,000. The hazard of an attack was great, but the necessity of the case justified it. Breckinridge's force was only enough to form one line of battle in 2 ranks, the cadets holding the center between the 2 brigades. There were no reserves, and Colonel Harmon's command formed the guard for the trains. Skirmish lines were promptly engaged, and soon thereafter the enemy fell back beyond New Market, where Sigel, assuming the defensive, took a strong position in which to wait for an attack. Our artillery was moved forward, and opened with great effect upon the enemy's position. Then our infantry advanced, "with the steadiness of troops on dress parade, the precision of the cadets serving well as a color guide for the brigades on either side to dress by. The Federal line had the advantage of a stone wall which served as a breastwork." Sigel's cavalry attempted to turn our right flank, but was repulsed disastrously, and in a few moments the enemy was in full retreat, crossing the Shenandoah and burning the bridge behind him. Breckinridge captured 5 pieces of artillery and over 500 prisoners, exclusive of the wounded left on the field. Our loss was several hundred killed and wounded. General Lee, after receiving notice of this, ordered Breckinridge to transfer his command as rapidly as possible to Hanover Junction. The battle was fought on the 15th, and the command reached Hanover Junction on the 20th of May. Before General Breckinridge left the valley, he issued an order thanking his troops, "particularly the cadets, who, though mere youths, had fought with the steadiness of veterans." Brigadier General W. E. Jones had, with a small cavalry force, come from southwestern Virginia to the valley after Breckinridge's departure, and this, with the command of Imboden, only sufficient for observation, was all that remained in the valley when the Federal General David Hunter, with a larger force than Sigel's, succeeded the latter. Jones, with his cavalry and a few infantry, encountered this force at Piedmont, was defeated and killed. Upon the receipt of this information, Breckinridge with his command was sent back to the valley. On June 13th, Major General Early, with the Second Corps of Lee's army, numbering a little over 8,000 muskets and 2 battalions of artillery, commenced a march to strike Hunter's force in the rear, and if possible destroy it, then to move down the valley, cross the Potomac, and threaten Washington. On the 17th he reached Lynchburg, and Hunter arrived at the same time. Preparations were made for the attack of Hunter on the 19th, when he began to retreat and was pursued with much loss, until he was disposed of by taking the route to the Kanawha River. On the 27th Early's force reached Staunton on its march down the valley. It now amounted to 10,000 infantry and about 2,000 cavalry, having been joined by Breckinridge and Colonel Bradley T. Johnson, with a battalion of Maryland cavalry. The advance was rapid. Railroad bridges were burned, the track destroyed, and stores captured. The Potomac was crossed on the 5th and 6th of June, and the move was made through the gaps of South Mountain to the north of Maryland Heights, which were occupied by a hostile force. A brigade of cavalry was sent forth of Frederick to strike the railroads from Baltimore to Harrisburg and Philadelphia, burn the bridges over the gunpowder, and to cut the railroad between Washington and Baltimore and threaten the latter place. The other troops moved forward toward Monocacy Junction, where a considerable body of Federal troops under General Wallace was found posted on the eastern bank of the Monocacy, with an earthwork and 2 blockhouses commanding both bridges. The position was attacked in front and on the flank, and it was carried and the garrison put to flight. Between 600 and 700 unwounded prisoners fell into our hands, and the enemy's loss in killed and wounded was far greater than ours, which was about 700. An advance was made on the 10th nearly to Knoxville, on the Georgetown pike. On the next day it was continued to Washington, with the hope of getting into the fortifications before they could be manned. But the heat and the dust impeded the progress greatly. Fort Stevens was approached soon after noon, and appeared to be lightly manned, but, before our force could get into the works, a column of the enemy from Washington filed into them on the right and left, skirmishers were thrown out in front, and an artillery fire was opened on us from a number of batteries. An examination was now made to determine if it were practicable to carry the defenses by assault. They were found to be exceedingly strong, and consisted of what appeared to be enclosed forts for heavy artillery, with a tier of lower works in front of each, pierced for an immense number of guns, the whole being connected by curtains with ditches in front, and strengthened by palisades and abattis. The timber had been felled within cannon range all around, and left on the ground, making a formidable obstacle, and every possible approach was raked by artillery." As far as the eye could reach, the works appeared to be of the same impregnable character. The exhaustion of our force, the lightness of its artillery, and the information that 2 corps of the enemy's forces had just arrived in Washington, in addition to the veteran reserves and 100 days' men, and the parapets lined with troops, led us to refrain from making an assault, and to retire during the night of the 12th. On the morning of the 14th, General Early recrossed the Potomac, bringing off the prisoners captured at Monocacy and everything else in safety, including a large number of beef cattle and horses. There was some skirmishing in the rear between our cavalry and that which was following us, and on the afternoon of the 14th there was artillery firing across the river at our cavalry watching the fords. Meantime, General Hunter had arrived at Harper's Ferry and united with Sigel, and some skirmishing took place, but General Early determined to concentrate near Strasburg, so as to enable him to put the trains in safety, and mobilize his command to make an attack. On the 22d he moved across Cedar Creek toward Strasburg, and so posted his force as to cover all the roads from the direction of Winchester. Learning on the next day that a large portion of the column sent after him from Washington was returning, and that the Army of West Virginia under Crook, including Hunter's and Sigel's forces, with Averill's cavalry, was in Kernstown, he determined to attack at once. After the enemy's skirmishers had been driven in, it was discovered that his left flank was exposed, and General Breckinridge was ordered to move Eccles's division under cover of some ravines on our right and attack that flank. The attacking division struck the enemy's left flank in open ground, doubling it up and throwing his whole line into great confusion. The other divisions then advanced, and his rout became complete. He was pursued by the infantry and artillery beyond Winchester. Our loss was very light, his loss in killed and wounded was severe. The whole defeated force crossed the Potomac and took refuge at Maryland Heights and Harper's Ferry. The road was strewed with debris of the rapid retreat, 12 caissons and 72 wagons having been abandoned, and most of them burned. On the 26th the Confederate force moved to Martinsburg. "While at Martinsburg," says General Early in his memoir, "it was ascertained beyond all doubt that Hunter had been again indulging in his favorite mode of warfare, and that, after his return to the Valley, while we were near Washington, among other outrages, the private residences of Mr. Andrew Hunter, a member of the Virginia Senate, Mr. Alexander R. Boteler, an ex-member of the Confederate Congress, as well as of the United States Congress, and Edmund I. Lee, a distant relative of General Lee, all in Jefferson County, with their contents, had been burned by his orders, only time enough being given for the ladies to get out of the houses. A number of towns in the South, as well as private country houses, had been burned by Federal troops, and the accounts had been heralded forth in some of the Northern newspapers in terms of exultation, and gloated over by their readers, while they were received with apathy by others. I now come to the conclusion that we had stood this mode of warfare long enough, and that it was time to open the eyes of the people of the North to its enormity by an example in the way of retaliation. I did not select the cases mentioned as having more merit or greater claims for retaliation than others, but because they had occurred within the limits of the country covered by my command, and were brought more immediately to my attention. Footnote: I had often seen delicate ladies who had been plundered, insulted, and rendered desolate by the acts of our most atrocious enemies, and, while they did not call for it, yet in the anguished expressions of their features while narrating their misfortunes, there was a mute appeal to every manly sentiment of my bosom for retribution, which I could no longer withstand. On my passage through the lower valley into Maryland, a lady had said to me, with tears in her eyes, "Our lot is a hard one, and we see no peace, but there are a few green spots in our lives, and they are when the Confederate soldiers come along and we can do something for them." May God defend and bless these noble women of the Valley, who so often ministered to the wounded, sick, and dying Confederate soldiers, and gave their last morsel of bread to the hungry. They bore with heroic courage the privations, sufferings, persecutions, and dangers to which the war, which was constantly waged in their midst, exposed them, and upon no portion of the Southern people did the disasters, which finally befell our army and country, fall with more crushing effect than on them. The town of Chambersburg was selected as the one on which retaliation should be made, and McCausland was ordered to proceed with his brigade and that of Johnson's and a battery of artillery to that place, and demand of the municipal authorities the sum of $100,000 in gold, or $500,000 in United States currency, as a compensation for the destruction of the houses named and their contents, and in default of payment to lay the town in ashes, in retaliation for the burning of those houses and others in Virginia, as well as for the towns which had been burned in other Southern states. A written demand to that effect was also sent to the municipal authorities, and they were informed what would be the result of a failure or a refusal to comply with it. I desired to give the people of Chambersburg an opportunity of saving their town, by making compensation for part of the injury done, and hoped that the payment of such a sum would have the desired effect, and open the eyes of people of other towns at the North to the necessity of urging upon their government the adoption of a different policy. On July 30th, McCausland reached Chambersburg, and made the demand as directed, reading to such of the authorities as presented themselves the paper sent by me. The demand was not complied with, the people stating that they were not afraid of having their town burned, and that a Federal force was approaching. The policy pursued by our army on former occasions had been so lenient that they did not suppose the threat was in earnest at this time, and they hoped for speedy relief. McCausland, however, proceeded to carry out his orders, and the greater part of the town was laid in ashes. He then moved in the direction of Cumberland, but found it defended by a strong force. He then withdrew and crossed the Potomac, near the mouth of the South Branch, capturing the garrison and partly destroying the railroad bridge. Averill pursued from Chambersburg, and surprised and routed Johnson's brigade, and caused a loss of 4 pieces of artillery and about 300 prisoners from the whole command." Meantime, a large force, consisting of the 6th, 19th, and Crook's Corps, of the Federal army, had concentrated at Harper's Ferry under Major General Sheridan. After various maneuvers, both armies occupied positions in the neighborhood of Winchester. Early had about 8,500 infantry fit for duty, nearly 3,000 mounted men, 3 battalions of artillery, and a few pieces of horse artillery. Sheridan's force, according to the best information, consisted of about 10,000 cavalry, 35,000 infantry, and artillery that greatly outnumbered ours both in men and guns. On the morning of September 19th, the enemy began to advance in heavy force on Ramseur's position, on an elevated plateau between Abraham's Creek and Red Bud Run, about a mile and a half from Winchester on the Berryville road. Nelson's artillery was posted on Ramseur's line, covering the approaches as far as practicable, and Lomax, with Johnson's cavalry and part of Johnson's, was on the right, watching the valley of Abraham's Creek and the Front Royal road behind, while Fitzhugh Lee was on the left, across the Red Bud, with cavalry, watching the interval between Ramseur's left and the Red Bud. These troops held the enemy's main force in check until Gordon's and Rodes's divisions arrived, a little after 10 a.m. Gordon was placed under cover in rear of a piece of woods, behind the interval between Ramseur's line and the Red Bud. Rodes was directed to form on Gordon's right, in rear of another piece of woods. Meanwhile, we discovered very heavy columns that had been massed under cover between the Red Bud and the Berryville road, moving to attack Ramseur on his left flank, while another force pressed him in front. Rodes and Gordon were immediately hurled upon the flank of the advancing columns. But Evans's brigade, of Gordon's division, on the extreme left of our infantry, was forced back through the woods from behind which it had advanced by a column, which followed to the rear of the woods and within musket range of 7 pieces of Braxton's artillery. Braxton's guns stood their ground and opened with canister. The fire was so well directed that the column staggered, halted, and commenced falling back. Just then Battle's brigade moved forward and swept through the woods, driving the enemy before it, while Evans's brigade was rallied and cooperated. Our advance was resumed, and the enemy's attacking columns, the 6th and 19th Corps, were thrown into great confusion and fled from the field. General Early exclaims, "It was a grand sight to see this immense body hurled back in utter disorder before my 2 divisions, numbering very little over 5,000 muskets." This affair occurred about 11 a.m., and a splendid victory had been gained. But the enemy still had a fresh corps which had not been engaged, and there remained his heavy force of cavalry. Our lines were now formed across from Abraham's Creek to Red Bud, and were very attenuated. There was still seen in front a formidable force, and away to the right a division of cavalry massed, with some artillery overlapping us at least a mile. Late in the afternoon, 2 divisions of the enemy's cavalry drove in the small force that had been watching it on the Martinsburg road, and Crook's corps, which had not been engaged, advanced at the same time on the north side of Red Bud, and forced back our brigade of infantry and cavalry. A considerable force of cavalry then swept along the Martinsburg road to the skirts of Winchester, thus getting in the rear of our left flank. This was soon driven back by 2 of Wharton's brigades, and subsequently another charge of cavalry was also repulsed. But many of the men in the front line, hearing the fire in the rear and thinking they were flanked and about to be cut off, commenced to fall back. At the same time Crook's corps advanced against our left, and Evans's brigade was thrown into line to meet it, but after an obstinate resistance that brigade also retired. The whole front line had now given way, but was rallied and formed behind some old breastworks, and with the aid of artillery the progress of the enemy's infantry was arrested. Their cavalry afterward succeeded in getting around on our left, producing great confusion, for which there was no remedy. We now retired through Winchester, a new line was formed, and the hostile advance checked until nightfall. We then retired to Newton without serious molestation. Our trains, stores, sick and wounded that could be removed had been sent to Fisher's Hill. This battle, beginning with the skirmishing in Ramseur's front, had lasted from daylight until dark, and at the close of it we had been forced back 2 miles, after having repulsed the first attack with great slaughter, and subsequently contested every inch of ground with unsurpassed obstinacy. We deserved the victory, and would have gained it but for the enemy's immense superiority in cavalry. In his memoir, General Early says, "When I look back to this battle, I can but attribute my escape from utter annihilation to the incapacity of my opponent." Our loss was severe for the size of our force, but only a fraction of that ascribed to us by the foe, while his was very heavy, and some prisoners fell into our hands. On the 22d, after 2 days spent in reconnoitering, the enemy prepared to make an attack upon our position at Fisher's Hill. But, as our force was not strong enough to resist a determined assault, orders were given to retire after dark. Before sunset, however, an advance was made against Ramseur's left by Crook's corps. The movement to put Pegram's brigades into line successively to the left produced some confusion, when the enemy advanced along his entire line, and, after a brief contest, our force retired in disorder. We fell back to a place called Narrow Passage, all the trains being removed in safety. Some skirmishing ensued as we withdrew up the valley, but without important result. On October 1st our force was in position between Mount Sidney and North River, and the enemy's had been concentrated around Harrisburg and on the north bank of the river. On the 5th we were reinforced by General Rosser with 600 mounted men, and Kershaw's division numbering 2,700 muskets, with a battalion of artillery. On the morning of the 6th it was discovered that the foe had retired down the valley. General Early then moved forward and arrived at Newmarket with his infantry on the 7th. Rosser pushed forward on the back and middle roads in pursuit of the cavalry, which was engaged in burning houses, mills, barns, and stacks of wheat and hay, and had several skirmishes with it. A committee, consisting of 36 citizens and the same number of magistrates, appointed by the County Court of Rockingham County, for the purpose of making an estimate of the losses of that county by the execution of General Sheridan's orders, made an investigation and reported as follows: "Dwelling houses burned, 30. Barns burned, 450. Mills burned, 31. Fences destroyed, miles, 100. Bushels of wheat destroyed, 100,000. Bushels of corn destroyed, 50,000. Tons of hay destroyed, 6,233. Cattle carried off, 1,750. Horses carried off, 1,750. Sheep carried off, 4,200. Hogs carried off, 3,350. Factories burned, 3. Furnaces burned, 1. In addition, there was an immense amount of farming utensils of every description destroyed, many of them of great value, such as reapers and thrashing machines. Also, household and kitchen furniture and money, bonds, plate, etc., pillaged." General Early, having learned that Sheridan was preparing to send part of his troops to Grant, moved down the valley again on the 12th and reached Fisher's Hill. The enemy was found on the north bank of Cedar Creek in strong force. He gave no indication of an intention to move, nor did he evince any purpose of attacking us, though the two positions were in sight of each other. At the same time, it became necessary for us to move back for want of provisions and forage, or to attack him in his position with the hope of driving him from it. An attack was determined upon by General Early, and, as he was not strong enough to assault the fortified position in front, he resolved to get around one of the enemy's flanks and attack him by surprise. His plan of attack is thus stated by him: "I determined to send 3 divisions of the Second Corps, to wit, Gordon's, Ramseur's, and Pegram's, under General Gordon to the enemy's rear to make the attack at 5 a.m., which would be a little before daybreak on the 19th. To move myself, with Kershaw's and Wharton's division, and all the artillery along the pike through Strasburg, and attack the enemy on the front and left flank, as soon as Gordon should become engaged, and for Bosser to move with his own and Wickham's brigade on the back road across Cedar Creek, and attack the enemy's cavalry simultaneously with Gordon's attack, while Lomax should move by Front Royal, cross the river, and come to the Valley Pike, so as to strike the enemy wherever he might be, of which he was to judge by the sound of the firing." Gordon moved at the appointed time. At 1 a.m., Kershaw and Wharton, accompanied by General Early, advanced. At Strasburg, Kershaw moved to the right on the road to Bowman's Mill, and Wharton moved along the pike to Hupp's Hill, with instructions not to display his forces, but to avoid notice until the attack began, when he was to move forward, support the artillery when it came up, and send a force to get possession of the bridge on the pike over the creek. Kershaw's division got in sight of the enemy at 3:30 o'clock. He was directed to cross his division at the proper time over the creek as quietly as possible, and to form it into column of brigades as he did so, and advance in that manner against the left breastwork, extending to the right or left as might be necessary. At 4:30 he was ordered forward, and, a very short time after he started, the firing from Bosser on our left and the picket firing at the ford at which Gordon was crossing were heard. Kershaw crossed the creek without molestation and formed his division as directed, and precisely at 5 o'clock his leading brigade, with little opposition, swept over the left work, capturing 7 guns, which were at once turned on the enemy. At the same time Wharton and the artillery were just arriving at Hupp's Hill, and a very heavy fire of musketry was heard in the rear from Gordon's column. Wharton had advanced his skirmishers to the creek, capturing some prisoners, but the foe still held the works on our left of the pike, commanding that road and the bridge, and opened with his artillery on us. Our artillery was at once brought into action, and opened upon the enemy, but he soon evacuated his works, and our men from the other columns rushed into them. Wharton was immediately ordered forward. Kershaw's division had swept along the enemy's works on the right of the pike, which were occupied by Crook's corps, and he and Gordon had united at the pike, and their divisions had pushed across it in pursuit. A delay of an hour at the river had occurred in Gordon's movement, which enabled Sheridan partly to form his lines after the alarm produced by Kershaw's attack; and Gordon's, which was after daylight, was therefore met with greater obstinacy by the enemy than it would otherwise have encountered, and the fighting had been severe. Gordon, however, pushed his advance with such energy that the 19th and Crook's corps were in complete rout, and their camps, with a number of pieces of artillery and a considerable quantity of small arms, abandoned. The 6th Corps, which was on the right and some distance from the point attacked, had had time to get under arms and take position so as to arrest our progress. A fog which had prevailed soon rose sufficiently for us to see the 6th Corps' position on a ridge to the west of Middletown, and it was discovered to be a strong one. The enemy had not advanced, but opened on us with artillery, and orders were given to concentrate all our guns on him. In the meantime, a force of cavalry was moving along the pike, through the fields to the right of Middletown, thus placing our right and rear in great danger. Wharton was ordered to form his division at once, and take position to hold that cavalry in check. Discovering that the 6th Corps could not be attacked with advantage on its left flank, because the approach in that direction was through an open flat and across a boggy stream with high banks, Gordon, in conjunction with Kershaw, was ordered to assail the right flank, while a heavy fire of artillery was opened from our right. In a short time 18 or 20 guns were concentrated on the enemy, and he was soon in retreat. Ramseur and Pegram advanced at once to the position from which he was driven, and just then his cavalry commenced pressing heavily on the right, and Pegram's division was ordered to move to the north of Middletown and take position across the pike against the cavalry. As soon as Pegram moved, Kershaw was ordered from the left to supply his place. Bosser had attacked the enemy promptly at the appointed time, but had not been able to surprise him, as he was found on the alert on that flank. There was now one division of cavalry threatening our right flank, and 2 were on the left near the back road, held in check by Bosser. His force was so weak he could only watch. After he had been driven from his second position, the enemy had taken a new one about 2 miles north of Middletown. An advance by Gordon and Kershaw and Ramseur was ordered, but, after it had been made for some distance, Gordon's skirmishers came back, reporting a line of battle in front, behind breastworks, and an attack was not made. "It was now apparent it would not do," says General Early, to press my troops farther. They had been up all night and were much jaded. In passing over rough ground to attack the enemy at dawn, their own ranks had been much disordered and the men scattered, and it had required time to reform them. Their ranks were much thinned by the absence of the men engaged in plundering the enemy's camps." It was determined, therefore, to try to hold what had been gained, and orders were given to carry off the captured and abandoned artillery, small arms, and wagons. A number of bold attempts were made, during the subsequent part of the day, by the enemy's cavalry, to break our line on the right, but they were invariably repulsed. Late in the afternoon his infantry advanced against Ramseur's, Kershaw's, and Gordon's lines, and the attack on Ramseur's and Kershaw's fronts was handsomely repulsed. But a portion of the assailants had penetrated an interval which was between Evans's brigade on the extreme left and the rest of the line, when that brigade gave way, and Gordon's other brigades soon followed. General Gordon made every possible effort to rally his men and lead them back, but without avail. This affair was soon known with exaggerations along Kershaw's and Ramseur's lines, and their men, fearing to be flanked, began to fall back in disorder, though no force was pressing them. At the same time the enemy's cavalry, observing the disorder in our ranks, made another charge on our right, but was again repulsed. Every effort was made to rally the men, but the mass of them continued to resist all appeals. Ramseur succeeded in retaining with him 200 or 300 men of his division, and about the same number was retained by Major Goggin from Connor's brigade. These, aided by several pieces of artillery, held the whole force on our left in check for 1 hour and a half, until Ramseur was shot down, and the ammunition of the artillery was exhausted. While the latter was being replaced by other guns, the force that had continued steady gave way also. Pegram's and Wharton's divisions and Wofford's brigade had remained steadfast on the right, and resisted every effort of the cavalry, but no portion of this force could be moved to the left without leaving the pike open to the cavalry, which would have destroyed all hope at once. Every effort to rally the men in the rear having failed, these troops were ordered to retire. The disorder soon extended to them. The greater part of the infantry was halted at Fisher's Hill, and Rosser, whose command had retired in good order on the back road, was ordered to that point with his cavalry to cover the retreat, and hold that position until the troops were beyond pursuit. He fell back on the forenoon of the 20th, when the enemy had not advanced to that place. The troops were halted at Newmarket, 7 miles from Mount Jackson. Our loss in the Battle of Cedar Creek was 23 pieces of artillery, some ordnance, and medical wagons and ambulances, about 1,860 killed and wounded, and something over 1,000 prisoners. 1,500 prisoners were captured from the enemy and brought off, and his loss in killed and wounded was very heavy. We had in this battle about 8,500 muskets and a little over 40 pieces of artillery. Sheridan's cavalry numbered 8,700, and his infantry force was fully as large as at Winchester. Subsequently, General Early confronted Sheridan's whole force north of Cedar Creek for 2 days, November 11th and 12th, without an attack being made upon him. On November 27th, the fortified post at New Creek on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad was surprised and captured by General Rosser. 2 regiments of Federal cavalry with their arms and colors were taken, and 8 pieces of artillery and a very large amount of ordnance, quartermaster, and commissary stores fell into our hands. 800 prisoners, 4 pieces of artillery, and some wagons and horses were brought off. When the campaign closed, the invader held precisely the same position in the valley which he held before the opening of the campaign in the spring. In the Red River country of Louisiana, it became certain in February, 1864, that the enemy was about to make an expedition against our forces under General Richard Taylor, not so much to get possession of the country as to obtain the cotton in that region. Their forces were to be commanded by Major General Banks, and to consist of his command, augmented by a part of Major General Sherman's army from Vicksburg, and accompanied by a fleet of gunboats under Admiral Porter. With these, the force under General Steele, in Arkansas, was to cooperate. Taylor's forces at this time consisted of Harrison's mounted regiment with a 4-gun battery in the north toward Monroe, Mouton's brigade near Alexandria, and Polignac's at Trinity on the Washita, 55 miles distant. Walker's division, at Marksville and toward Simmsport, with 200 men detached to assist the gunners at Fort DeRussy, which, though still unfinished, contained 8 heavy guns and 2 field pieces. 3 companies of mounted men were watching the Mississippi, and the remainder of a regiment was on the Teche. On March 12th, Admiral Porter, with 19 gunboats and 10,000 men of Sherman's army, entered the Red River. A detachment on the 14th marched to DeRussy and took possession of it. On the 15th, the advance of Porter reached Alexandria, and on the 19th General Franklin left the lower Teche with 18,000 men to meet him. General Steele, in Arkansas, reported his force at 7,000 men. The force of General Taylor at this time had increased to 5,300 infantry, 500 cavalry, and 300 artillerymen, and Little on the north had about the same number of cavalry and a 4-gun battery. Some reinforcements were soon received. On March 31st, Banks's advance reached Natchitoches, and Taylor moved toward Pleasant Hill, arriving on the next day. On April 4th and 5th, he moved to Mansfield, concentrating his force in that vicinity. There 2 brigades of Missouri infantry and 2 of Arkansas, numbering 4,400 muskets, joined him. On April 7th the enemy were reported from Pleasant Hill to be advancing in force, but their progress was arrested by a body of our cavalry. General Taylor then selected his position in which to wait for an attack expected on the next day. It was in the edge of a wood, fronting an open field 800 yards in width and 1,200 in length, through the center of which the road to Pleasant Hill passed. On the opposite side of the field was a fence separating it from the pine forest, which, open on the higher ground and filled with underwood on the lower, spread over the country. The position was 3 miles in front of Mansfield, and covered a crossroad leading to the Sabine. On each side of the main Mansfield-Pleasant Hill road, at 2 miles distance, was a road parallel to it, and these were connected by this Sabine crossroad. On the 8th, General Taylor disposed, on the right of the road to Pleasant Hill, Walker's infantry division of 3 brigades with 2 batteries; on the left, Mouton's 2 brigades and 2 batteries. As the horsemen came in from the front, they took position, dismounted, on Mouton's left. A regiment of horsemen was posted on each of the parallel roads, and cavalry, with a battery held in reserve, on the main road. Taylor's force amounted to 5,300 infantry, 3,000 mounted men, and 500 artillerymen, total 8,800. Banks left Grand Ecore with an estimated force of 25,000. As the enemy showed no disposition to advance, a forward movement of the whole line was made. On the left our forces crossed the field under a heavy fire and entered the wood, where a bloody contest ensued, which resulted in gradually turning their right, which was forced back with loss of prisoners and guns. On the right little resistance was encountered until the wood was entered. Finding that our force outflanked the opponent's left, the right brigade was kept advanced, and we swept everything before us. His first line, consisting of all the mounted force and 1 division of the 13th Corps, was in full flight, leaving prisoners, guns, and wagons in our hands. 2 miles to the rear of the first position, the 2nd Division of the Federal 13th Corps was brought up, but was speedily routed, losing guns and prisoners. The advance was continued. 4 miles from the original position, his 19th Army Corps was found drawn up on a ridge overlooking a small stream. Sharp work followed, but as our force persisted, his fell back at nightfall. 2,500 prisoners, 20 pieces of artillery, several stands of colors, many thousands of small arms, and 250 wagons were taken. On the next morning the enemy was found about a mile in front of Pleasant Hill, which occupies a plateau a mile wide from west to east along the Mansfield road. His lines extended across the plateau from the highest ground on the west, his left, to a wooded height on the right of the Mansfield road. Winding along in front of this position was a dry gully cut by winter rains, bordered by a thick growth of young pines. This was held by his advanced infantry, his main line and guns being on the plateau. The force of General Tyler, Churchill's brigade having joined him now, amounted to 12,500 men against 18,000 of General Banks, among them the fresh corps of General A.J. Smith. The action commenced about 4:30 p.m. It was the plan of General Taylor, as no offensive movement on the part of the enemy was anticipated, to turn both his flanks and subject him to a concentric fire and overwhelm him. The right was successfully turned, but our force on his left did not proceed far enough to outflank him. An obstinate contest ensued, with much confusion, and failure to execute the plan of battle. Night ended the conflict on our right, and both sides occupied their original positions. General Banks made no attempt to recover the ground from which his right and center had been driven. During the night he retreated, leaving 400 wounded and his dead unburied. On the next morning he was pursued 20 miles before his rear was overtaken, and on the road were found stragglers and burning wagons and stores. Our loss in the two actions of Mansfield and Pleasant Hill was 2,200. At Pleasant Hill the loss was 3 guns and 426 prisoners. The loss of the enemy in killed and wounded was larger than ours. We captured 20 guns and 2,800 prisoners, not including stragglers. Their campaign was defeated. In the second volume of the Report of the Committee on the Conduct of the War, page 239, a report of Admiral Porter, dated Grand Ecore, April 14, 1864, says, "The army here was met with a great defeat, no matter what the generals try to make of it," etc. On April 21st General Banks retreated from Grand Ecore to Alexandria, harassed by a small cavalry force. A large part of our forces had been taken by General E.K. Smith to follow General Steele. On April 28th Porter's fleet was lying above the falls, then impassable, and Banks's army was in and around Alexandria behind earthworks. On May 13th both escaped from Alexandria, and on May 19th Banks crossed the Atchafalaya, and the campaign closed at the place where it began. Porter was able to extricate his 8 ironclads and 2 wooden gunboats by building a dam with transports, as shown in the adjoining cut. General Banks boasted that the army obtained 10,000 bales of cotton, to which Admiral Porter added 5,000 more as collected by the Navy. This was the compensation reported for the loss of many lives, much public property, and a total defeat. Even for the booty, as well as for the escape of their fleet, they were probably indebted to the unfortunate withdrawal of a large part of Taylor's force, as mentioned above. On April 12, 1864, an attack was made by 2 brigades of General N.B. Forrest's force, under Brigadier General J.R. Chalmers, upon Fort Pillow. This was an earthwork on a bluff on the east side of the Mississippi, at the mouth of Coal Creek. It was garrisoned by 400 men and 6 pieces of artillery. General Chalmers promptly gained possession of the outer works and drove the garrison to their main fortifications. The fort was crescent-shaped, the parapet 8 feet in height and 4 feet across the top, surrounded by a ditch 6 feet deep and 12 feet in width. About this time General Forrest arrived and soon ordered his forces to move up. The brigade of Bell, on the northeast, advanced until it gained a position in which the men were sheltered by the conformation of the ground, which was intersected by a ravine. The other brigade, under McCulloch, carried the entrenchments on the highest part of the ridge, immediately in front of the southeastern face of the fort, and occupied a cluster of cabins on its southern face and about 60 yards from it. The line of investment was now short and complete, within an average distance of 100 yards. It extended from Coal Creek on the north, which was impassable, to the river bank south of the fort. In the rear were numerous sharpshooters, well posted on commanding ridges, to pick off the garrison whenever they exposed themselves. At the same time, our forces were so placed that the artillery could not be brought to bear upon them with much effect, except by a fatal exposure of the gunners. During all this time a gunboat in the river kept up a continuous fire in all directions, but without effect. General Forrest, confident of his ability to take the fort by assault, which it seemed must be perfectly apparent to the garrison, and desiring to prevent further loss of life, sent a demand for an unconditional surrender, with the assurance that they should be treated as prisoners of war. The answer was written with a pencil on a slip of paper, "Negotiations will not attain the desired object." Meantime, 3 gunboats were seen to approach, the foremost of which was apparently loaded with troops, and as an hour's time had been asked for to communicate with the officers of the gunboat, it seemed to be a pretext to gain time for reinforcements. General Forrest, understanding also that the enemy doubted his presence and had pronounced the demand to be a trick, declared himself, and demanded an answer within 20 minutes whether the commander would fight or surrender. Meanwhile, the foremost boat indicated an intention to land, but a few shots caused her to withdraw to the other side of the river, along which they all passed up. The answer from the fort was a positive refusal to surrender. 3 companies on the left were now placed in an old rifle pit and almost in the rear of the fort, and on the right a portion of Barton's regiment of Bell's brigade was also under the bluff and in the rear of the fort. On the signal, the works were carried without a halt. As the troops poured into the fortification, the enemy retreated toward the river, arms in hand and firing back, and their colors flying, doubtless expecting the gunboats to shell us away from the bluff and protect them until they could be taken off or reinforced. As they descended the bank, an enfilading and deadly fire was poured in upon them from right and left by the forces in rear of the fort, of whose presence they were ignorant. To this was now added the destructive fire of the regiments that had stormed the fort. Fortunately, some of our men cut down the flag, and the firing ceased. Our loss was 20 killed and 60 wounded. Of the enemy, 228 were buried that evening and quite a number next day. We captured 6 pieces of artillery and about 350 stand of small arms. The gunboat escaped up the river. End of Section 36.